morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Pakistan Banking Summit 2020. May I request you all to kindly be settled as we are going to begin the second day's proceedings shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be settled. We are going to be beginning shortly.
Thursday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's a head up for the next 2 minutes. May we request you to kindly settle down as we shall be beginning our day 2 session in the next 2 minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sidra Iqbal and welcome you to the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, the PBS2. This, of course, is being convened and curated by the Pakistan Banks Association, and we have the entire economic architecture and landscape of the Pakistan's financial sectors present here. We were very fortunate to kickstart this summit yesterday with 48 plus institutions represented here, 15 international speakers who are also a part of this stellar lineup today, and some very powerful themes and conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's first and foremost start the second day by taking a look at some of the event highlights from day 1. And let's take a look as to this wonderful day, how it panned out, the conversations that ensued. So here's presenting the highlights from day 1. Wonderful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the day with our 5th session of the summit. This is themed as Strengthening Pakistan's Economy, Recovery, Resilience, and Inclusive Goals. Sometimes these seem like big ideals, ideals that sometimes we wonder, will we be able to achieve them during our life? With the fifth factor being technology and AI, it does seem plausible, but it will require some courageous, bold steps. Maybe it will require a particular period of discomfort. We've now recently achieved microeconomic stability, but are we ready for growth? And especially whenever we refer to the Pakistani market to be resilient, what is the new definition of resilience? If there is no learning, if there is no growth, if you're not moving the needle from point A to point B in the right indicators, then can we even call it resilience? To cover all these wonderful topics, let's unpack that. Our first presenter has actually chosen the theme of Pathways to Sustainable Growth, Reforms and the Development Pillars. Ladies and gentlemen, for this, please join me in welcoming the Vice Chancellor of Lahore University of Management Sciences, that we often call and refer to as LUMS. Please welcome Dr. Ali Chima.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the Pakistan Banking Association for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. So the title of my presentation today is basically, why has Pakistan's growth model failed its citizens? So what I'm going to be talking about is inclusive growth and the inclusive growth challenge in Pakistan. And I'm going to be basically giving you a bottom-up view of growth and making 2 points. One is, what are the challenges at the bottom that this growth is creating? And secondly, that the fiscal system is now a big drag on growth. So how do we think about sort of reformulating? And in doing that, as I was telling Bajwa Sahab, I'm going to go a bit offbeat from the sort of beaten path. So if you look at stylized facts about growth, there's a couple of macro facts, and then we can go to the micro consequences of that. The first big thing is that Pakistan has fallen behind. So this graph that you can see is basically GDP per capita of Pakistan compared to its regional comparators. You can see the yellow line is Pakistan. So Pakistan's growth is diverging. This is not a 1 year or 2 year phenomena. This is just a structural divergence that Pakistan is facing relative to its comparators, and it's been the case since actually the 90s. More importantly, growth is not only diverging, but it's become extremely volatile and crisis prone. So these are kind of annual plots of Pakistan's GDP per capita from the beginning of the century. And as you can see, there are only 3 years in the past 26 years where our GDP per capita growth exceeded 4%, which is simply not sufficient for an economic transformation. Now, the big challenge that this divergence and this crisis-prone growth is actually creating is that it stopped working for its citizens. In what way? So if you look at this is a plot of international poverty rates. Pakistan is the brown circled bar. The yellow bars are our comparators. And as you can see, Pakistan is now an outlier in terms of poverty incidence. Our poverty incidence at about 45% is almost 60% higher than the South Asian average. More importantly, if you look at, again, the trajectory of poverty reduction in Pakistan, Pakistan actually did phenomenally well from the early part of the century till about 2013. So at the beginning of the century, our poverty rate was about 64%. And in about a decade, we were able to halve this poverty rate. But what's started to happen now is that poverty rates have completely stalled, and that is a big challenge. But actually, the fact that the Pakistani economy is not working for its citizens, it's not only true of the poor, but this, for me, the next graph that I'm going to show you, is perhaps the most devastating graph of all. which is this graph basically what it does, so you'll have to give me a minute to explain this, is it's plotting annual real consumption growth between 2018 and 2024. And if you go along the horizontal axis, what we're doing is we're plotting percentiles of the population along the welfare metric. So 0 is the least well-off percentile in Pakistan, and 100 is the most well-off percentile of households in Pakistan. And this is the plot for urban citizens. So I'm not presenting the national picture. I'm actually presenting annualized consumption growth rate for urban citizens. And this is from the Household Income and Expenditure Surveys of 2018 and 2024. And as you can see, that the only set of households that actually saw or experienced positive consumption growth is amongst the 95th percentile and higher. So it's not just that negative consumption growth is happening at the bottom, but it's actually happening at the middle. So the way the growth is happening is actually hollowing out the middle class. And for anybody who's running an organization or institution which is dealing with the urban middle class, those tensions and challenges have almost become palpable. So why is Pakistan's growth failing? And why has it repeatedly failed? I think there are two big things. Our growth model is just completely wrong, and our prognosis about growth is completely wrong. So when I look at the growth model in Pakistan and the discussion around growth in Pakistan, it almost invariably becomes about sort of pump priming the economy to grow. So it's about tax cuts and it's about expenditure pushes. So what that does is it creates a demand stimulus, which creates a bump in growth, which is short-lived. You run into a balance of payments crisis and you get hit by inflation, and then you go back to stabilization and you recess demand and growth comes back, and that's kind of one big lever behind boom and bust that Pakistan has actually experienced. So this growth model assumes that the big challenge is demand. But actually, Pakistan's big challenge is not demand. Pakistan's big challenge is supply. So that means that the central prognosis about growth embedded in our thinking about growth is just wrong. So here are some indicators of why supply is a challenge in Pakistan. This is a distribution of productivity, total factor productivity at the firm level. So I'm showing you the distribution across firms for 3 different years, 2012, 2016, and 2020. And you can see that this distribution hasn't shifted at all. So productivity is utterly and completely stagnant. The second big thing is that if you look at the bottom graph, that's basically capital investment as a percentage of GDP. You can see Pakistan is again the yellow line. It's again compared to its comparators low and flat. So the supply side is simply not moving, and the policy focus, which is obsessed by actually inflating the economy through pump priming, is not going to be a push towards growth. Added to that, I think there's a kind of elephant in the room, which is that the fiscal system is designed to crowd out productive investment. So the left bar basically is a plot sort of for a bunch of international countries of the fiscal balance, which is shown on the vertical axis, and the central government debt as a proportion of GDP. So you can see Pakistan is the red dot. So it's one of the countries which has very high levels of debt, and it has actually been running very high fiscal imbalances, right? So that's kind of a fiscal challenge. So how does this kind of debt get actually financed? So this fiscal system get financed. And what the right side does is it shows that the banking sector has just become a lever, an intermediary in this fiscal game of actually just lending on the fiscal side. That right dark blue line is basically showing credit to the government as a percentage of total credit. And what's astonishing is if you look at 2008, this credit to government as a percentage of total credit was about around 30%. It's more than doubled. So basically what this means is that the fiscal system, instead of crowding in private investment, is actually crowding out private investment, and this is a systemic fiscal design that has basically created a system that's not actually going to create productive investment. Added to this, there is a problem that what we're spending isn't really delivering effective public good outcomes. So that's another side where the supply side is not getting the catalytic effect that it should be getting. There's a big debate in Pakistan where we contend that our government is oversized. Actually, this graph shows that our government is not oversized in the following way. It's plotting basically for a set of international comparisons, government expenditure as a percentage of GDP. Pakistan, the top red dot is Pakistan's total spend, i.e. of all governments. You can see that it's not out of line with other international comparators. So it's not that we're spending too much. It's just that our spending is happening. I mean, the composition of spending is a problem. One big problem with the composition of spending, which is what the lower graph is showing, is the blue line is actually showing you current expenditures to GDP, which keep rising, at the expense of development expenditure to GDP, which is falling. And when stabilization hits, stabilization-induced austerity actually curtails public investment even more. And if I'm not showing it, but if I show the same graph for social spending, it completely keeps getting crowded out and it doesn't get catalyzed to boost growth. Secondly is the effectiveness of spending. So I'm showing you two indicators. The top chart is for a bunch of countries' stunting rates, and the bottom chart is basically children out of school. The blue bars for these countries are these indicators for 2000, and the black diamonds are these indicators for these countries for 2021. Pakistan is the red circled bar. As you can see in 2000, on these indicators, Pakistan was not an outlier. But if you look at 2021, while every country has made significant progress on these indicators, Pakistan is hardly budged. So if you look at a bunch of countries, Egypt, Bangladesh, India, they've actually dealt with their out-of-school children's problem. They made significant dents in stunting, but our public spending is simply not moving the needle. So this fiscal system, which is crowding out productive investment, which is not really creating public goods, which is based on a growth model that seems to be over-obsessed with demand at the expense of supply, it's not surprising that it's not delivering for its citizens. So what can we do about it? And we can talk about a lot of things. I mean, energy would be one obvious thing to start to talk about when you think about supply. But what I thought I would do is talk about things people don't talk about, because I'm sure other speakers will talk about sectoral challenges, AI, technology, and so on. One thing I think is that you're not going to move the needle on the fiscal system becoming a catalyst for growth unless you start to think about fiscal policy in a way that it can reward productive investment in exports. So how should the design look like and what are the challenges? That's one of the things that I want to talk about. The second is, I think we need to think about subnational fiscal reform. And here I'm talking about using place-based productivity to spur growth. And I'm going to explain to you in a minute that we need to, in my view, we need to start thinking spatially about subnational fiscal designs. And the last thing, which is, I think, a big boost that's available in the supply side, is really unlocking women's potential to increase growth, which I think Pakistan has the preconditions for, but we're not harnessing that potential. Okay. Okay, so tax policy, how do you design tax policy to encourage productive export-oriented investment and not consumption? The simple thing is you need to have targeted tax incentives which are designed to incentivize investment in R&D, and they have to be embedded in industrial policy. But the debate around Pakistan, and this is kind of a bit of a challenging debate, is about blanket tax cuts. So the idea is we're on the right of the Laffer curve, So if you do a blanket tax cut, what's going to happen is that you're going to get both revenue going up because growth is going to create that revenue. And what's going to happen is that it's going to catalyze, those tax cuts are going to catalyze investment. Turns out that the elasticities for different, the elasticities of revenue to tax changes for different taxes to be at the peak of the Laffer curve would have to be around 1.2 to about 4. Turns out the initial evidence, and we need much more robust evidence on this, is that actual elasticities are half of that. So that effectively means you're on the left of the Laffer curve, which means that if you do tax cuts, you're actually not going to get sufficient revenue bumps to pay for it. That's a simple thing that initial data is showing. So unless you have commensurate tax measures, what's going to happen is your fiscal deficit is going to balloon, and you're going to go back to the short-term crisis. The other thing initial evidence is showing is if you do tax cuts, blanket tax cuts, then those blanket tax cuts seem to boost consumption more than they do investment. So if you just go in with blanket tax cuts, that may land us in challenging scenarios, and we need much more evidence to make the case for blanket tax cuts. But what I did was that I read up a lot of the literature in the run-up to this presentation to see what do countries do in terms of tax policies to boost investment and R&D. I'm not recommending these things from Pakistan, but this is just stuff that there's evidence has worked in some contexts. So things like refundable investment tax credits, R&D super deductions, temporary full expensing have been shown to be successful in terms of exports if it's targeted to that, and certainly in the sense of investments. But there are other contexts in which these things don't work. So what's the differentiator between contexts where these policies have worked and those that haven't? You need institutional capability because these are conditional incentives. You need documentation to be able to match and track those conditions, and you have to have enforcement capability to pull them. The big question is, can an FBR be designed to run that kind of policy intervention? Short of that, and if further evidence shows that tax cuts are indeed not going to pay back for themselves, we're in a bit of a bind. Okay, the second big thing, which takes me to subnational reforms, is that we have to start thinking about a major change that is happening in Pakistan, and we have to embrace it. That's a spatial change that's happening in Pakistan. Akbar Zaidi has been talking about it forever, which is Pakistan's urbanization. So basically, this is a graph that's showing you urbanization in Pakistan. The blue bars are for 1980, and the orange bars are for 2020. And it's showing you population percentage for cities, peri-urban towns, and rural areas. This is not using the census definition, which is a problematic definition because it's an administrative definition. This is an agglomeration-based, a densification-based definition. As you can see in 2000, if you look at the rightmost bar, which are kind of rural areas, were about 40% of the population, and they've come down significantly, and the populations that have grown are in cities and peri-urban towns. So this is a big change that has happened. You know, a friend came the other day, went on GT Road. He'd come from Boston, and he told me GT Road is like the east coast of the US, because you go from town to town to town to town till you hit Islamabad. But while Pakistan's urban areas are going in size, they're not going in terms of productivity. So all this graph is showing is a plot between log GDP per capita and agglomeration index. Pakistan pops out. For its agglomeration index, it has a GDP per capita which is far below the average. So our cities are simply not engines of productivity. They're growing, but they're not creating or enabling productivity. But if you look at a lot of productivity bottlenecks, they're tied to local public goods. So what kind of things? Zoning and property rights, water and sanitation systems, which are key to human capital accumulation, education and skills, environmental regulation. Anybody who lives in Karachi, Lahore, you know, we say now that Lahore has basically 4 seasons. The seasons start with summer rain, flooding, going into air pollution, right? And then you come to some form of spring, and then you're back in the summer and waiting for flooding. And then there's urban transport, and I would throw in R&D over here. So Pakistan's growth and productivity challenge in some sense is a local governance challenge. So how do we kind of think about a design-empowered, place-based governance systems that can boost productivity? And again, if you start looking at the historical literature and the cross-country literature, cities that have worked have some features. The first feature is that their governments and their bureaucracies have integrated authorities with strong mandates. The second thing is that cities have fiscal autonomy and strong incentives to raise own source revenues. And the third is that they have strong local accountability. So here's an interesting plot. This is for a bunch of countries. What I'm plotting is subnational own source revenues as a proportion of tax revenues. The light blue bars are from today. So it's countries like China, Germany, Spain, Korea, France, Turkey, and UK. You can see China, for example, a country we look up to, OSR is very devolved. 54% of its revenue is basically raised by subnational governments, largely by local governments, in the sense that they have complete autonomy and control over it. I've also produced two black bars which are instructive. So this is US and UK from the turn of the century. Why? The turn of the last century. Why? Because at that time, the GDP levels were pretty commensurate to where we are, and tax to GDP ratios were at about 10%. And that's when the big city transformations happened in the UK and US. And you look at the US, about at the turn, in 1900, almost 60% of its revenues were subnational, largely local, raised from things like property taxes. And if you look at the UK, which is one of the most centralized states in the world, even that basically had about 40% of its revenues were own source. Now, what did that do for cities? These revenues created an income spine for cities. And actually, it allowed these cities to issue things like municipal bonds, to raise finances, to actually invest in capital expenditure, which became transformative. So water sanitation changes did not happen from general taxation. They happened through fundraising, through bonds, which became the source of financing. And this is an extremely important transformation that we don't actually think about. But if you pull all this together, the cities that worked had authority, accountability, and finance that were aligned. In Pakistan, the story is completely different. We have fragmented authorities. We all experience them. We have overlapping and weak mandates, with city mandates being encroached hugely by provincial and federal mandates. We have weak accountability, and we have negligible own source revenue. So I'm producing the same bar. Pakistan is the kind of red. I don't know why the circle is popped out. But you can see our own source subnational revenue is less than 1%. It's also lower than UK today, which is extremely centralized in terms of own source revenue. And there's a big debate, as Andy Burnham sets foot to take courses the next PM, about sort of the destruction the centralized finances have created in the UK. So in our case, authority, accountability, finance, and function are not aligned. And we need to reimagine this local governance if productivity has to be pushed. The second big thing, you cannot have inclusive growth in Pakistan unless the agricultural sector starts to fire. It's just as simple as that. Everybody is obsessed about some worlds elsewhere. We need to really start thinking about agriculture. Why? Rural poverty is at twice the rate as urban poverty, right? The second thing is, if you look at agricultural value added per worker, Pakistan, which is in this case the green line, is way below the national comparators, but you can see post-2015, it's just completely stagnant. So you have a stagnant poverty. So it's not surprising that if growth is stuttering and agriculture is flailing, that you're not going to have inclusive lifts of the population. Now, why does this matter? Because 40% of men and 60% of women are still embedded in agriculture. And the second thing is agriculture has become highly vulnerable to climate shocks. So, I keep hearing about the second industrial revolution and the third industrial revolution and the fourth industrial revolution. So I think Pakistan needs a third agricultural revolution. And unless you have a mission-driven push which brings governments together around agricultural regeneration, you're simply not going to catalyze inclusive growth. What should be the features of that? I'm just going to touch on a couple, and then maybe we can talk about. Extension services have completely collapsed, and I think AI-enabled precision agriculture through digital means is a real opportunity to catalyze the agricultural sector, along with embedding infrastructure and green technologies. So this could be a big pivot, but we need to have the subnational governance framework to make it happen. I'm just going to make one more point and end. I'm sorry I went on, but I'm a bit passionate about it. Pakistan's largest untapped strength is its women. Women outperform men on most human capital measures, but if you look at their participation in the labor force, it's at about 25% to about over 80% for men. So what this graph is showing is female labor force participation for a bunch of countries organized by GDP per capita. Pakistan is in the second set of bars. So this is the range of female labor force participation in the GDP per capita category where Pakistan belongs. You can see Pakistan is at the bottom of its range. Now, can something actually be done about it? And if you start to look at international experience, it turns out that it can. Look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has moved the needle of female labor force participation massively. It's grown from about 23% to about 36% in about 8 years. In Chile, in similar periods of time, female participation jumped up by about 20%. And then there's the big Bangladesh story of about 60 to 80% of the 4 million garments workers being women. So, but what are the kind of measures that have been used? Things like childcare and transport subsidies, feminization of specific sectors, anti-harassment laws, extending school days, fertility interventions. So my big message is we have to have a gender framework embedded in growth if Pakistan has to take a leap from the supply side. So I'm going to end with just leaving, I'm going to skip this. I had lots of evidence about Pakistan. This is the offbeat view that I wanted to share with you. I'm sure people are going to talk about energy, sectors, technology, value chains, but I thought these are subjects that are often not discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chima. I think you very rightly pointed out, and somehow the undercurrent and some of the conversations that we've been having offline at the summit has been spotlighting how our urban centers are becoming very, very difficult to manage and of course not as productive. So it was very rightly underlined that in order for the city centers, the urbanization to work for Pakistan, authority, accountability and finances have to be aligned, which inherently means that the local governments have to be empowered, their capacity has to be built, and most importantly, there has to be that trickle-down effect. Taking the same theme forward, we have with us our next speaker, who is picking up the area of the growth drivers that he believes are shaping Pakistan's economic revival. Is the glass half empty, half full? For some of us, we turn around and say, what glass are we talking about? So ladies and gentlemen, this promises to be a very interesting one. Please put your hands together to welcome the Global Head of Macro and Strategic Asset Allocation at Fidelity International, Dr. Salman Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's again a big pleasure to be here to join you all in Karachi. Big thanks to PBA, Zafar Saab, Munir Saab, Hafsa and team for putting this summit, and long may it continue. So today what I'm going to do is pick up from where Dr. Ali Chima left, some evidence-based insights he shared with you. But I'm going to take a step back and start to think through the lens of Iqbal, bring in two very powerful thinkers of yesteryears, Ibn Khaldun and Keynes, and try to map that onto what I think is becoming critical for Pakistan's economy. So let's start with the couplet from Iqbal. परवाज़ है दोनों की इसी एक फ़ज़ा में, करगस का जहाँ और है, शाहीन का जहाँ और. So one sky, two destinies. Pakistan has been operating in the same sky as everybody else for the last 50 years, same technologies, same globalization trend, same capital developments, but very different outcomes. And I think Dr. Ali Chima has laid it out in multiple dimensions. And I do believe the problem is one of imagination. It's the same underlying straight variables. But what is the Kargas world? So Kargas world, the vulture world, rent-seeking, extraction, looking for the next subsidy, looking for the next MNST, looking for the next dead carcass. These two birds occupy the same sky, but they look for different things. And that makes a huge difference. And I've been thinking about what makes the Kargas or the vulture world rational, because this has been going on for decades, as you saw from the numbers Dr. Ali Chima shared with you. So what makes this rational? And the conclusion I came to was that the fundamental belief at an individual level and at a collective level that tomorrow is going to be worse than today is what drives extraction. Basically, not having that belief in tomorrow. Whilst the Shaheen world, the falcon world, is about altitude and hunting altitude. In the past, you have seen me talk about the hard power world. I've been talking about it for more than 2 years, developed a lot of work on it, frameworks around it. But we have to be cognizant about the changes in the sky as well now. These thermals and these winds are blowing very differently. And a lot of that is out of our control. So what's the core diagnosis? At least in terms of when I map it out. So we have stuck in this low trust, low tax, low growth trap. Our tax to GDP ratio, 10.6%, we can clap because it's the highest in a decade, but it's nowhere near what is needed. Versus our competitor to the east, which is also our adversary now, massive adversary, we lag 6% or 6 percentage points. If you do the math, because the arithmetic is brutal here, we have lost $270 billion over the last 10 years in tax revenues. $270 billion. Public debt to GDP ratio, 70% of tax is consumed by debt servicing, and we need to deploy 2 million jobs at minimum to absorb our population growth rate. So we are basically stuck in this reinforcement of failings. Spending is consumed by legacy obligations. We are crowding out investment, as Dr. Alichima showed you. Debt is treated as a survival financing and is not treated as a productive capital. And that is also a fundamental issue, which I'll come back to a bit later. And at the top level, given the changes in the world, and I can talk a lot about that, but I'll park it for a moment, but you are living it now, so I don't have to explain it too much to you anymore. Economic power we have in Pakistan does not yet underwrite our hard power. And that interlinkages and interlocking will be very important, I believe, in the next few years. So let's go back to the 14th century, Ibn Khaldun. He's one of my favorite philosophers. And his idea was powerful that the state has to come in and build that so that the private sector and the markets have something to believe in, something to look forward to. And that's policy consistency, actual capital. One has to ask what is making this entrenched issue sustain? Why is it rational that agriculture, which is around 25% of GDP, is only paying 0.3% of your tax? Why is retail resisting documentation? So I think that, for me, is a bigger issue, the why. Why we are not willing to change despite the obvious damage this whole setup is doing to our internal cohesion and our external positioning. Ultimately, our sovereignty gets impinged because of our weak economic design and framework. Now, where does that spending has to go? The state has a big role. I'm a Keynesian. I think state has to step in now. They have to spend on productive capital. They have to crowd in and take private sector with them. The private sector is cautious. You can see that in the numbers. But these are important priorities right now in the current hard power world. Defense. I'm sorry, we'll have to spend money on defense. The world has changed significantly over the last few years. It's a profound foundational shift. Pakistan, and when I have these discussions in Pakistan, tend to view this geopolitical changes which are happening through the lens of the two geopolitical changes we lived through, which is Afghan War 1 and 2. But I'm sorry to say this geopolitical change has nothing to do with those two episodes. You can call them episodes, which as a country we lived through and we basically paid the cost of. This is far more foundational. This is a change of an era. This is a change of a global world order. And defense will have to be done. Europe is rearming. You saw the NATO comments yesterday. Our own estimates is that defense spending will be touching $5 trillion from currently $2.4 trillion by 2030. And Pakistan as a middle power will have to spend and keep pace. Human capital, but that's the only thing, not the only thing we will have to spend on. We have to go back to our social priorities, which we are obviously deprioritizing, but at the cost of horizon, at the cost of long-term damage. Infrastructure. We have to start thinking about our geography. We cannot have liberal economics tell us how to run our system. Our geography is important. We are not Ethiopia sitting in the middle of an African continent. This region, this geography has been geopolitically active for centuries. Any economic model of Pakistan has to put that at the center of it. Otherwise, it won't fly. It's irrelevant, a planting of Western models on Pakistan. We need to think about corridors, we need to think of ports, we need to think about energy logistics. The Strait of Hormuz has been weaponized. As you can see for the last 2 days again, it's a timely reminder. But we have to think about our geography in terms of infrastructure lens. I think over the last few years, the commentariat and commentary in Pakistan has been very negative on debt, without differentiating between what is bad debt and what is productive debt. Pakistan has been accumulating bad debt, there's no doubt about it. But bad debt is when you feed today at the expense of tomorrow, consumption. It does not leave any asset, it doesn't leave any balance sheet, it doesn't create any cash flow, only pushes the burden on yourself for tomorrow or your future generations. Productive debt builds future cash flows. And we need to raise debt again, and we need to do it productively. So debt is not a bad word. What is bad debt, right? And I think we need to start easing off from that self-flagellation on debt to start thinking clearly how are we going to use that debt? And we think the time has come that we need to start thinking about productive debt. We need to borrow to build, there's no doubt about it. We are a young nation, but we need to borrow to build ports, we need to borrow to build rail, energy, logistics, minerals, water, digital, export corridors. The other point I want to mention is that with the real capital income negative for the last few years, which Dr. Alichima showed you earlier, it's a national security issue for us. It affects our sovereignty, not only the impact on human lives, but it affects our collective sovereignty. Growth is a strategy, not austerity. Nobody gets points for managing decline more efficiently. And that's what we are doing right now. We are managing decline. We are not generating an upward swing or a foundation for an upward swing. We are managing decline. We have to absorb the youth. We have to raise employment. We have to broaden the tax base. With growth, we have to lower debt ratios, and we need to finance hard power. We need to take our position in the Committee of Nations more seriously, not only for the next few months, not only for the benefit of next few months. We need to think about it from a structural perspective, from a horizon perspective. We need to think about it as a falcon. We cannot use vulture language to think about Pakistan's role in international geoeconomics. As I mentioned before, geography is important for Pakistan. It has always been important for Pakistan, present-day Pakistan. I invite you to read history of our region, which I think as economists we don't do much. It's important. History matters. Economic model of South Asia was disrupted by partition. But we need to start thinking about geography. I genuinely believe we can turn this into export power. We have endowments. We have to think about conversion. We have to think about export capacity. And we need to think about strategic payoffs. Strategic payoffs. Across time, across horizons, across generations. Infrastructure is our export strategy. We need to build our defense industrial base or expand on it. We have sovereign AI and compute. It's become a national security issue. We have energy security issues with the choke points. We have water insecurity problems. Quite a few things. Agriculture, value chains, which I think Dr. Alichima very eloquently articulated. These are all critical areas which need capital. And the Keynesian view here is not socialism. When I talk about state-led investment, I'm not talking about socialism. I'm talking about the fusion between the state and the enterprise. We will need fusion in defense. The number of startups which are rising in India in defense are quite exponential. You can see that in Europe as well. We have to create scale in that area. We need to think about secure supply chains, trusted corridors. The world of globalization is ending. And I think this is a message I shared with you last year when this was less discussed, less understood. I think the pushback to that idea is almost zero now, I get. So let's take that as baseline. We need to think about trusted corridors. We need to think about strategic stockpiles, domestic substitution for choke point inputs. These are not efficiency, market first dimensions. This is more about the reality of the world we are in, where you have a great power rivalry going on. The key superpowers of the day have changed their complete mindset and viewpoint and how they want to interact with the rest of the world. And we have to, and we are already playing a role, but in a very narrow sense, important sense, but narrow sense. But when you think about domestic rewiring and redesigning of the system. I think that's very much needed. So the doctrine in 4 verbs: we have to tax broadly. This is the message from Ibn Khaldun from 1400s. We don't tax broadly. We will continue to eat away at the legitimacy of the whole system. We have to spend strategically. We cannot do consumption like we have been doing in the past, which has been leading to our boom-bust cycles. We have to borrow productively. Borrowing is not a bad word. What you do with that debt matters much more. And we have to grow relentlessly. We owe it to our future generations that tomorrow is better than today. And growth, not austerity, can make that happen. Now, I'm not going to be, I'm going to be honest. A lot of these things I'm framing in some shape or form. You've heard about it. You live through Pakistan's economic challenges. IMF since the 1955 has been writing theses on it. I'm pretty sure now with AI, they don't even have to write the report again. They can just use AI to recycle what they've been saying for the last many decades. But where is the coalition building? Where is the bargain? Harassment of tax authorities, raid and settle mechanisms, compliance more generally, speaking to people's noble ideas of taxation, frankly speaking, are a noise and a distraction. We need a bargain. The industry pays taxes, citizens pay tax. What's the bargain? What does the state do with those taxes? Security, defense, of course, are important at this moment in time. But building up of that state and economic capacity to generate growth, better services, visibly delivered, infrastructure people can see and use. I mean, Karachi is a test case for that. Visibly infrastructure is needed. What is holding up the capex? Is it lack of competition? Is it lack of, as I said, horizon? I think that diagnostic also matters. So where is that bargain is going to come from? And the bargain the state must offer has to be done on fairer justice on taxation, but as I said, on infrastructure, better services, so that it's credible and interlocked and can sustain the test of time. In conclusion, and this is something I have some strong views on, Pakistan is not a development project. We cannot NGO our way out of fiscal traps. Microfinance, pilots, a school here, a bridge here, well-intentioned, and thank you very much for all the NGOs, the work they are doing. I have not come across a country which has progressed and achieved prosperity on the basis of NGO activity. It's a symptom of failure. Pakistan is not a development project. Pakistan is a macroeconomic issue. You need proper fiscal policies, structural design changes. We need to think about debt stock, the balance of payments. And big thinkers of the past have been tackling this problem. This is not a new challenge. Ibn Khaldun was operating in the 14th century. And he was talking about Laffer curve in the 14th century. Keynes obviously was operating during the early part of 20th century. They have some very powerful ideas. When the private capital hesitates, the state must build the long-term horizon. It has to convince all the stakeholders that tomorrow is going to be better than today. And as I mentioned already about what Ibn Khaldun's idea was. But the donor occupation Pakistan is under is not going to solve the structural design issues of Pakistan. This has to come from Pakistanis, not from economists sitting at Harvard or MIT. This has to be solved by Pakistanis in Pakistan. US economic modeling will not solve Pakistan's economic issues and challenges. The countries, as an investor, as a capital allocator for most of my life, who have done well, who have achieved economic prosperity, who have achieved economic power, the likes of China, the likes of many countries in Southeast Asia, have done that through domestic intrinsic capability building. So I'm gonna recircle back, go back to the sky we started the conversation with. It's the same sky we are flying in with the rest of the world. We need a different imagination. And I'm convinced, as many of you know, that I'm quite bullish on Pakistan. I'm convinced that it can lead to a different destiny. So I'll end with the same couplet, which I started off from. परवाज़ है दोनों की इसी एक फ़ज़ा में, करगस का जहाँ और है, शाही का जहाँ और. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Salman Saab, for bringing that perspective. Always a pleasure listening to you. And I think one of the similarities I noticed between what you reiterated and what Dr. Chima highlighted over here is how important it is now for the state, for the society to think about human capital. And yes, you may feel very dispassionately about some of the things, the numbers look different, the understanding of how each community is getting served, the perspective may be different. But what you have presented is an economic, a business case towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the things that jumped out from this conversation is how the filers have moved from about 4.5 million to 7.2 million, a number which is often quoted, great number, step in the right direction, but as Dr. Salman has highlighted, this base is still too narrow. And this is not anti-business. You have to look at it from a slightly different lens of making it pro-state, pro-society, pro-country. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the other things that were really, really important to highlight is, especially in the Pakistani context, the kind of media attention we give to a number of our economic issues is how there is probably what many like to call an elite capture of opportunities. But Salman Saab challenged it by saying when the burden, or too heavy a burden falls on a few people, that erodes the confidence and the commitment that people have, the belief that they have in their states and in their leaders. I once again see a very common line between the two academics as they emphasize that this is primarily to secure a mandate, to secure authority and credibility with the very people that the government's pledged to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-term run is misleading was one of the other takeaways I noticed in this. Tomorrow is going to be worse than today is a thought that we carry all. And Salman Saab, thank you for bringing this to the table, because I feel the negative thoughts are our default modes. We think about it much more often. Our reaction to many things is this caution has been built into it. And there could be a few reasons around it. It is because we're all children of immigrants. Today we live in a world where we do talk about the pain and the agony of the internally displaced, but perhaps it wasn't very fashionable to do so 3 generations ago. And in Pakistan, to assume Maybe it was motivational till a generation ago when we think about, oh, we had to leave everything and we entered and arrived in Pakistan with just a few coins in our pocket and look what we have made. But what it has also instilled is this perpetual dread and fear. And unfortunately, the many policies over the decades have not done much confidence building. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this is going to be a very interesting one. Our stage is set. Let us invite back our speakers. Please join me in once again welcoming Dr. Ali Chima and Dr. Salman Ahmed up on stage, please. And ladies and gentlemen, this one is of course going to be moderated by Mr. Yusuf Hussain, the Vice Chairman of Pakistan Banking Association and the President and CEO of Fiscal Bank. Yusuf Saab, over to you, and you have the next 20 minutes to run it. Salman Saab, we are waiting for you on stage. Probably stepped out for a minute. Yusuf Saab, you may begin. We'll just have Salman Saab join us shortly.
So, very enlightening sessions, Dr. Saab and Salman. He'll be joining us soon. A lot of learnings, a lot of points that need to be considered by all of us and the policymakers as well. Both speeches really have set out the recovery story, the potential recovery story. I want these 20 minutes to focus on what comes next, what is genuinely achievable, and what it will take us to get there. So we'll start with you, Dr. Chima. Pakistan has really never lacked in terms of its strategy planning and various plans, 5-year plan, 10-year plan, Vision 2030, Vision even earlier. So what we have really sort of lacked is the planning effort in terms of putting all the economic verticals together, engaging the provinces, you alluded towards that, and engaging the lawmakers in terms of developing a consensus and then following it through. So I would request you to kindly elaborate that which of the countries, the emerging economies that you think have actually sort of followed a strategic plan of action in terms of recovery, and how have they planned it and how have they executed it? Any examples that you may want to share with us?
Thank you, Yusuf. Yes, everybody can hear me. I think sort of the bigger point is you're right. While we haven't lacked plans or documents and so on, but there's been a big shift in the way policy making has happened in Islamabad. And sort of the period in which planning was dominant was basically during the AU period. In the AU period, basically the development model and the growth model, and it had problems, was driven basically by the planning commission. But I think a big shift that happened as you moved post-80s is that the link between what finance is doing and what planning is doing is broken, right? And finance is basically operating as a treasury operation for Pakistan. And a treasury operation which is very embedded into basically the stabilization exercise. So it's both stabilization and enablement of growth that finance does. But actually planning is pretty disjuncted. So if you look at budgets, they're not responding to any kind of framework that planning commission actually comes up with. So I think that is a big challenge, that we have to completely rethink the relationship between finance and planning at the federal level. But as you're saying, basically, then there is a further problem, which is Pakistan is a federation. And no matter what you do, and even these imaginations of ratcheting back expenditure functions from the provinces and revenues back from the provinces, you're never going to be in a world where key functions like health and education are going to get completely centralized, or local infrastructure is going to get completely centralized, or agriculture is going to get completely centralized. So unless you have a framework for cooperative federalism that develops, and I think what I've been trying to push is that that notion of federalism has to extend below the provinces, that framework comes about, you're not going to get the kind of catalytic effects that Salman was talking about. Of course, you made the cardinal error of putting two Cambridge men on the same panel, so Khaldun and Keynes will dominate. But I think that basically is a real problem. Now, in terms of international experiences, I think a lot of countries have taken sectoral approaches. I mean, Bangladesh didn't do any of the governance reforms that I was talking about, but it had a sectoral growth strategy that it pushed, but it had a big public health and public investment component, which it didn't do through the state, but through non-government organizations to enable human capital pushes to happen. So you could think about those models, but then countries of our size, if you think about that, federation is at the key. I mean, like if we think about India growth, we think about national growth, but actually a lot of Indian growth has come from the Indian South, basically. That's the growth trigger. And subnational, and India is not a success story of cooperative federalism, but subnational actions have been pretty pivotal in positioning South India as a location for growth. But if you look at the China model, it's really a very centralized polity, but it's an economy and a governance system which was very devolved, and it had a framework for cooperative federalism that emerged. Even if you look at the UK, as I talked about, in the transformation between the late 19th century and the middle of the 20th century, pre the welfare state, where a lot of growth takeoff happened, you again had cooperative federalism, with Westminster actually operating through mayors and so on. So that framework is absent. And I don't think, when I throw this, people might think, oh, this is kind of out of the ordinary. But if you remember the early part of the century in Pakistan, we pushed on the local government agenda very fast. And a lot of things started to happen very fast. So the state also has the capability to actually respond with things which at this point might seem difficult and out of the ordinary, but you can actually arrive there, right? So my big message would be that it's about sort of reformulating the link between finance and planning at the top, but then creating some kind of a planning nexus which is federated, and what that cooperative federalism or the institutions of that cooperative federalism would look like in practice is actually a big question.
So what you really spoke about is an economic governance model, and whereby all the stakeholders get involved, and maybe certain authorities and certain devolutions are done at the city or the province level, and local governments actually become important in this case. But that model and that economic governance framework has to be there before we embark upon any journey. And I think the most important part is that it has to be backed by all the stakeholders, including all the political parties as well, for this to happen. So great ideas. And Dr. Salman, you're an expert on the global capital flows, and you monitor the geopolitical situation very closely. Now, there has been a certain repositioning in terms of Pakistan evolving as a centerpiece of many important strategic activities happening in this part of the region, and we've got that prominence. And it is a unique point in our history that we are friends with most of the economic powers, the US, China, generally the West, and more recently the GCC. So what do you think is our vantage point in terms of benefiting from this new geopolitical positioning? We are already focusing on G2G, then there is this discussion on B2B. And so do you think that we should have some sort of a strategy in place, and how do we sort of leverage our position in terms of our economic benefit?
Thank you, Yusuf. I think as you know, I've been talking about the importance of geography for Pakistan for any kind of economic modeling and economic design for some time now. And a lot of the hard power dynamics we were talking about a couple of years ago, 18 months ago, have played out much faster than we even thought at that point. As you rightly pointed out, Pakistan has played a very important role, is still playing an important role in terms of what is happening in our region. It's better to be relevant than irrelevant, and I think UK and Europe are actually feeling that right now. After 500 years, I think Europe finds itself in complete irrelevance. Although as a student of history, I think it's mean reversion. This region, Eurasian region, was for most part of human history the most important, geopolitically speaking. So to your point on Pakistan and how to think about this foundational shift. So the first thing is that I believe this is, as I mentioned also in my presentation, this is a foundational shift. This is not a tactical change in environment. This is going to last for potentially decades. And the world we are moving towards is going to be less about globalization, less about efficiency, more about trusted corridors, resilient supply chains, diversification of choke points. And I think that's where Pakistan has an economic identity from an external perspective. Pakistan can be a very natural choke point diversifier because of our geography. So Strait of Hormuz has been completely weaponized. 20% of oil supply obviously passes through the strait. Massive choke point for other commodities like fertilizers, urea, and others, in the chain as well. So we did some math on it. A 400 million barrel strategic storage in Pakistan can be sold as a important diversifier versus the strait. In fact, that's only 20 days of strait supply. It's not even a month. The connecting infrastructure and ports around that, you're talking about $100 billion investment. And Pakistan's, one of the major problems because of various factors we have been talking about has been that Pakistan's in capital absorption capacity has been reducing as well. So we need to start thinking about what we bring to the table from a strategic perspective, rather than saying, ye deposit, ye amnesty. That basically is the Kyrgyz world. The Falcon world is you build an economic design which is based on integration, which creates winners. And there's a strategic alliance clearly forming. The Western analysts are fully focused on it with a little bit of a delay. So you have obviously Saudi-Pakistan pact. You're going to have Turkey, potentially Egypt also join that. And then the other side, there's another pact forming. So that regional reorientation cannot just be security-centric. It has to have the economic dimension. And through that economic dimension, you can then start to organize our domestic affairs and domestic capital, domestic priorities to link in with that export, strategic export capacity we can build. Trust is in low supply. So if we can rebuild or provide that trust, I think we can get structural economic benefits from that.
Yeah, so it's really what you're talking about is again planning at home. That what do we do to benefit out of this new global realignment in terms of our positioning. So Dr. Chima, coming back to you, you are the Vice Chancellor at LUMS and you're imparting quality education to thousands of students. So what I just want to understand that in any economic development activity, what do you think is the role of human resources in terms of skill development? We've seen the Bangladesh model, the women coming in, and that's another point that I would want you to please elaborate. And what do you think should be our human resource strategy at a government level? Nobody talks about it, okay? But that's extremely important that if you want to benefit out of these latest technology efforts, AI, other digital space, so how do you go about it? And how do you engage with the industry in terms of assessing their needs and how academics like yourself, I mean, what sort of a role you can play in terms of helping the economy in real terms?
Thanks, Yusuf. I think that's a very critical question because, you know, sort of Pakistan has kind of one of the youngest populations in the world. We have very high fertility rates. It's also a growing population. And, you know, like when economists think about growth, we think about some levers. One lever is capital investment, one lever is productivity and innovation, and one lever is human capital growth. Pakistan has been lagging on human capital growth. Our thinking on human capital has been very supply side led. So it's about what are the skills you can push out, what are basically getting kids back into school. These are all kind of supply side measures. I think the big challenge, and I'll tell you why it's a challenge, is the interaction between jobs and skills. It's become like a big challenge because now we're facing two big disruptions. And these are global disruptions. The first disruption is the technological disruption, which is completely reshaping, the job market as we know. And I keep saying this, you know, if you look at sort of the generations that are sitting here and the generations that went before them, basically you would enter into a profession and more or less retire into the profession. Because jobs were not getting destroyed and sectors were not getting destroyed. What you're going to see is that the pace of destruction of professions, of jobs, is going to become very high as we move forward, right? The second big thing, the second big disruption is climate. So climate is completely going to upend a lot of settled practices as we know it. I mean, for those of us who belong to agrarian backgrounds, we know that, you know, we have a Punjabi, in our case, colloquial for seasons, which are tied to the practices of agricultural cultivation and so on, which are just part of the lexicon. And actually, climate has just completely disrupted it. So if you think about, first of all, the skills agenda, it has to be a jobs agenda. So when you go to the jobs agenda, the big challenge is we don't know anything about the future of jobs. This is as true of the private sector as it is of the public sector. So I think one place where government, private sector, and universities and other players in this space can come together is really start to do some serious work on what jobs are going to look like tomorrow, right? Now AI is a double-edged sword, right? It can increase human capability, and it can completely displace humans. In fact, the evidence that's coming out of AI infusion in the US is actually showing that entry-level jobs are getting massively disrupted, right? Which, by the way, will be a huge problem for economies like ours with the population that we have. So the question is, how do we set about a jobs agenda which can leverage technology but preserve jobs? And I keep saying this, and I was at an event in Islamabad, the finance minister was there, and I said, we are now probably entering a world where growth and jobs are going to get disassociated. So you may have countries growing very fast, but jobs not growing at all, right? Which wasn't true in the Industrial Revolution. The second, so the skills agenda, one part of it is these modern sectors with these high-tech jobs and exports and so on. But then there's the agricultural agenda, where I think there's another way to think about it, that one thing about modern education is that we decouple theory and practice, right? So the way we try and push out skills to agriculture is to try and teach farmers through some mechanisms, but that's not the way to do it. So we have to have kind of interventions at scale that happen, but which are embedded in practice. And I think one of the lessons, besides the fact that, you know, the big challenge for the university is to create universities together, and universities in particular, about creating sort of scale is something that we have to embrace. But the other big thing is we have to kind of reimagine basically both the fundamentals of what we're teaching, but also bring back the relationship between in-class education and experiential education. And there are things like co-op programs and so on getting embedded in the curriculum so that there is a deeper connection between where jobs are and where education is being imparted, that becomes more symbiotic. We will, I think, position ourselves better in terms of strategic deployment.
So I think clearly this comes out as a very, very important strategic pillar of our future growth. And there is definitely a focus that is clearly required in terms of job creation. I think you rightly pointed out with 250 million people and a lot of youth coming into that employable age. I think this is going to be one of the key challenges going forward, and the government and the academia and the industry, probably these are the three players who need to sit down and think about it, that how do we deploy our human capital for better or for worse. And it is clearly something which is exportable as a resource if they are rightly equipped. So a lot of thinking really has to be done. And my final question to you, Dr. Salman, is that how do we build the Pakistan story? I mean, sometimes we are not as bad in actuality as we sound abroad. And so how do we build our story? I mean, there are pockets where, I mean, you go to S&P, you go to other rating agencies in a very limited way, but there is no national narrative of whatever we are doing, whatever the opportunities are. How do we go about it to attract some interest in our economy? And the interest may not just be capital flows. It could possibly be interest in terms of technology support, interest in terms of other areas. So how do we do it?
No, so thank you. I think this is a very important question, and right now a very timely one, given that Pakistan is widely discussed. In fact, over the last few months, in every client meeting, I've been discussing Pakistan, which has never happened to me for the last 26 years, when talking about global macro and global capital markets. So I'll answer this question a bit from a level deeper and within the construct and the framework I'm sharing with you. I think we have to be very strategic about it. I think we need to start thinking about our stories for different regions and part of the world differently. We need to start building a story for what are we going to tell Chinese, which is a very different story from what we tell the West. Most of our human capital is Western influenced, Western educated because of the colonization history, Western occupied. And I think that goes back to the language, because language shapes thoughts rather than the other way around. And we don't have, we have not invested too much into our own language for the purpose of practical endeavors. But I think China is a very important partner for Pakistan. It is a superpower. we do not spend much time on it. We are a global business. I spend 60% of my time in Asia. I potentially know more about China than Pakistanis, even though Pakistan is supposed to be more connected with China. So that story we are telling has to be centered around their culture and their history and how they link up. The generation of Chinese who saw Pakistan accept them right after the Communist Party came into being in 1950s, which was a huge thing for them. Then the 1970s bridging Pakistan did between US and China, that memory is fading. So we need to start reminding Chinese that how long our relationship goes through and the strategic nature of that relationship. We need to have a story for GCC by countries. This is not one uniform group anymore as we are living through it. There's a fractured world, it's a fragmentation world. We need to have a story for Europe, which is decoupling from US. And we need to and I think we spent a lot of time on it, which is the US one, because of, as I said, the linkages we have got. And we are guilty of planting ideas from there without thinking about our own context sometimes. But these stories, these engagements have to be more fragmented and thoughtful than, the baseline. Put the paint on the wall and see where it lands. So this has to be strategic, and very much thinking about that overall framework we're talking about. The last point I would mention is and this is a very important question. What is the recent context as well? So the recent context is important, whether we like it or not. But our eastern neighbor has spent money and resources on creating a story for us. So if you don't take ownership of your story, somebody else will take the ownership. So we need to take that into account as well, that there is a baseline there, which affects mindsets. And that also plays into that strategic, story building. Which needs to be reinforced, but it has to be Pakistan-centric. It has to show Pakistan in its more unique light and its middle power status. And the risk we run is that we plant what works in the West to ourselves, and we are seen as imitators. I think there's a very unique Pakistan story here, which we need to discover ourselves, collectively and individually, and then project it according to the target audience. This is not a unipolar world. The West doesn't own the world anymore. This is the world we have been lived into, and it will take a time for us to undo that. This is a multipolar world. There are many other powerful voices and powers here, and one of them is only a few hundred miles away, not from Karachi, but from Islamabad. China. So I think we need to be much more, strategic and thoughtful about it, and lessen our Western centricity.
What you're really implying is that, it should really be region-specific, geography-specific, and opportunity-specific, that what sort of pitch needs to be made to our strategic friends. And that is the way forward. Yeah?
And one point I mentioned is this is something I've been, some of my Chinese investors have complained to me about, is that Pakistan doesn't spend time on understanding Chinese culture and history. So how many universities have a Chinese culture, history department? Our defense is all Chinese hardware. And we spend thinking about what the West tells us and their history. So I think that, and they are very thoughtful people, and they've noticed. And this is something I think we need to take seriously.
Very insightful. Very insightful. So Last closing, Dr. Chima, one word, which comes first? Capital, capacity, credibility, and what is really the requirement at this point in time? One word.
I mean, I'm going to give you two, and it's a slightly different word. It's capability and governance.
And why?
I think, because I think, look, capital has never been a problem for Pakistan, right? Like, and I think, well, geography has potential, but it's also been a curse. Our geography has given us strategic rents again and again, but we simply haven't had the capacity to leverage off those big boosts in capital, right? We fritter them away in 3 years. So unless you have the capability and the governance systems to convert infusions of capital, even if they come as windfalls, into productive investment and into job creation, you're going to fritter it all away again.
And Dr. Salman, capital, capacity, or credibility?
Capacity.
Okay, and why?
I think, as I agree with Dr. Chima, I think capital can be found in Pakistan. Capital can come to Pakistan. I think we need to show capacity to absorb that capital. And credibility is linked. Our current credibility problem is a capacity problem. You know, if somebody lands and says, oh, I have $100 billion, do you have the capacity to absorb it? Does the banking sector come and say, oh, please, let me tell you how you can deploy $100 billion in Pakistan? $100 billion is not a big sum of money now. You know, just to give you context, over the last 9 months, hyperscalers in the US have deployed $500 billion in data centers. $500 billion. So $100 billion is not a big piece of capital for a 250 million population country, which is the size of UK, Poland, UK, Poland, Germany, and France combined. Let me repeat it. UK, France, Germany, Poland combined. And we can't absorb $100 billion capital, and that's capacity issue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think a lot of introspection needs to be done, and a lot of thoughts that both of you have presented. I think they require some sort of internal planning and to decide on the way forward. But I'm very hopeful, inshallah, that we need to have our chin up. We need to have that spirited journey that we will make it. And a lot of good things are happening as well, and especially Dr. Salman, I think you can certainly help us in terms of building that right narrative and building that right story, and we can all benefit from you, and Dr. Chima as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf Saab, for this wonderful and a very enriching conversation with our two speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always a great sign if a session ends and you have more questions than answers. That means that the panelists and speakers have done their job in sort of tickling your imagination and making you think about it. So a couple of things that stayed with me in this conversation was when the question was put to Dr. Chima about the future of jobs and the role of academia in it. And the more I think about it, that where would these future jobs come from, and how do we, a country which is the 5th largest in population, actually drive that agenda or that vision forward? I think especially when it comes to the fact that he's reiterated that a lot of entry-level jobs are going to be disrupted by technology, and in probably the worst way, they're going to be wiped off. And for a lot of the ideas that we have been propagating in Pakistan, unfortunately, there seems to be no growth. I'll put you a couple of examples. If you look at the retail sector in Pakistan, and just like universally, if it continues to grow, the people that you see as helpers, as people who will be guiding you at a number of these retail outlets, the upper limit to their short stint at work is the age of 26. Nobody above the age of 26, if you notice closely, is facilitating you in these superstores or the fast fashion stores, because that's the upper limit. And then the funnel becomes really, really tight, because only a handful of them are going to become managers or are going to progress in their careers. Now apply the same formula to people you see who are serving as delivery boys. Yes, we are creating employment, but no transferable skills are being given. So what happens after you flounder your youth, or in a couple of years you have a bigger family, much greater resources, and not the kind of health to be making deliveries 5 hours a day in a city like Karachi? What's going to be your growth? I think the real role of academia over here could be to give a person the ability to invent and reinvent themselves a couple of multiple times in their careers. Anyways, one of the key factors that I love drawing my inspiration from is the kids who are in grade school right now, 60% of them are going to go into jobs that have not yet been invented. So a future that fluid is what we are sort of trying to do, our crystal ball gazing, and try and figure out where we will be heading. Another very key point that was made by Dr. Salman Ahmed, which is about narrative setting. It took me back to my earlier experience where I was listening to Dr. Gorkhan in Turkey. He is the one in charge with the Turkey government and was responsible for the name change from Turkey to Turkey. And a couple of things he's almost made a strong narrative around. Yes, Dr. Salman is absolutely right. There's going to be a varied audience around us, and we need to remind them of our legacy relationship and also how it carries forward. But at the same time, you will have situations where you define for yourself. So Turkey, for example, has started to call themselves the nexus of civilization. They're no longer the bridge connecting the east or west, and they call themselves the superpower in the making. So a couple of those convictions will be very much needed. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't kill the messenger. I'm only the bearer of bad news that we will not have a formal tea break, but there will be running tea and coffee available. So please, if you would wish for, you can step out and grab a cup of coffee and come back. But we are going to segue into our next session right away. This one, ladies and gentlemen, is themed as towards a climate responsive and sustainable banking sector. One of the key areas for Pakistan, given our climate vulnerability, a very timely conversation given how the rest of the world is also left reeling as climate changes are going to upend a lot of communities and practices. So to take up this first speaking spot, the theme chosen is Building a Climate Resilient Pakistan, Adoption, Accountability, and Investment. Ladies and gentlemen, for this one, please welcome the Chairman of Infrazaman Pakistan and Development Guarantee Group, Mr. Bohawk Koo, who will be making this presentation.
Firstly, a confession. I'm not a banker, never been one. So if my out-of-the-box suggestions today sound out of this world to you, my apologies. I am, however, as a consolation, a son of a banker. And if you can indulge me with my father's story, I promise you it's related to the message I want to deliver today. My father joined a British colonial bank the year I was born, and his title was business advisor. In today's context, it would have been both a relationship manager as well as a credit officer to the branch manager. That role was new when he joined the bank because our central bank has just outlawed compradors. And if you have been around long enough, you would know that the British banks work on the system of agents, where some local individuals would post collateral, liquid collateral, for all the customers that are indigenous to the bank to guarantee their loans. And of course, they make a cut from the interest. Of course, they guarantee all the losses. Many compradors have become very wealthy. They make a cut from the bank and possibly make a cut from the customer as well, which is why it was outlawed. And my father had always said that he wanted, he wished he was able to be a comprador. Little did he know 40 years later, his son would be presenting to the Prime Minister of Malaysia to set up a modern-day institutionalized comprador known as Dana Jamin, which is a national guarantee company for Malaysia. So it's somewhat come full circle. And we'll talk about guarantees later and its role. Let me put that aside because I'm not here to just talk about stories. I'm here to talk about the question of why should Pakistan bankers talk about climate adaptation finance. Okay? But before then, I want to share with you my journey in understanding adaptation. Adaptation to me, up to 18 months ago, was the calamities that we read about, the 2022 floods, once in a decade, once in a century, and the actions that follow often are limited to preparing ourselves for the next big one. You look at your insurance policies and you say it's not enough, we raise it, we cover certain perils. That is a threat that really comes to my mind when we think about adaptation, and I believe that is this case. But 18 months ago, I was in a conference room similar to this in Manila, and I listened to the mayor of a province called Occidental Negros. Incidentally, Occidental Negros produces 60% of sugar for the whole of Philippines, 60. And he made a plea, of course, with the research and analysis funded by the UK government and BCG. He said that if rain were to be delayed for 4 weeks, the vulnerability of production could be up to 30 or 40%. Not 1/12. So 1 month of delay of rain could wipe out production by 30 to 40%. Because it is the harvesting window in the sugarcane business. You could have stunted canes, shorter canes. Best case scenario. Worst case, you have total crop failure. Okay? And that hit me quite profoundly in terms of my enlightenment about adaptation needs. Because it is not the headlines that we read when the big one, whether it's flood or drought, occurs. It is the subtle ones. A delay of rain a little bit, rising temperatures that affect harvesting and planting windows that really is the biggest threat to us. I think we've heard before how agriculture is important. It is even more important now that these subtle changes to the climate is really going to affect Pakistan as a whole. Right? So in that case, they were looking at a nursery to produce more drought-resistant sugarcane. Right? So there are solutions that can be introduced, needed to be financed, but before then is the kind of analysis, study, and knowing the geography to be able to come up with the case for adaptation investments. Now, let me now move to some statistics, because I realize in Pakistan, no presentation will be complete with numbers, without numbers. So with Ali's help from PBA, the National Adaptation Plan calls for a need for 19 billion US dollars for Pakistan. A year, by the way. And then the report to the UNFCCC, I think the spending for adaptation is 1 billion US dollars a year. We've seen enough statistics that are not so encouraging, so I won't go to more. But to me, the more important statistics, which is a call to all the CEOs here, is what percentage of your loan book is now funding adaptation. If you don't know that figure, I'm sure you will ask that tomorrow when you go back to your offices. That figure, whether it's 2%, 3% of your loan book, is a starting point. Because next year, hopefully, it's 3%. It's 1% more than this year. And my aspiration, if I deliver my message well today, maybe next year Zafar will be including in his statistics of his opening remarks the percentage of your loan books that are dedicated to adaptation. Because the reality is this: you can say that I'm immune to such calamities because I don't lend to farmers. But if you finance a refinery or a mill that is dependent on farmers' outputs, 30% drop in production in your locality where you source feedstock from would impact your mill. So the message I want to deliver is this: these subtle, they call it extreme weather changes. These are not extreme weather changes because they don't hit the headlines. The farmers can tell you, but you only hear it from them. You don't hear it anywhere else. No loan book is immune. And if we extend this argument, we're talking now about food security of a country, whether it's wheat, sugar, and all the other things that you consume as a nation. And when you extend food security, we said, fine, we can export from the neighboring country. Then you talk about a balance of payment and the current account issue that now will start affecting, and of course, inflation, right? Affecting the rest of the country. So my message to you is simple: no loan book can be immune to the subtle changes of climate change, right? Let me now spend a minute or so to explain why adaptation projects are so difficult for a banker like yourselves. I'm not a banker, but I'm a practitioner. I read credit papers. The focus of lending is usually to a company or a borrower. And you isolate everything, and you can have 100 pages of credit papers focusing on that. But a lot of times, lending to climate projects is beyond that of a particular borrower. It is usually to a community or an industry, and the solutions need to come collectively. So a change in mindset for adaptation projects is required, right? So the focus now would be less on the company and more of the sector or subsector or the value chain, okay? That's number. Number two, adaptation projects often do not generate revenues. That is the most difficult part. To pay back for the investments, you have to create some sort of revenue, whether it's a cess or a sub-tax or local taxes of some sort. So it's a very difficult thing to justify to our traditional banking minds, right? But it is needed. It is needed, and we have to change the perspective for that. Secondly, it's localized. Something for a particular state may be different for another state. So perhaps going back to the days of branch banking may help, as opposed to the head office in Karachi looking at adaptation across Pakistan. Right? So there are many challenges to adaptation projects, and it really calls for a really change of mindsets. Right? So what are we to do if Pakistan bankers are to act on adaptation projects? We heard a lot about macro perspectives from the two doctors that preceded me. Let me share perhaps some micro steps that can be taken. So number one, track your loan book, right? Number two, when your credit officers write papers about your top 10 customers of your customers or top 10 suppliers of your customers, usually we do that for diversification, right? The question now is, what if the whole top 10 buys 30% less from you, or is able to supply 30% less, given the vulnerabilities of climate change? So the conversation needs to go beyond the credit of a company. The credit of the company is now related to a variety of factors and the supply chain that will impact their ability to pay back your loans, right? So I would recommend a 360 approach in this. Number one, look at the value chain up and down. Look at your suppliers. Look at your customers for one, but look at their suppliers, their buyers. Right? Let's not just tick the box on the top 10 customers and top 10 suppliers and move on. Ask of their vulnerability. Secondly, in the 360 approach, you look to the sides. And here you look to your customers' competitors, look to their neighbors, because if, say, you are heavily dependent on labor, if the community disappears because no one can plant anything in that area anymore, even your labor disappears. So there needs to be really a wider view on your customers' resilience, or the other way around, vulnerability. Right? And of course, we look to, I understand there's no shortage of trade associations in Pakistan. Not to talk about PBA, but there are smaller ones. I think the focus there should be for them to look at the vulnerability of their members. Right? They can collectively look at what can be done. The first step is really to study the vulnerability. What will be the impact if rains come 1 month later? Because when you study that, then the urgency to act gets more pronounced, right? If you're looking at a 50% vulnerability, then you would act. If you're talking about only 10% drop, then you have less propensity to actually put actions to motion, right? So that would be a good starting point. And then, of course, follow the money, right? Lenders, bankers need to start having these conversations. I want to end, and coming back to my father, he had to change his bank's loan books, one that was fully secured by Comprador's liquid collateral to one that took direct exposure to the community in Penang, which is a former British colonial port. I remember following him to visit a fisherman and his 5 sons and the 5 trawler boats that the bank financed. In his case, there was no choice but to change the loan book. And I was thinking that I was going to say, in this case, for adaptation finance, you have a choice. But listening to myself over the last few minutes, actually, you also don't have a choice if you are to protect your loan book, if you are to be concerned of food security, and if you have to be concerned of the macroeconomic health of this country. Dr. Ali Sima, Dr. Salman covered those, right? Essentially, you really maybe have time, a little bit of time, but you really have no choice. So I hope the story of my father can inspire you all to go back and look at your books and start making the changes that are required. Because, coming back to the question, why should Pakistan bankers act on climate financing? It's simple. If not you, then who? I want to thank my host, Zafar Munir, PBA, for the opportunity to address you today. Happy to take questions later at the panel, or if I don't get to your questions, please come up. Particularly to the young, I see a lot of young people around. Feel free to reach out. Happy to answer your questions as well. So with that, I thank you all very much.
There are several non-bankers out here in this audience, so you're amongst the right tribe. Thank you so much for that enlightening conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take this theme forward with another subset. The next speaker's presentation is titled as Sustainability as a Driver of Business Value in Banking. And for this, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Managing Director, the Head of Sustainable Finance at the Deutsche Bank. Please welcome Mr. Kamran Khan.
Assalamu alaikum. First, let me thank the Pakistan Banks Association for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I left Pakistan as a young man, and for the last almost 40 years, having worked at investment banks like Deutsche Bank, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, working on private equity, IPOs, M&A, serving in the US Foreign Service, working for the World Bank, and even working for the White House, and mind you, for President Obama, not the current administration. Doing all that and now being invited back to my home country in my professional capacity, the emotions that go with it are hard to explain. So it's with great pleasure that I come here to talk to you. I will answer 4 questions in the time that I have. 1, why should a bank worry about sustainable finance? And this is not going to be an argument about it's the good thing for the world and save the earth. It's going to be a business dialogue. Second, what does a well-developed business model, a franchise for sustainable finance look like in a bank? I will show you some slides, experience based on what we have done at Deutsche Bank over the last 7 years. It is by no means a complete product. It's an evolving thing, but you will get a sense of what it looks like after 7 years of working towards that. Third, and perhaps most important, I will walk you through some real live sustainable finance transactions in different areas to give you a sense of what it actually looks like in reality and how it relates to value creation for a bank and its clients. And last, perhaps more importantly than anything else, I will give you some building blocks of how should a bank go about addressing this emerging opportunity. Thank you very much. So let me first start with why should a bank worry about sustainable finance? There are a variety of different angles for that. I will list a few. You will be able to add a few or subtract a few, depending upon what the environment is. It's a general list. So first and foremost, perhaps, exports. you have clients who are exporting, and we're now very quickly entering a realm where we will have product passports. So if you follow the EU ESG rules for imports, you will know this thing called CBAM, which is basically a evaluation of products coming in, evaluation based with them on their sustainability commitments. So if you have suppliers here who are oblivious to this, I assure you it's either the situation where you're a pigeon and the cat comes into your house and you close your eyes, or they're trying to make as much money as they can while the party lasts, or they've just given up. So for a country like Pakistan, it is very important for the banks to take the lead in advising such clients to prepare themselves for what is happening. Because it's very easy for an MNC to switch their buying from one country to another if they're having too many difficulties. And we see this all the time. And even places like China and so on, you can imagine. The last time I was in India, I met with the Minister of Economy, and he was furious about EU's discussions about not allowing cars that were not made with green steel and adding a massive tax on that. And I should give you a sense, right? And they're worried that they are not going to be able to sell as much overseas because of such rules. So exports. Second, banks have to raise their own capital, particularly overseas. So if you're a bank here and you want to raise tier 2 capital, you better start working on your profile on sustainability, because you're going to have a hard time. It doesn't mean necessarily just a green bond or sustainability bond. Even your regular borrowing, people will still ask the same question. It's a key part of the due diligence now. Third, if you want to be part of a syndicate for the sovereign, when the sovereign raises money, or a large client which is raising overseas capital, you again need to have some qualification. We do this all the time with various different sovereigns, Indonesia, Malaysia, and so on, and the treasuries usually try to bring local banks into the syndicate. And the problem becomes when the bank that is part of the syndicate, local bank, is completely not engaged on these types of issues. It reflects poorly on the borrower, the sovereign, or the company. And then finally, there is regulation. I put that at the lower end of this list because we all know how to check these boxes and we know how to get around them. So, but it is important. It certainly was important in Europe, and it is being picked up by Singapore, Japan, even India, China for sure. So it is coming. Then there is branding, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But the last bit that we don't often talk about is our own staff and our ability to recruit the best and the brightest. Nobody wants to come to work knowing that their organization doesn't care about these issues which we see all around us, whether they're environmental issues or social issues. You don't have to be perfect, but you like to feel that your company where you spend most of your life, working day, is doing the best it can. It's doing something. It's not basically saying, that's not my problem. And we're seeing it globally. It is a big recruitment issue. So as the head of sustainable finance, our HR team is always asking me to be part of the presentation at different campuses, but particularly business schools, because the young, the smartest, the best who have options to go wherever they want to go, they choose to work for companies that are in line with their values. And they want to be able to say, I want to do good while I'm doing well. It should not be a either or kind of situation. Now, let me give you a picture of what it looks like. This is 7 years of work at Deutsche Bank that we've done as a leadership team on where we are on sustainable finance. So I don't know if you can all see all the details here, but suffice to say, we started in about 2020. We now have a sustainable finance framework which we have been implementing and executing on for the 6-7 years now. We do roughly around 90 to 100 billion euros in sustainable finance each year. And you might think that Asia is not a big part of it. I can assure you it's quite significant. So the business I run is at least 12 to 15% of our total. So you can see our target over the last 5 years, we've been pretty close to that tracking, about a little shy of 500 billion. And then we're going to extend that till 2030 to get to the full trillion, around 900 billion. We now have, obviously, we've been, for those of you who don't know, on sustainability, on environmental issues, you have Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 emissions are the most important, which is essentially if I'm a bank and I lend you money, what you do with that money and the emissions, the GHG emissions that you create with whatever economic activity you undertake with my money hits my Scope 3. So it is in my interest to make sure that I lend money to the right people for the right purposes. For that, we have a pathway to bring it to zero, and it goes all the way to 2050, but we have an interim target for 2030. And that is our way of making sure that there is, as you heard from the earlier speech, there is underlying risk in our balance sheet, which is related to climate. And it is our fiduciary responsibility to manage that risk. So the way we look at it is, as long as we stay on our pathway to zero, we are doing right by our shareholders. We have set up a carbon budget in the bank now, where all the 3 divisions, and I report into the board, so I cover the investment bank, corporate bank, and the private bank. All of them get a yearly carbon budget, emissions financed. How much emissions of Scope 3 are they allowed each year to accumulate? They can blow that on 4 transactions, or they can use it for 400 transactions. It's a business decision, but they cannot exceed that. We've set up a forum which adjudicates all the transactions that are putting that pathway in question. I serve on that. It's about 6 people, and if we feel that something will really disrupt our pathway, we can kill that particular transaction or ask the business to not do something else if they really think it's strategically important. The result is that we now are in the top 3, I would say, across the board in ESG ratings for banks. We're on the two key indices, best in class for sustainable finance. We were not there in 2020, I can assure you. We've come a very long way. And most importantly, which is something I want to leave behind with you, sustainability is not a marketing gimmick for us. So we have 4 pillars to our commercial strategy. We literally call it compete to win. So it cannot be more commercial than that. And one of the pillars of that is sustainability. And that is because we recognize that if in years to come, we are not seen as a premier sustainable finance bank, it will become increasingly difficult for us to become a premier anything kind of bank. Think of KYC AML when it started. Imagine now you going to a client and saying, I'm very good at M&A, I'm very good at this, but I'm just kind of average at KYC. Sometimes I get it right, and sometimes maybe I have some issues. It's part of your suite of services where there's no give. Nobody wants to have a bank that has a terrible reputation when the client themselves want to have a better reputation than they have. So that's kind of where we have been for Asia and the emerging markets. We set up an ESG or Sustainable Finance Center of Excellence in partnership with Monetary Authority of Singapore in 2021. And as you can see, the mandate is very simple. Our framework is aligned with the EU ESG taxonomy. So our mandate is help our clients, whether they're Asian or they're MNCs operating in Asia, help them operate at those standards in Asia. In my conversations with the likes of MAS board or FSA Japan, the regulators are always about, hey, every time we try to tell our local banks to up their game on this sustainability stuff, they always complain like, well, this cannot be done in Asia, this is an EU type of thing. But then we see you operating in Asia, and you're complying with almost EU standards. How are you doing it? So it's absolutely the case. Another key aspect of our role is to train our bankers. So when I joined in 2020, I told our executive committee that if in 3-4 years you see me sitting with 100 people department for sustainable finance, understand that no matter how much money I've made for the bank, I have failed. Because the idea is to get all the bankers trained in this and get them up to speed. All right, and let me now actually go to what sustainable finance transactions look like. Centers earlier. AirTrunk is a data center operator. It was originally majority owned by Macquarie Group. And the story is very interesting. I went to see the CFO and CEO in late 2020. And they said, oh, great, Kamran, thank you for coming. We had asked to meet with you because we want our next financing to be sustainable finance. So I said, look, we've done quite a few trades for you. How is it that you suddenly woke up today and you decided you want to do sustainable finance? Is there a scandal I should be aware of that's about to hit the street or what? And they said, no, it's very simple. We think we run very clean data centers, but when we talk to our clients, they always say, this is all good, but why do you charge more? And we said, well, of course we charge more because we run very efficient and clean data centers. And they said, well, all your competitors say the same. So how do I know whether you're cleaner or not, and how much, and what the premium should be? So I said, brilliant, give me 10 days, let me come back. And then we looked at data center business, all the smart people, think tanks who have looked at it to understand what is at the heart of the sustainability of such operations. And then we looked at all of the transactions that had been done globally. At the time already, this is 2021 now, almost $100 billion worth of trades had happened for data centers. Now we're in trillions, right? And would you believe the main thing that comes out is power usage efficiency. Those of you who are engineers, you will know it right away. Nobody talked about power usage efficiency as a specific KPI on which to base their sustainability credentials. So we led the first transaction, which was somewhere around 1.3 billion Australian, where the operational, not the design, but the operational PUE, power usage efficiency of AirTrunk was the key driver. And you know, the deal went brilliantly. They raised the money and they got all kinds of awards and so on. And in 2022, they asked me to come back to talk about the next transaction. And they were very effusive, like, oh, thank you for the first trade. We're getting so much attention. And I said, well, the only thing I care about is, how is your dialogue with the clients now? Did it make a difference? Which was the very reason why you wanted to do this. And they said, yeah, you know, clients still negotiate pricing, obviously, but now we walk into the room with a clear understanding that we are one of the cleanest data center operators, and makes a huge difference. So after that, you can see the three trades we are showing. Every year they wanted to stay ahead of competition. So we went from power usage efficiency, then we added water usage efficiency, then we set separate targets for them for data centers in water scarce locations versus data centers in water abundant locations and so on. And then finally, we went all the way to emission efficiency, which means for every dollar worth of revenue, how much carbon are you putting out into the world? One piece that I want to highlight, which is very important, is when we started this conversation with them, they were also interested in some social KPIs where they wanted to make progress. We identified gender pay gap. And they said, whoa, that's a bridge too far. We can't even admit that we have a gap, let alone set a target for reducing it. Each year, we work with them. I'm very proud to say in the last transaction we did with them, they actually had done all the homework that we have done with them, and they actually instituted that. So they said, this is the gap we have between women and men in same jobs, and this is how we're going to reduce it. So just to give you a sense, this is what creates value. By the way, just to close out on AirTrunk, we then also did the buy side for Blackstone, who bought them for an astronomical amount. And of course, the premium they got was because they were branded over the years as the cleanest data center operator. Now, cleanest data center operator is not just a word. If you operate data centers, the clients you want are the likes of Facebook and Google and so on. Many of those companies have their own data centers, but their business is growing so fast that they have to go to third-party data centers. But when they do go to a third party, they look for the cleanest data center because they themselves have very high commitments on sustainability. Same is true for real estate. Class A real estate all around the world and so on. So it's rolling through different sectors, but I wanted you to get a sense of what is strategic approach for sustainability. Look at a commercial strategy of a company, figure out, can I put sustainability in it and make it better, make it accretive to its valuation? I tell my team, if you can't come up with this, keep your mouth shut. You have no business advising, lecturing a company if you can't add value. The BASF is a very good example. This is a supply chain, a sustainable supply chain for BASF out of China. You can imagine with all of the hoopla about Chinese sweatshops and not following environmental rules and so on, what if China could show that you have met EU standards while sourcing out of China? Big deal for BASF, big deal for China. We've done it for Chinese companies as well, who we take overseas, and they want to be able to compete with their Western competitors from the standing that our ESG standards are equal to your ESG standards, but our price is low and our quality is better. Very hard for people to compete. So in some ways, sustainability is giving a chance for people to get around the general propaganda and narrative and talk about actual facts. The last one is a derivative. I put it there just so you get a sense that sustainability is not just bonds and loans. It is also all the synthetic financial instruments. We do quite a few ESG-linked synthetics. We are now increasingly involved in M&A transactions where sustainability due diligence is a very, very core fiduciary duty of a bank. It's now pretty much a requirement for most IPOs as well. So that, just to give you a sense of what sustainable finance transactions look like. Let me now move to the next phase, which is where do you begin? So if you're starting as a bank, what should be your approach? Let me just give you 5 building blocks to think through. First, let me give you a guide. In Pakistan, when we give somebody directions, we first start by saying, go this way, this way, this way. But by the way, if you get to the railway crossing, please know that you've gone too far, right? So let me, in that same spirit, give you a guideline. If after doing all of these things about preparing yourself to do sustainable finance, you look at everything you have done and you cannot figure out how this will create value for you as a bank or for your clients, then please know that you have gone too far and you have established a public relations business, not a banking business. So just keep that in mind as a guide. So first, focus on few sectors. It could be agribusiness, it could be rooftop solar, areas where you have a growing market, you have a pretty good understanding, you have experience, and you know that they are also considered sustainable areas of investment. Identify targets ahead of time so you kind of understand what is the critical mass of business you can do if you were to do it. Second, establish a framework which gives you the basis to classify a transaction as sustainable finance or not. And it must be based on metrics that are internationally recognizable, right? That meet the various global standards that are out there. And it must be accompanied by a reporting framework. both internal reporting and external reporting. So when I say internal, I mean including to your board and externally to the public. You have room to figure out what data you make public, but you need to have at least internally a framework for how you will report it out. Third, start with a small team. You don't need a massive team. I still don't have a massive team. I've resisted that. So start with a small team, but make sure that the team has expertise in sustainability and banking. So this idea of bankers turn sustainability experts doesn't usually work. You need to train all your bankers and get them educated on how to have such dialogues and understand opportunities associated with them. But you do need expertise, which banks, frankly, don't have naturally. So you need to invest a little bit in a small team where you have some experts who actually know what they're doing and they can talk to bankers and make sense. What you don't want are people who are climate scientists or very, very technical, who don't know the banking business, and so they can't really influence anyone. I would say don't focus on capital allocation upfront. We went through that even at Deutsche Bank early on in our stage. So they say, well, what % of our lending will be sustainable finance? And nobody had any idea how much they could park against sustainable finance for the next year or the year after. So think strategically about what you want to do, which sectors, which target clients, and build a book one deal at a time instead of making blanket allocations across the board. And if you get all of this in place, go back to the guide I had stated earlier. Look back and say, okay, if we do all of these things, how will we create value for this bank? Will we create value for our clients? And your work should give you very clear guidance that yes, I can. If you do not see that, that means you have missed a step and you need to rethink. Doing sustainable finance for the sake of doing sustainable finance is really not very useful. Let me just show one last slide. This is the Pakistan Banks Association. So we had a lot of discussion about what the regulators can do for us as banks. Let me give you a sample of what the banks can do for a regulator. So this is a summary of some of the things we have done for MAS or with MAS. Starting with their ESG taxonomy, we were the ones who led on transition finance aspects of the taxonomy, which is what now the Singapore taxonomy is known for worldwide. We thought they are the best positioned to talk about transition finance, which is about transitioning companies in hard-to-abate sectors, in dirty industries, and incrementally moving them towards better practices. We led a 2-year process, an industry working group on blended finance to figure out what is a smart way to do blended finance, which is in line with how practical Singapore is and the way they operate. This business now sits in Temasek Trust, and it's being implemented. And then last but not least, we sponsored several years ago Responsible Asia, which is an annual conference that we sponsor, which is about focusing on the Asian perspective or developing economy perspective on the global sustainability movement. And we do it always before the UNFCCC COP meetings so that Asians can talk about what they are experiencing, what the ground realities are, so that when they go to the global fora, there's some consensus, there's some understanding of how to present the points of view. We had this discussion earlier about Pakistan's narrative. What is the Pakistan narrative for the Gulf countries versus China versus whatever? Emerging economies, developing countries also need a narrative to talk to EU and say why some of the EU standards need to take into account ground realities in emerging markets. So let me stop here. Thank you very much. Once again, Pakistan Bank Association, my gratitude for the invitation. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you so much, Kamran Sahab. Yes, my only request to all our speakers and panelists would be to be a little mindful of the time. We are severely behind schedule, but we are going to power through and try and follow our scheduled one more session before we break for lunch. We have a panel discussion that is going to follow on the same theme. But ladies and gentlemen, a number of you have been inquiring about how can you get access to the presentations that our speakers have very beautifully prepared and presented before you. I must draw your attention to the QR code that is placed on your tables. This actually, if you scan it, you will be taken to our Pakistan Banks Association's app. It details all the relevant information. It includes bios and contact information to our speakers, and of course this will be your app with the most updated information. We also have the sessions that have been a part of the summit, recorded and placed and archived on this app. So in case you'd like to go back, double check on any of the numbers, go back to an aha moment during the presentations, please feel free. So would strongly encourage you all to scan the QR code and download the Pakistan Banks Association's app. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, we are going to build up on this theme with an interactive conversation. This will be a panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Azid Gill, who is the Executive Committee member at the Pakistan Banks Association and also the President and CEO of Allied Bank Limited. We are all set. So ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, please welcome our moderator as he will be taking up the stage. May I also request our honorable speakers to please join us up on stage again. Mr. Bohok Khu, the chairman of Infrazam Pakistan and Development Guarantee Group. May I also request Mr. Kamran Khan, the managing director, head of sustainable finance at the Deutsche Bank. And also, if I may request, a senior global climate executive, Mr. Bilal Anwar, to join this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is themed as towards climate responsive and sustainable banking sector. Isa, over to you. And may I once again request you all, this recommended time allotted for this conversation is 20 minutes. We would be very grateful if we can finish within that time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Siddha. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this important panel discussion. It's my absolute pleasure, and I would try and abide by the 20 minutes rule that has been set by Sidra here. We all know that Pakistan is consistently ranked among the countries most vulnerable to climate change. For our banking sector, shifting away from business as usual is no longer a matter of corporate social responsibility. It is an existential imperative for our financial stability and our economy. So today, we are moving beyond policy debates and will focus more on institutional practice and bankable solutions. And to help us unpack the future of sustainable finance, I'm joined by three leading experts, two of whom you have listened to in detail. I'll very quickly introduce our third panelist, Mr. Bilal Anwar, who is an international climate policy expert, and he has about 25 years of diverse experience in climate change and sustainable development. Mr. Bilal is the former CEO of Pakistan's National Disaster Risk Management Fund, and he can provide critical insights into climate policy. So moving right along, my first question is for Mr. Kamran. Kamran, many global banks have simply stopped funding carbon-heavy industries. So my question to you is, given Pakistan's economic reliance on sectors like agriculture and manufacturing, how can the local banks finance transition tech? And by that I mean helping dirty industries gradually go green and without facing international penalties or greenwashing accusations.
Great, thank you. Good question. Look, there are three ways to look at this issue. One, as I alluded to, export-driven. Like if you look at emerging economies, especially, let's take this situation in the Gulf right now, right, with Iran. In the short term, everybody's thinking about how do I secure energy resources for the short, medium term. But the smart money and the smart countries are also trying to figure out long-term, how do I avoid dependency on fossil fuel from the Gulf? I can tell you, obviously, China is more than doubling down on renewable energy. India is doubling down, even Mexico, because they have a pinched nerve with respect to cars, right? Automotive industry. So part of that is one driver. Second is, as I mentioned, we started with sustainable finance, which, if you will, think of it as do more good. Okay, so not about do no harm, but it's do more good. The transition finance, which is very relevant for this part of the world and all developing countries, is about how do you incentivize incremental improvements for a company that is in a dirty industry and difficult situation. So that's a second thing. Third is, again, as the panels earlier talked about, what is intrinsically specific, strategic for Pakistan? So if you say that agribusiness is the heart of the industry here, then you focus on that and you figure out how to do this in an efficient way so that we are adopting and incentivizing the use of regenerative farming practices and things of that nature. Now, that may be good enough for just the Pakistani market. It will certainly be good enough for the export market, where people are looking for agriculture produce produced without too much chemical use and so on and so forth. So there are a variety of different ways in which you can think about it, and this is why I said pick your spots and pick the spot that is lined up with where Pakistan is today and where you want it to go going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamran. Bilal sir, my question to you is that Pakistan, we all know, is among the most climate vulnerable countries, and yet we contribute very little to the emissions. So how should Pakistani banks think about climate finance versus the mitigation focus that we see, which is very dominant in the West? Your views on that, please.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And I think the answer to this question is very much framed. Some of the earlier discussions early in the morning and even in this session as well. It's absolutely correct that Pakistan have a very little contribution in the making of this massive challenge, global challenge of climate change. But at the same time, Pakistan is at the forefront of facing the brunt of it and the impacts of it. Now, the banks have a very important role to play in it. You know, the banks control the capital in a country, and Pakistan, of course, you know, they have quite a massive and instrumental control as well. And the capital, of course, can be utilized by building the incentives, by changing the behaviors, and not only the changing the behaviors of individuals, but changing the behavior of investors and the investment behaviors as well. Now, I think there's a little bit of a kind of a contextual thing which we need to understand, and Kamran Saab actually built a very good case as well. In case of Pakistan, when we're talking about the climate investments, it's very different from a developed economy perspective. In the developed economy, the entire question and the challenge is how to decarbonize the economy. Whereas in a country like Pakistan, of course, there is a potential and there's a room for decarbonizing because of the industry which is operating on an outdated technology. But at the same time, I think that the challenge is a lot more complex. And especially when it comes to the adaptation finance, which need to be built in and integrated, it becomes even more complex. So what I am actually saying is, yes, decarbonization need to be integrated to the extent possible, but that needed to be done while actually securing the economic growth, industrialization, urbanization, and several other things. Well, Pakistan certainly have some sectors where there is a need for investments. And the banking sector basically have to look and have to focus and prioritize those investments. I'm talking about the agri sector, urbanization, water, mobility, and number of other areas as well. But then the investment need to be built, need to be designed in a climate sensitive manner. Not only by just ticking the few boxes, but in a truly and meaningfully climate sensitive manner. And that actually required quite a lot of work. A significant amount of work is already has been actually completed. There's a green taxonomy, which is right now there, and it is quite a remarkable document which can be actually incorporated. There are other initiatives which actually on a technological front which can actually support the banking sector in terms of understanding and evaluating the climate risks. And that's all what the banking sector need to do, is to understand and to integrate the climate risk. And that climate risk need to be converted into the resilience. And that is only possible through the investment into those areas which are critical for the economic growth and the social growth of Pakistan. So the banking sector have a huge role to play. They need to integrate the risk. They need to price the risk as well. And then they need to discount any resilience efforts and initiatives which the industry or any other entity have actually undertaken. So I think this is how it can be done, and a number of areas, a lot of work is still needed to be done, but banking sector is becoming a lot more cognizant of that, and I hope the capital is started to flow towards these directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilal. Bohawk, how can the credit enhancement mechanisms specifically unlock private capital for climate resilient and green infrastructure in a market like Pakistan?
Thank you. Just to set the stage, the credit enhancement mechanism actually is a catalyst for change.
Yeah.
It does not finance everything. It does not replace funding to the right sectors.
True.
But when people are unfamiliar or they view things as risky, the credit enhancement provider, the guarantor, find a way. So I've heard a lot of times, oh, this is unbankable, this is too risky. And the conversation ends. It is our job to find a way. And then from then on, we find solutions for the sector. So I urge everyone to look at what the guarantors are doing and then hope to replicate. The CEOs of the banks here should be asking, if InfraZamin can take this exposure, why can't we?
Yeah.
Right? So that's the role guarantors have.
Okay.
And the guardrails we put on should be replicated across the sector. So when you have something unbankable, a few who sign up to the guardrails will set the standard, and everybody else who are not willing to follow the standards don't get the funds. So over time, if you want a nice neighborhood, you know, a few freshly painted houses, we'll then see everybody painting their houses, and then you have the whole neighborhood becoming better. So it starts with a few people who signed up to the standards, and then making everybody follow.
Thank you. I'll come back to Kamran again. Kamran, in your opinion, what concrete steps must Pakistani banks take so that they get access to international funding and commercial financing for sustainable projects?
Great. Look, everything has a build-out period. So as private sector leaders, we have a responsibility to think about where we need to be X years from now, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now. This is part of that same business exercise. If I am a Pakistani bank, where do I need to be 5 years from now? What would be expected of me from regulators? What would be expected of me from my clients? What would I need in terms of my own capital raising needs? If you start with that and you, like I was saying, figure out why you want to do this. So it's why do I want to do it? What constitutes sustainability in my business model? And then the last bit is, how do I do it? i.e., how do I prove to the world that I've done it? That's reporting and all of that, right? So I think for Pakistani banks, they have to start small to think about which are my clients who actually have this need. Which sector are they in? Can I start to build something here just to address them? And then go from there. You can then add more, replicate the model to other sectors and so on. The second thing that, you know, we talked a little bit about credit guarantees, but there's also a whole issue of blended finance, which Pakistan needs plenty of because the ability to borrow commercial capital is limited. So you have to find ways to attract this philanthropic, foundational, or G7 grant type of capital into Pakistan. And for that, you need to have a business model in place for how to utilize. So just to give you an example, just last week, I was in Tajikistan for the board meeting of the UN Green Climate Fund, which is the largest climate fund in the world, mostly funded by G7. And I know Hugban has a whole company funded through a GCF allocation as well. We launched a private equity fund for Vietnam and Laos for regenerative agriculture, for which we have managed to get 50 million from GCF to come to this fund for these countries, which will then allow them the branding and positioning to raise the additional 150 million to then have a $200 million fund for small micro enterprises in the agribusiness sector who are then incentivized to work with farmers who are adopting the right practices. So you have to think very strategically, one idea, one intervention at a time. I think it'd be easy for me to just give some blanket policy advice, which means nothing. So I think it has to start small, and it has, again, I emphasize it, it has to make sense for the bank, and it has to make sense for the bank's clients.
Thank you. Bohawk, my next question to you is, how can Pakistan develop a robust, local, sustainable bond market? And what role can international guarantee providers play in upgrading the credit ratings of the local sustainable bond issuers and to attract international ESG funds?
Yeah, the bond market requires an ecosystem, right? From the rating agencies to regulators. But at the core of it is the development of an investor base. Borrowers are there, but you need investors who would be very, very hungry for these longer dated bonds. And bonds beat banks when it's 10 to 15 years. In Malaysia's case, we can do a 27-year corporate bond. 27 years. So the development of that is a holistic approach at all the stakeholders driving towards that outcome, right? And it boils down to whether you want tax benefits, you want to encourage the deregulation of certain investors. That's all geared towards developing that, right? And the guarantor's role, I think, at the Development Guarantee Group, we manage the Green Guarantee Company. And we like to deploy our guarantee to good projects in lowly rated countries. So it is very unfortunate in a lot of world, a lot of countries in the world, that countries are not highly rated. And there's a podcast on the Development Guarantee Group where I interviewed Lisa Sachs. And Lisa Sachs is Jeffrey Sachs' daughter. And they had written a paper on credit ratings, sovereign credit ratings, that restrict development of developing countries. You can listen to that. So in the meantime, we can't change the ratings. We can put on a guarantee to lift that.
Thank you. My final question to the panel members, and maybe we can start with Bilal first. Now, looking at the next 3 to 5 years, what one realistic, concrete change would signal that Pakistan's banking sector has genuinely turned climate responsive?
Yeah, well, I mean, being a ruthlessly, brutally climate change person, I mean, what I would like to see in the next 3 to 5 years or whatever time period is, the banking sector actually becoming a lot more knowledgeable about assessing the risk, the climate risks, and then integrated those climate risks into their transactions, into their banking transactions. I mean, what happens today right now is anyone actually who walks into the bank and asking for a credit and a loan for any kind of investment, they are being treated very equally and uniformly, and without actually going into too much of a detail that where the investment is going to land and what kind of risk exposures the investment is going to be facing. I mean, the one primary reason behind was that there was no capacity or the capabilities available in the country. But I think this gap has been actually addressed to some extent. When I was the CEO of the National Disaster Risk Management Fund, we have actually established this, the so-called NatCat, Natural Catastrophic Model. And that model actually can evaluate the risks, and that service is available to the banks. So I think it comes to the bottom line of, the climate risk, like any other risk, should have a price. And any resilience efforts should also bearing some kind of a discount for the investors. And that need to be integrated into the banking sectors. And I think this is, when it happens, or it started to be happening, I think then we can actually rest assured that the banks have actually become climate risk sensitive in their operations.
Thank you, Bilal. Kamran, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, look, keeping with the theme of the morning sessions, it may sound not intuitive, but some of the unfinished business in Pakistan is actually an opportunity, particularly on social and environmental issues. There is capital out there looking for impactful opportunities where the allocators can say, I did this and it produced this impact. So we in Pakistan have to start thinking about, we talked about women in the workforce. 50% of the population of Pakistan is women. Only 25% of them work. Of the 50% that are men, only 80% of them work. If you do the math, you come quickly to a conclusion that less than 55% of people in Pakistan are actually employed in economic activity. How are you going to compete with countries that are operating at 80%, right? So you can create that narrative. Anybody who is looking for impact on empowerment of women, for example, can see it. You can see that in the environment as well. So then the question becomes, how would we know, which was your, I think it'll be about benchmark. So the capital is there, we need to give credible entities or platforms where people can see that it can be executed properly in Pakistan. If you do that, the first benchmark would be, I would say, the Treasury. The Pakistan Treasury, what is the delta between a normal bond and a green bond of Pakistan, right? So what is that so-called premium? Once you set that benchmark, it then allows corporates to kind of piggyback on a similar kind of structure. So in 3 to 5 years, if we can come up with some credible vehicles which can attract capital and then demonstrate that investments can create impact, I think it will have a very, very powerful impact on Pakistan Treasury's ability to raise money, and then for a lot of the corporates, including banks, to go out and raise money. But it requires homework, it requires commitment. One thing I forgot to say in my speech is that our senior management, our management board, their remuneration is not insignificantly directly tied to how we do in sustainability. So it doesn't come from nothing. I mean, they lose money if we start to change our strategy, and it's a very public statement. So I think the commitment has to be pretty firm, and it needs to be related to growth. I'm sorry to say that. Everything has to be about growth. It cannot be, I think we talked about earlier, we can't go back to looking at things that make sense in the vulture culture. We have to think about the Shaheen culture.
Okay, thank you. Bohawk, any final words on this?
I'd rather not focus on 3 to 5 years, but tomorrow. And if I can leave 2 tools for the decision-making parties here, whether they are bank CEO, management, or credit committee, or board members. One I learned from my boss, Kiyoshi Nishimura. He said, Bohawk, how can you expect a different outcome tomorrow if you're going to do what you do today? If you're doing everything the same today and expect a different outcome, that is not going to happen. So hopefully when you go back to your offices, the change in perspective to do things differently will now allow you to achieve a different outcome. The second one was when we, in Manila, I supported a microfinance non-profit bond. A team member came to me, Bohawk, can a non-profit microfinance institution serving 3 million women entrepreneurs in the Philippines issue bonds, right? We were chasing far larger deals and all that, but instead of saying no, if I had done so, it would have been on the basis that I didn't know anything about microfinance. So try not to say no when you don't know. Instead, I offer you why not. So why not is not a yes, but it's an invitation to understand and learn and get to the weeds of the issue or the problem. If you do these 2 things tomorrow, I think 3 to 5 years we'll have a different outcome.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we have run out of time. Do we have a minute for a question from the audience, or should we wrap it up?
Unfortunately, we don't.
We have run out
Is
of
it
time.
sorry.
So my apologies to the audience, and thank you very much, Bilal. Thank you very much, Kamran, and thank you, Bohawk. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I request you to please come together for a group picture. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to segue into our next session, which is going to be our last session before lunch. This one is titled as Unlocking Synergies Between Banks and the Capital Markets, a very, very relevant theme and something that we have been keenly looking forward to, because it's that missing piece of the puzzle that's going to make a lot of things clearer. Bahut shukriya to this wonderful panel. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. for session number 7, Unlocking Synergies Between Banks and the Capital Markets. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is the CEO of the Arif Habib Consultancy. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is the CEO of the Arif Habib Consultancy, the power of bank and the capital market partnerships. Please welcome Mr. Naseem Beg as he will be speaking on this subject.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and my apologies for being here going into lunchtime. I'd like to thank PBA for having me over. So in terms of the power that banks have and how they can have partnerships with the capital markets, as I see it, the banks have a wonderful franchise. They have collectively, I don't know, over 18, maybe 20,000 branches in the country. So what I would personally like to see is a far more active investment banking and wealth management activity at all the commercial banks. But first, a caveat so that people don't think I'm trying to get banks into risky territory. I'm by no means suggesting them getting into derivatives. That's not the idea of investment banking in my book, at least. The reason I say that banks ought to be significantly more active in the capital markets, and it should be through their investment banking and wealth management teams, both in terms of bringing issuers to the marketplace. I am at one of the leading investment banking outfits that Arif Habib has, and we are probably the largest sort of in terms of market share, or I'm sure we are. But more importantly, if we try and find issuers, say in Gujranwala, in Sialkot, in Faisalabad, in Gujarat, and many other places, whether it's in the arounds of Peshawar or other parts of the country, in some of the parts of other than outside Karachi, in Sindh and then in Balochistan, we just do not have the capacity, the outreach to go out and reach potential issuers that could be brought to the market both for debt and equity raising. Banks have that wonderful outreach, and one would certainly want to see that used a lot more. The other side, of course, is while many banks now have asset management companies, but and their raison d'etre is to connect investors with the capital markets, but a greater emphasis is needed again from those branch networks of the banks to bring in investors into the capital markets. And when I say bring in, it's not merely in terms of some of the structures we have in place where bankers at retail level get certain commissions, etc., or incentives for bringing in money into mutual funds. It's got to go beyond that. Banks have to look at the totality of it. They do. Yes, the getting in of deposits, the lending out at good spreads, is the primary way banks make money. But then there's obviously the risk side of it, as well as the volatility. So if I can put it across this way, when we've had bouts of high inflation and high interest rates, which means the lending book automatically starts shrinking as well as starts going under risk, that's the time the asset management companies have seen their funds under management grow significantly, more so in the money market funds. So clearly, and that at the end of the day means fee income for the banks, if they can facilitate that. So the fee side, other than the net interest margins, is an area that can be exploited far more than it currently is. And that would apply equally to the fee earnings on bringing issuers to the marketplace. One of the things, again, that I feel the banks can be far more proactive in is the underwriting role, both of debt and equities. On the debt side, as we know historically, the corporate debt, banks have only encouraged their customers to go to the corporate debt market when they feel they are either overexposed to that customer, or the sort of the limits, etc., in terms of ratios, etc., set by the central bank are reaching a level where they need to get them to look elsewhere. I would urge the banks to look at it again differently. If you can get some of your customers, not necessarily lend directly to them, but get them into the marketplace to raise debt securities, the fee income side of your businesses will certainly start compensating for that, while you will continue to have the ability on your loan book to then look at other than prime customers, which tends to be the general narrative currently, that banks focus primarily on prime customers. One of these structural issues, and I'm not sure how most banks treat this, but to the best of my knowledge, the corporate debt book is treated as a part of the Treasury's investment book rather than a lending book. It is primarily a part of the lending activity, and if the banks were to classify that portion from the investment book to the lending side, your ADRs will certainly start looking better once you grow that side. And to my mind, that would be the right setting for banks to be looking at. The critical thing, again, for growing the corporate debt securities market is for the money market, the market-making role of banks. We have a peculiar sort of structure where to be nominated a formal market maker for debt securities, the regulators tend to bring in certain conditions and almost force the market maker to make a price, even if the market maker is at that stage not particularly keen to make a market on that particular security, or finds the conditions too volatile to venture into that area. This needs to be a voluntary exercise by banks, not as formally designated market makers, but more a voluntary exercise. Now, for this to take off, one of the areas and where we continue to struggle on the capital market side vis-a-vis the bank's investment in the securities side, whether it's government debt securities or private corporate debt securities, is that banks tend to prefer dealing with each other with a known counterparty where they have certain limits for each other and they're comfortable that there'll be no failed settlements, et cetera, et cetera. Now, historically, what was the Karachi Stock Exchange, we had seen problems, settlement problems, and I think the banks had a valid reason for staying away from what is the anonymous counterparty. But over time, with all the other structural changes that have come in, including the national clearing structure, that is now history. And there's no earthly reason for banks not to be able to trade comfortably with the anonymous counterparty. The reason I say this is unless everyone's trading on the same platform, you can't have a segmented market, some people trading in one place, others in another. I mean, we've seen the history of Karachi and Islamabad stock exchanges. At the end of the day, the main trading took place in Karachi, and then those used to kind of try and shadow that. That is not the ideal way for price discovery. So this is where the banks need to get together, rethink this entire structure, and see to it as to how banks and other participants of the capital markets can be on the same trading platform. I'm not saying necessarily they're run by the Pakistan Stock Exchange. You might find that good enough. But if it isn't, then there needs to be an effort to work together towards that. The other area I would like to sort of highlight is, and our group is currently working on, as you know, on real estate investment trusts, REITs of sorts, and banks are participating in that. But we hope to bring infrastructure REITs to the marketplace. We've got something in the pipeline, and that can transform the entire sort of structure of infrastructure financing, not only from the point of view of the government, which is constantly under pressure, budgetary pressures, to allocate enough funds for infrastructure investment. But it would also open out wonderful opportunities for the capital markets, including for the banks. So that's something that we hope to be bringing to the market in not too distant a future, and would certainly like to see the banks participate. These are structured essentially where there is what is termed as the public-private partnership, the typical BOT concessions, 20, 25, 30 years, and there is the only exposure for the government then is primarily the viability gap rather than the entire funding thereof. And obviously, if the government can steer away from those pressures, it will also open out space for the banks to look at other than taking exposure to the government and be able to build their ADRs serving the private sector in a better fashion. So to my mind, these are the areas in the capital markets where the banks have a strength, and hopefully we will see this sort of go to a stage where the banks decide to increase their investment banking activity and the wealth management activity, which is much needed for our capital market to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Naseem Saab. For our next speaker of this theme, his chosen topic is positioning Pakistan for global investment and regional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Investment Director at the British International Investment. Oh, of course, of course. I'm so sorry. We have with us, the topic, of course, is positioning Pakistan for global investment and regional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Investment Director at the British International Investment, Ms. Jamal Mohammed. Thank you very much, Ms. Kumai. What a pleasure to have you here. Many congratulations.
Assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon to friends in the room. And for those that don't know me, I guess you're soon to become friends, so I am very much anticipating meeting you through the conference. My name is Jumai Mohammed. I work for British International Investment. That's the UK development finance institution. We've grown quite extensively in terms of our presence in Pakistan and our support for banks. So it's very apt to be talking about what fits very much into our next phase of growth, right? So as we've launched just this year, our 5-year strategy, a key aspect of that is market level interventions and mobilization. So how do we turn $1 of our capital into 7 more? And a topic that is really passionate to me, particularly, is how we unlock synergies with debt capital markets and banks. And I will get into more of that discussion. I think maybe just to start off, I like to start with the concluding thoughts before we get into much of the discussion. What I'm hoping is that the banks here will be the key driver in the next 3 to 5 years of the debt capital market. Pakistan needs banks to really help build markets and deepen long-term financing to the productive sectors. So the ask here is to please play a role in that development and bring innovative structures to market. Maybe just some context. We, of course, are very familiar with the equities market in Pakistan and how well it's done. I think I saw stats from PBA just recently, 325% in terms of growth in the last 2 years is incredible. I think some of that energy definitely needs to go into to GDP. When you compare to peers in the region, you have markets like China, Korea, where they've really leveraged this market to north of 20% of GDP. And then you have markets that are also really deploying this tool, deploying this sort of platform to grow their balance sheets. And I think that's what you'll see in India, Singapore, and Indonesia. Banks are already playing the major role, 77% of the financial sector, driving that growth that we talked about in the equity market, and already sitting at the center of trust, right? Liquidity, custody, customer intervention, really, and intermediation is already happening in Pakistan. It's just really just how we channel this into longer-term productive assets. So beyond intermediating deposits, how can banks transform the investor capacity into macro resilience and also into these sort of instruments that finance the real economy? And that's what the bond markets can do. So maybe if we spend some time talking about the key roles within the debt capital markets and how, each party coming together can form a massive sum of parts in moving the country forward as far as capital markets go. So policymakers, the regulators are essential because they provide that certainty that the market needs. They give the investors the confidence to come in, the protection that they need to put their money to work. They standardize rules around disclosures, tax systems, and prudential treatments to ensure that, of course, banks are on the right track at every point in time. And then you have your exchanges, depositories that essentially provide that listing, trading capability. And then you move on to the banks. I think as the previous speaker mentioned, there's a significant amount of roles that banks can play in intermediating on the debt capital market, from structuring to originating to providing the benchmarks and liquidity even to invest in some of this. So very importantly, you then move into, once you have this structures available, you have a pipeline that has been developed by banks, what are the investor base there to support this? I think that's exactly where investors like ourselves, BI, come in. We're looking for these creative opportunities, this sort of market-moving opportunities that will drive not only our financing to work in Pakistan, but will help us attract other types of investors into markets. And I really wanted to emphasize this point by giving the illustration of Tanzania. Just 5 years ago, Tanzania was almost uninvestable. In 2022, the government came up with essentially the tax regulations that allowed for withholding tax exemption as far as corporate bonds go. The exchange also published the capital markets plan and sustainable guidelines. And since then, the market is transformed massively. It's been a massive catalyst for the market. Today, we've supported ourselves 2 bond issuances in Tanzania. A Tanzanian bank has issued the first gender bond in all of Africa. And I think maybe to take one specific bank's case where we know there are a lot of barriers to financing, there are a lot of barriers to creating the structures, but how do you address that when the regulators, the policymakers have played their part? You know, you have a bank like NMB, which in Pakistan will probably be a mid-tier bank. They came into market with a sustainability bond. And I really do like to talk about this one because it's one of the most impressive success cases that has come of Africa. What they did was they really wanted to attract new investors. There was a non-existing pension funds market in Pakistan, in Tanzania, where all the pension funds had been collapsed into 1 or 2 by the previous government. So then who is investing in these bonds? And they approached DFIs like ourselves to say, look, we want to attract international investors. How do we do it? Long story short, this bond is the first time the capital market in Tanzania saw a huge scale of international investors because we anchored that bond alongside IFC. And we brought in a lot of commercial partners that came into it with us because they really saw the value case. But I don't think this is the most impressive part of that bond. It's what they did with the retail investors. So retail made up about 70% of this sustainability bond. And how did they achieve this? Of course, they have a massive branch network. They have their franchise that they've built. But what they did, they solved 2 key problems in Tanzania at the time, which was that investors, or at least retailers, just didn't have enough opportunities to make their money work beyond just packing it in deposits in banks. So this bond provided that opportunity to do that. And then the second issue came up wherein if you're an individual, very small household, every money you make matters. In this case, every shilling you make matters to you, and you need to be able to, make that money work for emergencies or any such issues. So this bank registered themselves as a deal maker for their own bond. They became a market maker, said to the individuals, sell to us, we will find a buyer for your bond if you do need to exit. They also did a second thing which I found really impressive, which was to approach the regulator to allow the bond to be registered as collateral. So then retailers could raise money against that bond. And I think this is really some of the transformative power you can have once you pick up a problem in a market like this and look through what are the solutions around it, who are the partners that are ready to support us through that journey. I'm probably not going to need to reiterate at all to anyone in this room the role that banks play in debt capital markets deepening. But banks truly do have the power to accelerate the markets. I thought one might be a good way to illustrate this is the South African example. I mean, South Africa now, they've built a massive debt in the debt capital market. What we've seen is a real ecosystem to finance this, from investors to issuers to different solutions. Just at the start of this year, in January, the South African Prudential Authority introduced a new type of capital, wherein the holding companies of banks have to hold an instrument called a FLAC. Some of you, of course, will be familiar with this, but it's essentially a first loss after capital instrument, which holds the holding companies of banks accountable to the performance of their own banks, such that it's a bailinable capital, essentially, that will come in before taxpayers have to bail out any bank. And this particularly was important for systemic banks. The reason I thought it's worth really using this as an example, because it's fairly recent. In 6 months, 5 South African domestic significantly important banks have mobilized $1.2 billion in capital in this instrument that is absolutely new. Nobody knew about this, at least in South Africa, December last year. And that mobilized capital, $1 billion plus, does not actually speak to the demand. So again, I've illustrated here the demand that is there. So you take Standard Bank, for example. They ended up issuing a FLAC of 2 billion rands, but really the demand was 5-fold for that. So there is capital in market. It's not a lack of capital. It really is a lack of instrument and credible partners. It's partners stepping forward to say, look, we can issue these instruments with the right sort of intentionality to support, in this case, the stability or the resilience of banks, of big banks for the long term, or to fund real economy projects, right? In a second, I'm going to also talk about sustainability type issuances. I wanted to touch very quickly on international capital markets. I think up until now, we've talked about opportunities in Pakistan. There is a massive shortage of strong, sort of credible issuances from frontier markets, or what the international asset managers call the frontier markets. They're hungry for opportunities to come to markets to support. And I think in Pakistan, we saw this. The proof really was in the sovereign issuance, right? The intention of $500 million, which was eventually upsized to $750 million. And I believe that was not really capturing the full opportunity that was there, because there was a massive demand beyond the 750 that was raised. I think this is where DFIs also come in. I'd mentioned us anchoring the Tanzanian bond, but we've supported a lot of institutions into the international capital market space in 2 ways. One is, Eurobond issuances. We've supported a few names in just tapping the market where the capital that they need is just not available in one single African market, for example. And then in the other way, in which I think is also an interesting opportunity for Pakistan, is where you start off with a local issuance, but because maybe you've attracted international investors, you could do a non-trading listing, for example, on the London Stock Exchange. And we've seen a number of these actually come to market. I wanted to show a couple of examples. The Africa Finance Corporation, AFC, they operate as a DFI in my own country, Nigeria. AFC recently this year raised $500 million, but in a few years, I mean, they've really leveraged the international market to raise the funding they need. I think they're almost about $6 billion in total of what they've raised over the years through the market. I also wanted to bring us back to the NMB example in Tanzania that I gave. The bond performed so well, both with international investors and locally, that it then went on to be dual listed on the London Stock Exchange. And it was the first time you were seeing an East African bank name in a small market, a small bank itself achieve such a fit. So I do think there is an opportunity for banks to really, again, leverage this market, turn the fact that, you know, the government of Pakistan has issued a sovereign and sort of reopen that market for Pakistan names to also look through what they could do, both locally or internationally, for their own sort of funding needs and long-term funding for that matter. I think the last session was very much focused on this, so I would really try not to speak too much about it, but I think it'll be a big miss if I don't touch on the green social sustainability bonds. They've grown in significance quite heavily, and we're supporting a number of this. There's a lot of issuances happening around just use of proceeds, right? Taking a country's reality, in the case of Pakistan, you know, the climate stressors, the climate financing need, and turning that into a long-term opportunity to attract capital to support that, to help to move the dial on the topic. Just last year alone, the global sort of demand for sustainability bond, and these are actual investments, was over $1 trillion. And banks were the biggest sort of part of this outside of sovereigns. Of course, the market precedent of Malaysia is there, where they've taken sovereign sustainability sukuk, which was significantly oversubscribed, into the private sector also issuing similar types of bonds. And I think the guardrails have all been provided in Pakistan as well, with the green banking principles from the state bank, but also the green bond rules that was published by the SEC. With this in place, it's really now about finding what is the need in the market, what is the potential use case. Is it to finance energy, or to finance water shortages, housing needs, social projects, and turning it into a credible, transparent sort of structure through the capital markets, whether it's sukuks or the green and social type bond issuances, and not leaving it at that first issuance. I think it's important that we also continue to build on the firsts and the successes, and building into more such issuances in the future. My concluding slide, and I'm very happy because I hopefully can give back 5 minutes. In terms of the outlook, right, what could success look like in Pakistan in the next 3 to 5 years, right, once we've built out this market that will work for us through several crises? I think one is building a pipeline, not only of individual transactions, but programs, right, to continue to come back to market to issue, but also ensuring that this is cross-cutting, you know, repeat issuers, banks, you know, public sector, private sector, infrastructure issuers, telecoms, textile potential issuers. And the second thing I'm really hoping to see is, standards created, rated issuances, listed issuances, very credible, transparent reporting around issuances. Building out a curve, right? Liquidity, pricing curve so that whoever wants to go into issue, say a microfinance wants to issue a 3-year bond, now they have a pricing benchmark that has been established by one of the banks. Or, there's an infrastructure project that needs financing for 18, 20 years, and there is a curve in the market locally and internationally to do so. And maybe just again back where we started with less than 1% in terms of contribution of bonds to GDP, hopefully the event would be moving that to a realistic target of somewhere around 1 to 2% of GDP bond stock in 3 to 5 years. But I will stop here and look forward to the panel session to follow to discuss this further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jumai. It was a pleasure listening to you, and I'm sure you're saving a lot of these nuggets and the insights for our panel discussion as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a full house. Again, market access and making it repeatable, something that you can build upon, is one of the key takeaways from both Naseem Saab as well as Jumai. We're just going to set up the panel for our guests to come in. This is once again a reminder for all of you. These are fantastic presentations, some great information and insight is being shared by all our speakers. So if you'd like access to that archive, it is available on the PBA app, and you can download the app by scanning the QR code that is available on your tables. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by inviting my panelists up here. Once again, please welcome our speakers, Mr. Naseem Beg and Ms. Jumai Mohammed, up on stage again. May I also request Mr. Farooq Sabzwari, the CEO of Pakistan Stock Exchange, and Mr. Javed Qureshi, the CEO of Pakistan Business Council, up on stage. And of course, our moderator for this session is Mr. Sadur Rahman from the Park Kuwait Investment Company. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and our wonderful speakers being here. Once again, the challenge before our panel is to complete off these deliberations within 20 minutes. Over to you, Saab, for this.
Thank you. So, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Oops. So sorry, just a bit of musical chairs and then we're on our way. So thank you for your attention, and obviously we're standing in the way of lunch, etc. So, but having said that, I just want to make this announcement. They've said that unless we get 3 questions from the audience, there is no lunch. So please prep yourselves, and then we take it from there. So I'm extremely pleased to be moderating this session here this afternoon. This essentially revolves around the relationship between banks and the capital markets. And the reason I'm super excited today is because I think, if memory serves, this has been a topic of discussion and debate in terms of this relationship for at least the past 2 decades. And the sad truth is that I don't have too many good examples to share with you today. So with that, we will get into this Q&A. And what we attempt to do over here is to remind ourselves of the challenges that we have been facing over the years. Perhaps, in a cruder way to say what is broken, and then look for a realistic way forward. So in the next 15 minutes, that's what we plan to do. So let me start with Beg Saab. So we've seen tremendous growth in banking sector deposits. for a lot of the banks, that liquidity creates a lot of other pressures, right? So is it a case that we are witnessing banks actually crowding out the capital markets?
Well, I would say yes and no. First, the no. The no is it's essentially the government's insatiable demand for loans that's crowding out everyone else. So that's the primary thing. But yes, when I spoke earlier, did say that the banks could play a greater role in the corporate debt market, and that's where they need to come in. And of course, they have this huge franchise where they could bring a lot more of investors' money into the capital markets. So yes, they have a responsibility, but the crowding out really is, as we all know, the debt book of the government and the way the banks have to finance that. And given the structure, the monetary structure of debt creation of money, there seems to be no other choice.
Thank you. Javed Saab, next to you. Should banks be originating and holding or originating and distributing? And in the latter approach, is there some kind of an opportunity that you see for the SMEs in order for them to access the kind of funding that they're maybe today not able to access?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Saad, it's a great question. I'd break it up into two. First of all, banks, we've got to understand what banks are really, really good at. They're great at origination. They're great at risk management. They're great, they have lots of products which they're able to cross-sell. They are not a loan warehouse. So it is, and capital is probably the scarcest resource that a bank can have. If you look at the 2007 financial crisis, it was basically caused by the fact that the banks did not know how to measure the returns on capital. So banks must originate and distribute, churn their assets, use them for new customers, new ideas, new products, create space, because that's what they do really well, and leave the warehousing to other people who are coming up the stream. There are asset managers who need loans or need asset returns. So that's, in my opinion, the value of a bank. And the best example that you can give is the best bank in the world, JP Morgan. JP Morgan does this supremely well, which is why they survived the financial crisis. And the way that they ration capital and the way that they use capital is unbelievable. And therefore, puts a lot of emphasis on new ideas, puts a lot of emphasis on the quality of their people, the quality of their relationships. Secondly, to your point on SMEs, it also creates room and capacity to do more business in sectors like the SME. But I will make the point again and again that there are other things that need to be done to make it more attractive to lend money to SMEs. It's not just about capital or about loans, but it's also about risk. And therefore, I think that responsibility lies with regulators and lies with the SME itself. I don't think that commercial banks or corporate banks should be forced to lend money to SMEs, take on risks that are unacceptable, and I think that responsibility needs to be shared out.
Thank you. I'm going to move next to Farooq, because Javed Saab, towards the tail end of his answer, also highlighted the role of the regulators, right? So everyone in this room, I think, including myself, we have two sets of regulators, the State Bank of Pakistan and the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. And yes, as in the case of green taxonomy, SECP calls it something else, and some of the things jive together and others are very different, right? So my question to you, Farooq, is do we see a coordinated effort on the part of the regulators to kind of further this, the financial ecosystem? Yeah, you can have mine. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I know lunch is post this session. Thank you, PBA, a great event once again, and to your steering committee for the lineup of speakers. So in answer to your question, one I think there is clearly a coordinated effort between both the SECP and the State Bank. And that coordinated effort is to do with a unified sort of capital market structure, a one-stop shop, really. So an interoperable financial ecosystem is what we are after. And I think some of this is moved beyond just formulation of a strategy and gone into execution mode. So you just look at a couple of things. One, they meet regularly and discuss important gaps that they're seeing in the capital market. In fact, I know the Governor of State Bank has also pushed for looking at capital markets as the investment avenue and releasing that pressure from the banks so that they can go and lend, as yesterday the finance minister mentioned, to SMEs. Also, in terms of coordination, thanks again to the government, who's put together both SECP, SBP, and obviously the Banks Association plus Business Council. So Javed Qureshi Saab is also on that council. And that council is looking at the gaps that we see in the marketplace. I know Ms. Jume mentioned corporate debt as being a missing link. So one of the first topics we've picked up is the lack of issuers on the corporate debt side or on the listed space side. So that's one. Two, there's also, in terms of execution, two examples, right? One, from a capital market perspective, I think a lot of people forget 5.4 odd trillion rupees worth of sukuk listed on the PSX. So the rails you use when you trade would be PSX trading rails. And obviously the monetary policy framework that the ministry uses is the state banks. So this is a very good example of coordination. 5.4 trillion already listed, more coming. I think 40 odd auctions is what we've already seen. Secondly, and I need to mention this, T+1. The implementation, or the successful implementation, and it took a lot of teething issues to get there, would not have been possible had they not sung from the same sort of voice note. And we are now the 8th country in the world to go T+1. And I know we got a lot of pushback from market participants. Are we ready for T+1? But our banking rails, our payment rails, our settlement rails clearly have assured us that T+1 was the right thing to do. Volumes are back for people who were naysayers. Volumes are back where they were. Iran clearly had a bit of an issue with the implementation of T+1. So people mistook T+1 for being the reason why volumes came off. So really the thinking at the back of the mind for both SECP and State Bank, again, I will also reiterate from a regulatory perspective, somebody not so intelligent a few years ago decided that the banks should not be a consultant to the issue by themselves. And they need to partner with a broker to be able to go and find an IPO. Those days, IPO numbers were, I think, 6 on average. We've just closed the year at 11, this fiscal year. The problem is that from 6, they went down to 3. Obviously, macroeconomics have to play a big role. But the fact that the regulator is actively looking at these pieces of the puzzle that are missing, banks being one, I think is really good news. So it's work in progress.
Sorry, so there's a workout along for the moderator also. So building up on this regulatory theme, I'd like to move to Jumaya next, and I'd like her to leverage her international experience and talk through some of the regulatory challenges or structural challenges that kind of impede banks from undertaking what we've just talked about. So if there's anything you want to shed some light on, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I think it's definitely a very relevant topic, and part of it I started to speak about earlier. In terms of just the regulatory role, it's a key one. It's the one that provides certainty. We've seen in a number of markets where the regulators are really trying to control capital flows. You need a market that is where investors are able to come in and out at whatever price they believe is right for an asset, whether it's a stock or debt. I think that level of intervention is one we've seen in a few markets that has really impeded the growth of capital markets. Another key one is you often find that, the private sector is innovating faster than the regulator can catch up to. It's not a disadvantage, actually. I think I've seen a number of countries turn that into opportunities. I mean, M-Pesa in Kenya comes to mind. We all know of the successes that M-Pesa has built over the years in terms of mobile money. That could not have been possible if the regulator were trying to first develop the frameworks, the guidelines for this. They took advantage of the fact that there was a party ready to deploy a product that the market desperately needed, and they then built regulations around that. Another key aspect, of course, and to be fair to the regulators is, especially when it comes to banks are sitting on depositors' money. It's costly to bail out banks. And so you would find a lot of reluctance in supporting new products on tested sort of territories from the regulators. But, you then see over time that there are banks that have just supported the regulator in building the right frameworks and actually, doing the consultation processes to ensure that depositors are first and foremost in the consideration for products or structures that are brought to market. So again, it's not one against the other. They have to work hand in hand to move the market forward. And we at BRI, we always look to the regulators. We look at the direction, the signaling that the regulators are providing. Are they ready for business? Are they ready to support their own companies in terms of just approvals needed, the consultation needed, before we take any step? Because you can't really do any of this in isolation. And I gave an example of, the Tanzanian bank that ended up getting approved for the bond to serve as a collateral, which customers could then use to borrow more for productive uses or uses for their business. I think that's a good case of how regulator can come through.
Thank you. I'm coming back to Javed Saab, and this stems from the liquidity-related question I initially asked Beg Saab also. So my simple question is, should banks actually be undertaking infrastructure projects, or is that the role of the bond markets?
Great question. I think it's already been answered, but I'll probably just repeat it. I see it as a partnership. I don't see it as either or. I think banks, again, originate, banks help structure, banks understand risk, banks are able to offer trade finance or cash management products, but eventually this gets rolled out into the capital markets because banks are not equipped to take 15 or 18-year risk. Their liquidity, the treasurers would not be comfortable with it. It's not the business that a bank does. And again, it's not an efficient use of capital. There are specialized funds, there are capital markets. Capital markets understand bond, they can trade in them. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. So that's the way I see this, as a partnership.
And my final question, because I'm conscious of time and we would like to take a couple of questions, is to you, Farooq. So most of the people seated over here, right, are also owners of an asset management company. And I know there's a strong partnership between the asset management company and obviously the stock exchange and other capital market institutions. Do you actually see the asset management companies getting the right kind of traction within their parent bank? Or is it like two separate entities where the bank is like operating on their own tangent, the asset management company pretty much does whatever it seems right? And at this stage of the game, obviously equity funds are attracting, a lot of mileage, et cetera, whatever. So can we just have some thoughts, please?
Yeah. Firstly, of course, that's been a very successful partnership. Asset management industry run by the banks. They control 80% of the AUMs, if I'm not mistaken. So which is my plea. The banks bring liquidity, they bring the ability to manage risk, they bring the most important aspect, which is trust, the element of trust, which may be a missing link also in the capital market, a space that the banks can easily fill. The unfortunate reality today is, I think people are not realizing that the market size has grown considerably. That's one. We are still not, we're only in the teens in terms of percentage to GDP. But if you compare ourselves to the region, we need to be at least at 25, 30%, at least. So there is clear upside if you have sustainable growth as a tailwind. There is no way this market is going to stop here. And I keep repeating to people, if you minus the Iran effect, and I'm not going to go into macros, and you continue this journey on sustainable growth, there is no way this market will not surpass $100 billion and more. And it needs to get there because also look at the pressure coming from Gen Z. I don't know if you've noticed, but the people who are opening accounts, and this is also a first time for the PSX, 40% of the people who are opening accounts, and this is a big number, by the way, 20,000 a month is the average in the first 4 months or 5 months, sorry, 6 months this year. And this average, why is it important to reflect on? 2 years ago, this number was 2,500. 1 year ago, it was 8,000. So that's the growth you're seeing. And what they're looking for is a one-stop solution for all their savings and investment needs. So the banks will be missing the capital market opportunity at their own peril. That would be my own advice. So digital banks, I mean, as I said, one-stop solution. They want immediate gratification. And we can talk about tokenization and AI and all of that, which is the future for us, but it is here and now for some of the Western world. You heard the Citibank executive from abroad, Shamir Khalik, talk about tokenization, AI. This is all a reality in the Western world. Yes, we will take some time to get there, but even as an exchange, I'm having to think about alternates because tokens are not my territory, they are Pawara territory. But then if they can replicate the usual ledger on which shares are based, and you can tokenize shares, you can tokenize real estate assets, that will be a reality even for us in Pakistan. Thank you.
The mic back from you because I think we still are left with some questions. So, oh, there we go. Fantastic. And there we go. So we have at least 2 hands that I can see. But can someone please, can they get a mic, please? Thank you.
All right, so I've just, something that Buhok mentioned as well as an anecdote about the gender bond. So I think the last gender bond in Pakistan was 2023. So question for Naseem Saab and Jumai yourself. For Pakistan, what specific barriers do you think need to be enabled or removed at both the regulator, investor, issuance level that would make these gender bonds more scalable and more frequent as well?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, it's a very important question. I think for the next sort of summits, I really hope there is a dedicated session on gender because there is a massive need for gender financing. We've seen the microfinance sector really harness and support that segment. In terms of the key barriers, and to keep this fairly simple, when it comes to capital markets, scale is needed in issuance. And what you want as an issuer is to attain a minimum size that at least ensures that you're able to attract different investor pools. Companies tend to tell us, especially banks, they tend to tell us that, look, we don't have enough of a pipeline to issue a gender bond. We counter that by doing a lot of work for them, pipeline development, to say, actually, you do. And helping them in categorizing correctly disaggregated gender data. So they see for themselves that they're already doing this. They just need to scale it, lend to the same customers, but also expand their product pools to capture more women. Size is also another issue we've tried to solve for, because if you're going to market and you want to achieve a minimum issuance, we've had, in BI, we've tested a pool bond structure, wherein we brought a platform to issue on behalf of 5 microfinance institutions. And I think that really helped to at least gain the scale that was needed to meet the minimum issuance.
So if I can just add on, I think the impediment is who is the issuer. I mean, at the end of the day, you need women raising money for running businesses. And there are some banks, other than the microfinance, the major banks, which have some dedicated departments or divisions for interacting with women as business people. But that is the ultimate thing. Can they be convinced to bring those issues to the market collectively, not for one issuer, because it'll be just too micro. So it needs to be a portfolio of those borrowers that are brought to the market by those banks. There is no regulatory impediment, I would say.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Faisal Malik. And my probably question is going to be directed toward Farooq. Probably he is in a better position to answer that. With like 250 million population of the country, 75 years of Pakistan Stock Exchange in existence, there are only 500,000 investors, capital market investors as we speak in Pakistan, all right? So that's a hard fact. Let's compare it to our neighbor, without taking any names, 200 million plus capital market investors existing there. More or less 70–80% of the size of the country, our country, is investing into capital markets there. So with that much depth, and we're talking about basic, the markets doing phenomenally well in Pakistan, globally, competitive. What is the fundamental thing where we have failed collectively? The banks are there, institutions are there, distribution is there, exchanges are there, strong regulation is there, will is there also to some extent, but there's something missing in the equation which probably we are collectively being unable to unlock. Farooq, what is your view about it and how these things can fundamentally be addressed?
So thankfully, this is the end of a year and a half as MD PSX. So the 75 years, my contribution is a little limited. Having said that, having been at the SECP, this has been a discussion at every round table wherever capital markets are discussed. What was missing is this regular 2 years of high growth and 3 years of no growth. And it's this up and down market bull and bear runs consecutively since the 1990s. And then Pakistan got relegated to a frontier status. And that frontier market today, it's unfortunate, has only maybe 25 odd billion dollars under management. This was $25 billion a few years ago is now only $5 billion worth. So as a frontier market, you're suffering from the international side that way, because you're only 5.5% of an index, hardly any money is following. That's one. Given this bull-bear scenario that we've seen over the last 20–25 years, so I would say stability or lack of it has been the basic reason. And because you've seen some of it today in the last 3 odd years, post a near collapse default scenario, you've seen a melt-up situation. And so people are catching on. That's one. A majority is Gen Z because they're used to, they're used to trading crypto. It's unfortunate, but the numbers there, I'm told, are multifold what our numbers are. So I think this is maybe a wake-up call. Because markets have done well in the last 2.5 odd years, people are kind of catching on and going, okay, this looks like it will stick. The biggest one reason also is, and I keep repeating people, foreigners have been net sellers in the last 2.5–3 years. So this superlative performance that you've seen versus the rest of the world over a 3–5 year horizon, or even 1, 3, and 5 year horizon, is really domestic capital. That is the biggest advantage that you're seeing now today, or the biggest change you're seeing in our ecosystem. So we're no longer reliant on foreign capital as much as we were used to. The asset management industry now actually manages 5 odd trillion rupees, in which 15 odd percent, I think, is in equities. And that percentage was as high as 30%. So all these dynamics in the background have also changed, which is why you're seeing Gen Z pick up on what they think is a money-making opportunity.
So if I can add, totally in agreement with Farooq on the point of the volatility in the economy. And if we really look at why did the cryptos come about, it is because the youth had lost faith in the monetary systems of the world. So the real issue is, can we have faith in the way the economy is run? That's the first thing, which is absolutely the volatility. But also other technical point, which I think he needs to talk about, is that the brokers are still treated as wolves, which one of our first SEC chairmen labeled them as. And they are not allowed to do anything but effectively brokerage business, some investment banking. So if you are a broker, the only way you make money is by making your client churn. And that is negative. They need to be allowed into space of managing money properly, where they earn a fee for managing money, and that's the space they need to get into.
Right, so my question has to do with how we unlock the synergies between banks and the capital markets. As the previous question alluded to, that even despite the recent pickup in participation in the stock market by young people, Pakistan's participation remains extremely low overall. And while that may point to a lack of awareness, but it also points to, I think, a lack of comfort and trust. And one of the things that we see, so from a bank's perspective, we would like nothing more than to intermediate between investors and the companies looking to raise capital, and we should try and find equity as a growth capital story, and mostly what we see is exits rather than growth funding being raised in the stock market. And one of the issues that I find is that you have a very large proportion of companies that are controlled by individuals with very limited free float. If we want to create the equity markets as a sort of recurring source of financing, then I think we need to have a much greater free float to establish trust, and also to ensure that there is a genuine price. Too many companies have low single-digit free float, and so the price is artificial. So I just wanted to know, what is the PSX doing to address this issue? And certainly that would unlock more capital flows.
So thank you for that question. Is it on? Yeah, it's on. So I just want to add, because I'm the moderator, I'm not supposed to, kind of chip in over here. I'll just hand it over to Farooq. But I think just to provide a little more clarity on this topic, right? So where this topic is coming from and historically has been, is a case where everyone needs to chip in and put in their share in order to promote the capital market. So whether we like it or not, there are a lot of people who would say that, guess what, banks haven't done their due share. So with that background, I'm going to hand it over to Farooq to give you a better idea of the target companies, perhaps.
Yeah, but to clarify, I'm talking about a bank wanting to support this activity, so I just wanted to know how you can assist as well.
So so firstly, you talked about awareness raising as well. I should have mentioned my response to that gentleman's question. We've done a lot of awareness raising with Gen Z. What we did was we started with colleges and universities. So we've done MOU after MOU with any university you'll name, we've already been there. And we are training students we're not training students, we're just teaching them the investment and savings journey. Not specifically telling them invest money in PSX, but comparing other products like maybe gold or even crypto and telling them what the risks are, what the rewards are, but just bringing them into the loop, a gap I think that the PSX is filling, which is awareness raising. And because 70% of our population is under the age of 30, we thought it's best that we start with the student community. And I'd like to say, I think we are bearing some of the fruit that you're seeing now in terms of additional numbers that you're getting in terms of Gen Zs coming in to play the equity market. Secondly, we realize listings, I'll come on to free float, we're at 25%. The entire world is moving towards a higher number. So the sad part is, again, I will reiterate what you're looking at today in terms of PSX. There is an entire reset that's happening in the background. It's starting with something very elementary, which is how you open your account. Is it frictionless? I keep repeating to people, in India, there's a card called the Aadhaar card. The Aadhaar card has all your KYC features built into it. So how much money you earn, whether you're married, demographics, everything inbuilt into a card. They added 50 million investors in 1 year. So they're at 200 or north of 200 million investors. We are nowhere, but we agree. And hence my KPI or 3-year KPI when I presented to the board was, this is the one gap we need to fill, apart from getting more listings. And even that I can tell you, we thought listings is it's a serious topic, because you're asking people who are used to the informal sector and sometimes running 2 books, in fact, sorry, most of the times running 2 books, trying to convince them to come to the well-governed sector and full accountability, right? And we thought roundtables are the best way. You do not have conference, I mean, I'm not belaying the importance of this conference, but then we have a separate subject. So PSX needs to be front and center to all these companies that are probably going to look at the listing journey. And a roundtable discussion with the family that owns that business is going to actually bear more fruit. So I'm thinking this, and then the CTIs who accompany us, and we've done this city to city. So Sialkot is next, which is 3 weeks from now in July. We've already done Peshawar twice, we've done Lahore twice, we've done Faisalabad, we've done Gujranwala. I think our best event was Gujranwala. So and then
we will have a separate capital markets. No,
Please.
a conference as we did last time. We'll do it this time again. अगर moderator की इजाज़त हो तो मैं भी एक comment देना चाहता हूँ.
जी.
नहीं हुआ. My comment is very simple. My comment is that, we are hearing capital market here. We keep on hearing your point of view all the time in different forum as well. We keep on hearing from development, financial institutions like Buhok was here, he just left, and the others. I just want to clarify one thing. It's not about banks versus capital markets.
Perfect.
It's not about banks versus development financial institutions.
Agreed.
It should be about banks and capital markets, banks and development financial institutions, banks and government. This mindset has to change.
Perfect.
And the continuous criticism on the banking industry is not appreciated, and that keeps us always on the back foot to be working more aggressively with capital market. I think that change is necessary on the capital market side, because we keep on hearing this criticism all the time that banks do this, they are not doing that. What is the others are doing is something which is equally important, and that's the point I just wanted to make here.
So it's a valid point. I don't think I mentioned at all that the banks are not doing something. But I did say there is the future.
Farooq, it's not about you, by the way.
The future is, in my mind, given digital technology and how we are moving forward, is a one-stop shop, and that is what your investor needs. And that's about it.
Zafar Saab, I echo your thoughts. It's about partnership.
Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this was a fantastic pre-lunch conversation. May I request you all to please stay seated. We'll now be proceeding to that, but a couple of important announcements. We shall be coming back and reconvening in this hall by 2:45. Lunch, as usual, is at Marco Polo. Make the most of it, keep the conversations running, but we'd really appreciate you coming back in here by 2:45. Thank you once again to this brilliant panel for doing a fantastic job, and this topic and this theme was indeed very well received. Thank you once again.
Hello everyone, this is Aisha Ahmed, Senior Manager Bank Alfala. Today we welcome you all for PBS2, which is Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, and we look forward to your involvement in the summit for this year.
मैंने अभी جو پاکستان بینکنگ سمٹ اور یہ دوسری سمٹ انہوں نے ارینج کی ہے, اور میں نے ان کو بہت مبارکباد پیش کی ہے بیکاز اٹس موو فرام اسٹرینتھ ٹو اسٹرینتھ, کیونکہ جس قسم کے انہوں نے اسپیکرز لائن اپ کیے ہیں, اور اس طرح خاص طور پہ آئی تھنک 14 یا 15 انٹرنیشنل
مور دین 50
اسپیکرز جو ہیں باہر سے آئے ہیں, اینڈ دے آر آل تھاٹ لیڈرز ان دیئر اون فیلڈس. تو صرف یہ نہیں ہے کہ ہم یہاں صرف پاکستان میں دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ ہم نے یا بینکنگ انڈسٹری یا معیشت کو کیسے لے کر جانا ہے آگے, یہ اب ہمارے پاس پورے انٹرنیشنل ایکسپرٹس ہیں. وی آر گوئنگ ٹو بی ہیئر فار دا نیکسٹ couple of days to deliberate, and I look forward to receiving their recommendations and constructive suggestions. لیکن مین چیز یہ ہے, آج چیئرمین پی بی اے نے پورا ایک پیش کیا کہ پچھلے 12 سے 18 مہینے میں انڈسٹری ہاؤ دے ہیو اسٹیپڈ اپ انٹو ویریس ایریاز. بٹ ہماری جو بات ہے کہ وہ یہ ہے کہ گورنمنٹ اور بینکنگ انڈسٹری کی جو پارٹنرشپ ہے, بیکاز ایکسیس ٹو فائنینس دیکھیں ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ پلر ہے. ہم اس میں اور کافی چیزیں ہیں جو ہمیں گورنمنٹ کو کرنی ہے, کئی چیزیں انہوں نے کرنی ہیں, لیکن اس میں جو آج خاص طور پہ میں نے بات کی ہے کہ ایس ایم ای کی, ایگریکلچر کی, جو ہمارا ایکسپورٹر انڈسٹری ہے, اور ہم نے ان سارے انڈسٹریز کو آگے کیسے لے کر جانا ہے. اور خاص طور پہ دیکھیں جو ایک ڈسکشن بھی ہوتی ہے کہ دا لارج مینوفیکچررز اور لارج فارمرز دے گیٹ دا فائنینس. تو ہماری ان سے جو بات ہو رہی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ دا رول آف ٹیکنالوجی, دا رول دیٹ دا گورنمنٹ از پلئنگ, کہ جہاں ہم ان کو تھوڑا سا تسلی دے سکیں ان ٹرمز آف فرسٹ لاس گارنٹی, ہم تھوڑا سا کریڈٹ ایپیٹائٹ ان کی بڑھائیں, ان کو جو ہم سبسڈی دے سکیں تاکہ جو ایکسپورٹرز کو 4.5% پہ یہ جو یہ فائنینسنگ دے رہے ہیں اس کو یہ اس میں کیسے بڑھاوا آ سکتا ہے. تو یہ ساری چیزیں ہیں جس کی میں نے آج ذکر کیا, اور اس میں ٹیکنالوجی کا جو رول ہے از گوئنگ ٹو بی ویری امپورٹنٹ, اور جو رسک ایپیٹائٹ ہے آف دا بینکنگ انڈسٹری. کیونکہ دیکھیں یہ ایک جو چیز میں نے بات کی ہے, کل بھی ہم گورنر اسٹیٹ بینک کے ساتھ سارے بینکنگ سی اوز کو ملے تھے, یہ 3, 4, 5, 6 بینکوں کے ساتھ چل کے ہم آگے ایز وی موو فرام اسٹیبلائزیشن ٹو سسٹینیبل گروتھ, وی آر ویری گریٹفل ٹو دوز انسٹیٹیوشنز جنہوں نے they have stepped up, whether it's housing, whether it's agriculture, whether it's SMEs. لیکن یہ تو ساری انڈسٹری کو آگے بڑھنا ہے. تو ہم نے جو ان کے ساتھ ابھی بات کی ہے, گورنر اسٹیٹ بینک کے ساتھ بات کی ہے کہ ہاؤ وی کین ہیلپ, سپورٹ, اسسٹ اینی وے وی کین, تاکہ ہم پوری انڈسٹری کو ایکسیس ٹو فائنینس کی طرف لے کے جا سکیں, اور پرائیویٹ سیکٹر لینڈنگ, اور خاص طور پہ ان سیکٹرز میں. اچھا, دوسری اس کا یہ بات ہے کہ جی یہ چونکہ گورنمنٹ بورو کرتی ہے تو اس کی وجہ سے ایک کراؤڈنگ آؤٹ ایفیکٹ ہوتا ہے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کا. تو اس میں بھی جیسے آپ نے دیکھا کہ ہم نے ابھی چھوٹے چھوٹے قدم لیے ہیں, بٹ دیز آر امپورٹنٹ اسٹیپس ٹو موو ان دا رائٹ ڈائریکشن, کہ ہم یہ ڈائیورسفائی کیسے کریں. یہ جو ہماری گورنمنٹ کی بورنگ ہے, ایک تو ہم نے اپنا فسکل ڈسپلن بہتر کرنا ہے, اور تاکہ وہ بورنگ کی, اور 15 سال کی مدت میں یہ سب سے لوسٹ ڈیٹ گروتھ ہوئی ہے, لیکن پھر بھی دیر از اے سرٹن اماؤنٹ دیٹ وی ہیو ٹو بورو. تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ ہم نے اس کو ڈائیورسفائی کرنا ہے ٹو این بی ایف آئیز, انشورنس انڈسٹری سے میں کہوں گا کہ دے شوڈ اسٹیپ اپ. پھر ہم نے جو جیز کیش کے ساتھ 18 جون کو کیا کہ جو چھوٹے سے چھوٹا انویسٹر بھی ہے وہ بھی 5,000 روپے سے شروع ہو کر وہ گورنمنٹ کے پیپر کو بائی کر سکتا ہے, as part of the savings, part of what I would call and the governor called democratizing investment profile. تو کل جو انویسٹ پارک کا پورٹل ہوا وہ بھی اسی پارٹ کی کڑی ہے کہ ہم کارپوریٹس اور ریٹیل سیکٹر کے پاس ڈائریکٹلی جائیں ان ٹرمز آف گورنمنٹ پیپر, and over a period of time reduce the borrowing from the banking sector. تو یہ 3-4 مین چیزیں تھیں جو ہم نے کل بھی ڈسکس کی اور آج اس سمٹ میں بھی ڈسکس ہوئیں. تو آئی تھنک the banking industry is making very good progress. They have been very good partners. لیکن اور اب ایسی اپرچونیٹیز ہیں, پرائیویٹائزیشن کے سلسلے میں اپرچونیٹیز ہیں, اور کچھ ایسے ڈسکشنز ہیں جہاں ہم اس کو آگے لے کر جا سکتے ہیں, جس کا میں نے ابھی ذکر کیا ہے. تو there is a lot to do together in a collaborative spirit between the government and the banking industry.
سر ایک سوال یہ ہے کہ ایران اور پاکستان کے ایران اور امریکہ کی جو کشیدگی کم ہوئی ہے اس میں نو ڈاؤٹ کہ پاکستان نے بہت اچھا کردار ادا کیا ہے، لیکن سر یہ بتائیں کہ اس کشیدگی کو کم کرنے میں پاکستان کو اکانومی کو بزنس کو کیا فائدہ ہوگا؟ دوسری چیز یہ کہ سر ایران کے ساتھ ہم لوگ جو ٹریڈ ہیں وہ کس حد تک کرنے جا رہے ہیں اس کے بعد، اور کیا پاکستان اور ایران گیس پائپ لائن جو پروجیکٹ ہے تو کیا وہ مکمل ہو سکے گا، اس میں جائیں گے ہم لوگ؟
دیکھیں یہ کچھ ڈسکشنز پری میچور ہیں، کچھ ڈسکشنز ایسی ہیں کہ چونکہ جو ایز پارٹ آف دس سیٹلمنٹ جب سینکشنز رجیمز نیچے جاتی ہیں، ابھی آپ نے دیکھا ہے کہ اوفیک کے سلسلے میں آلریڈی اس میں ریلیکسیشن آئی ہے، تو دیر از نو ریزن کہ ہماری جو ٹریڈ ہے امپورٹ ایکسپورٹ ہے اور جو باقی ساری چیزیں ہیں ہم اس کو آگے نہ لے کر جائیں، لیکن یہ دس از آل پارٹ آف دا اوور آل سیٹلمنٹ ڈسکشن. وی آر ویری ہوپ فل انشاءاللہ کہ دیکھیں کسی بھی ملک کے لیے اپنے برادر ملک اور خاص طور پہ نیبرنگ کنٹری کے ساتھ ٹریڈ بڑھانا یہ تو ایک بڑی نیچرل چیز ہے. تو انشاءاللہ ایز وی میں نے وہاں بھی مینشن کیا جو پرائم منسٹر صاحب اور فیلڈ مارشل صاحب کی جو کاوشیں ہیں اور جس طرح ناؤ انشاءاللہ وی ول ہوپ فلی وی کین موو ٹورڈز اے پرماننٹ سولوشن، اور جیسے پرماننٹ سولوشن آتا ہے تو یہ سب جو آپ نے باتیں کی ہیں دیز آر آل ریئل اپرچونیٹیز اینڈ اپ سائڈس. میں صرف اس وقت آپ کو یہ کہہ سکتا ہوں کہ وی آر ورکنگ آن دس quite strongly at this point in time.
اگلی میٹنگ اس وقت بھی جو ہے بہت زیادہ فلیکچویٹ کرتا نظر آ رہا ہے، لیکن جو ڈاؤن ہونے کی بات ہوئی وہ نظر نہیں آ رہا. دوسرا اسٹیٹ بینک نے ایکسچینج کمپنیز کو ریسٹرکٹ کر دیا اور کم کر دیا اور بینک سائڈ پر ایکسچینج کا کام دے دیا. پچھلی دفعہ ہم نے دیکھا تھا کہ جب ایکسپورٹرز کی طرف سے بڑی شکایت آ رہی تھی کہ بینک کی طرف سے ڈالرز نہیں لیے جاتے تھے.
یہ زیادہ سے زیادہ میں تھوڑے سا کیونکہ میں جلدی میں ہوں، زیادہ سے زیادہ یہ کام ایکسچینج کمپنی سے ریگولیٹڈ more and more regulated environment into the banking sector یہ جائے گا. This is a permanent shift that we are making. The banks have to step up to ensure کہ یہ جو foreign exchange کی availability ہے اپنے counters کھولیں، اپنی branches کھولیں. تو this is a permanent shift. It is going to continue to move from exchange companies into the regulated banking environment.
سر یہ بتائیے گا آخری سوال کہ یہ جو NFC والا جو معاملہ تھا اس بجٹ سے قبل حکومت کے درمیان آیا وہ جو ہے اس پہ کیا ڈیڈ لاک ختم ہو گیا ہے یا نہیں؟ دوسرا جو صوبوں کے جو ترقیاتی بجٹ انہوں نے کہا تھا ہم اس کی قربانی دیں گے فار دا ڈیفینس، وہ معاملہ کہاں تک پہنچا؟
نہیں دیکھیں وہ تو اب بجٹ کے سلسلے میں ایک چیز کلوز ہو چکی ہے نا. دیکھیں وی آر ویری گریٹفل ٹو دا پروونسز کہ یہ جو انہوں نے ایک ارینجمنٹ کی اور یہ اسٹریٹجک ریزنس کے لیے، اور اس لیے ہم بہت مشکور ہیں سب وزرائے اعلیٰ کے اور دا پروونسز. سو دس از اے ون آف سولوشن. The overall NFC discussion is still work in progress. آپ کا بہت شکریہ.
Thank you so much for having me over here. I think it's a great opportunity for all the banking industries, investors, the regulators, everyone in this room talking about things, how we can take this economy forward. As Finance Minister said today that the economy has stabilized, but the important thing is that how we can take it to grow that and make it more sustainable. So I think everyone sitting in this room shall talk about how we can take this forward, what are the challenges and what are the ways how to overcome those challenges.
So being a banker, how do you see the evolution of banking in Pakistan?
I think banking has changed, I would say, in the last few years, especially when it comes to people not going to the branches and doing all their transactions through the different platforms. So now a lot of transactions takes place through the apps. So all the banks who are having their apps which are more meaningful and more efficient, so people have started using that. An important thing is that now we need to focus more is on the digital lending, that how we can lend digitally. And now the new wave of banking which is going to be hit soon is going to be AI and blockchain. But that needs to be looked at in a very different way, that we do use AI, but we do it in a very responsible way. A lot of people say AI is artificial intelligence. I would say it's augmented intelligence. That how we can use the data, how we can use different tools, and how can we embed this with a strategy of access to customers and providing access to capital to them.
And also, how do you see the involvement of generative AI and AI, as you mentioned, in banking sector?
Gen AI is going to play a very critical role going forward. How we're going to see that AI is going to transform is that when we look at the data, how the data can help us in making business decisions. Either it can be to scale up business or to minimize our risk. Because the quantum of transactions, the quantum of the volumes which we handle, especially at the Mobilink Bank Jazz Cash, which is 60 million customers, and we lend usually to roughly around 200,000 loans on daily basis. That cannot be done by human. It has to be a system that is going to look after those, whatever the loans are being given in a manner that it's done in a right way, where all the ethical things, all the credit, everything is followed religiously.
All right, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nasir. I'm the CEO and President for Asa Microfinance Bank. Hats off to the steering committee and PBA for a stellar event once again. Everybody's seen the turnout right now, but for myself and for my teams, and as well as for the extended banking community, I think events like these are great. You've already seen that bankers at times tend to work into their own departments, into their own compartments. What this is giving them is the opportunity to learn a lot more, not only from the macroeconomic perspective, the interaction with the Minister of Finance, looking at PBA's viewpoints, and then the outstanding lineup of panelists as well as speakers that they have contributes to their own capacity building. It gives them a larger view of what's happening in the financial world outside of Pakistan and outside of their departments. So I think that's the biggest takeaway for bankers who are here from consumer, agriculture, SME, retail, digital. It gives them an entire overview of what else also is happening and what the priorities for ourselves should be as bankers as well. So, I think that's my biggest takeaway from the event itself.
AI or human judgment?
Human judgment.
Strategy or execution?
Well, the details are in execution. So strategy, but execution, that's where the devil is, right?
Risk or reward?
Reward.
CEO or entrepreneur?
I would have loved to be an entrepreneur. That's what I advise everybody as well. I think doing it for yourself is key. But at the same time, you should handle your business and your organization as an entrepreneur. It's your own business. So it doesn't really matter किस side के ऊपर आप हो. But at the end of the day, the DNA needs to be the same.
In a world of rapidly shifting risks, geopolitical shocks, and more broadly a shock-prone world, developing resilience is very important, and also adapting to change is critical. And in this context, I would like to thank the PBA for organizing this forum. It's forums like these where one can get a perspective and develop a broad consensus about the path ahead to develop resilience and also to adapt to all these shifting changes. Thank you, PBA.
Period of flux. Global trade relations are being renegotiated. The global economic growth rate has been much more sluggish this decade than in the past, and structural factors are transforming the global economy. Artificial intelligence in particular, but the quest for energy security, the security of trading relationships, the security of supply chains is also becoming much more critical. Meanwhile, migration pressures and demographics are proving to be very challenging. In this world, Pakistan economy, in order to not only survive but to thrive, must build on its most important asset and address its biggest weakness. What is Pakistan's most important asset? It is its people. The growing and already very large youthful population of Pakistan. But that youthful population of Pakistan is not going to be an asset unless it is productive. In order for it to be productive, it must have access to education, ideally the best education available. That's building Pakistan's most important asset. Pakistan's biggest weakness, the lowest level of private investment in the emerging world. That needs to be addressed. Pakistan has to invest not only in its population, but also in the infrastructure needed to adopt AI, in the infrastructure needed to deal with climate change, in the infrastructure needed to cope with security issues worldwide. For that investment to take place, Pakistan must rise among the ranks of global investors.
So now we have Sidra Iqbal with us at Pakistan Banking Summit, and we're going to understand her thoughts on this summit and what is her expectation of from this.
Well, thank you so much, Aisha. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back at the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, which we now call the PBS2. I think since the last year, the scale and the scope of the summit has grown many-fold. This year, we're expecting, we have in fact 48 plus institutions, 15 plus international speakers, and we're all trying to navigate what is going to be the financial future for not just Pakistan, but the entire world. The world has this major chaos and disruption going on. So, last month I was in Istanbul and also in London, and at both places, the financial leadership, the corporate leadership was trying to understand how to navigate this very turbulent times. I think what I gather so far, people see the glass as half full. They're seeing the disruption there. Some of them see that there is headwinds and tailwinds to it, but how do we all translate that is going to be very interesting. We heard from the finance minister, we're going to hear from the governor of the state bank at the closing, but all in all, I feel that people understand that this is a moment in time for Pakistan where people see a very strong role for us in terms of the geopolitical diplomacy and for, really carving our space as the net stability provider of the world. But how does that translate into economic dividends and better multilateral and bilateral relations for Pakistan is yet to be seen. I love the fact that the summit this year is covering a number of very key areas like digital currencies, like climate response financing, and also, of course, Islamic finance. So all in all, it's truly a place where people need to be and learn from the very best, discuss from the very best. I wish the entire team, the entire executive committee, and all the speakers the very best of luck.
Hello everyone, this is Aisha Ahmed, Senior Manager Bank Al-Falah. Today we welcome you all for PBS2, which is Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, and we look forward to your involvement in the summit for this year.
मैंने अभी जो पाकिस्तान बैंकिंग समिट और ये दूसरी समिट इन्होंने अरेंज की है और मैंने इनको बहुत मुबारकबाद पेश की है बिकॉज इट्स मूव फ्रॉम स्ट्रेंथ टू स्ट्रेंथ क्योंकि जिस किस्म के इन्होंने स्पीकर्स लाइन अप किए हैं और इस तरह ख़ास तौर पे आई थिंक 14 या 15 इंटरनेशनल
More than 50
स्पीकर्स जो हैं बाहर से आए हैं एंड दे आर ऑल थॉट लीडर्स इन देयर ओन फील्ड्स. तो सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि हम यहाँ सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में देख रहे हैं कि हमने या बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री या मईशत को कैसे लेकर जाना है आगे. ये अब हमारे पास पूरे इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आर गोइंग टू बी हियर फॉर द नेक्स्ट कपल ऑफ डेज टू डिलिबरेट एंड आई लुक फॉरवर्ड टू रिसीविंग देयर रिकमेंडेशंस एंड कंस्ट्रक्टिव सजेशंस. लेकिन मेन चीज़ ये है आज चेयरमैन पीबीए ने पूरा एक पेश किया कि पिछले 12 से 18 महीने में इंडस्ट्री हाउ दे हैव स्टेप्ड अप इनटू वेरियस एरियाज. बट हमारी जो बात है कि वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट और बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री की जो पार्टनरशिप है बिकॉज एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस देखिए एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट पिलर है. हम इसमें और काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं जो हमें गवर्नमेंट को करनी है, कई चीज़ें इन्होंने करनी है, लेकिन इसमें जो आज ख़ास तौर पे मैंने बात की है कि एसएमई की, एग्रीकल्चर की, जो हमारा एक्सपोर्टर इंडस्ट्री है और हमने इन सारे इंडस्ट्रीज़ को आगे कैसे लेकर जाना है और ख़ास तौर पे देखें जो एक डिस्कशन भी होती है कि द लार्ज मैन्युफैक्चरर्स और लार्ज फार्मर्स दे गेट द फाइनेंस. तो हमारी इनसे जो बात हो रही है वो ये है कि द रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, द रोल दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज़ प्लेइंग कि जहाँ हम इनको थोड़ा सा तसल्ली दे सकें इन टर्म्स ऑफ फर्स्ट लॉस गारंटी, हम थोड़ा सा क्रेडिट एपेटाइट इनकी बढ़ाएं, इनको जो हम सब्सिडी दे सकें ताकि जो एक्सपोर्टर्स को 4.5% पे ये जो ये फाइनेंसिंग दे रहे हैं उसको ये इसमें कैसे बढ़ावा आ सकता है. तो ये सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसकी मैंने आज जिक्र किया और इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का जो रोल है इज़ गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. और जो रिस्क एपेटाइट है ऑफ द बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री, क्योंकि देखें ये एक जो चीज़ मैंने बात की है, कल भी हम गवर्नर स्टेट बैंक के साथ सारे बैंकिंग सीईओज़ को मिले थे. ये 3, 4, 5, 6 बैंकों के साथ चल के हम आगे as we move from stabilization to sustainable growth, we are very grateful to those institutions जिन्होंने they have stepped up, whether it's housing, whether it's agriculture, whether it's SMEs. लेकिन ये तो सारी इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ना है. तो हमने जो इनके साथ अभी बात की है, गवर्नर स्टेट बैंक के साथ बात की है कि हाउ वी कैन हेल्प सपोर्ट असिस्ट एनी वे वी कैन ताकि हम पूरी इंडस्ट्री को एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस की तरफ लेके जा सकें और प्राइवेट सेक्टर लेंडिंग और ख़ास तौर पे इन सेक्टर्स में.
اچھا دوسری اس کا یہ بات ہے کہ جی یہ چونکہ گورنمنٹ بورو کرتی ہے تو اس کی وجہ سے ایک کراؤڈنگ آؤٹ ایفیکٹ ہوتا ہے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کا. تو اس میں بھی جیسے آپ نے دیکھا کہ ہم نے ابھی چھوٹے چھوٹے قدم لیے ہیں, بٹ دیز آر امپورٹنٹ اسٹیپس ٹو موو ان دا رائٹ ڈائریکشن کہ ہم یہ ڈائیورسفائی کیسے کریں. یہ جو ہماری گورنمنٹ کی بورنگ ہے, ایک تو ہم نے اپنا فسکل ڈسپلن بہتر کرنا ہے, اور تاکہ وہ بورنگ کی اور 15 سال کی مدت میں یہ سب سے لوسٹ ڈیٹ گروتھ ہوئی ہے, لیکن پھر بھی دیر از اے سرٹن اماؤنٹ دیٹ یو ہیو ٹو بورو. تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ ہم نے اس کو ڈائیورسفائی کرنا ہے ٹو این بی ایف آئیز, انشورنس انڈسٹری سے میں کہوں گا کہ دے شوڈ اسٹیپ اپ. پھر ہم نے جو جائز کیش کے ساتھ 18 جون کو کیا کہ جو چھوٹے سے چھوٹا انویسٹر بھی ہے وہ بھی 5,000 روپے سے شروع ہو کر وہ گورنمنٹ کے پیپر کو بائی کر سکتا ہے, as part of the savings, part of what I would call and the governor called democratizing investment profile. تو کل جو انویسٹ پارک کا پورٹل ہوا وہ بھی اسی پارٹ کی کڑی ہے کہ ہم کارپوریٹس اور ریٹیل سیکٹر کے پاس ڈائریکٹلی جائیں ان ٹرمز آف گورنمنٹ پیپر and over a period of time reduce the borrowing from the banking sector. تو یہ 3-4 مین چیزیں تھیں جو ہم نے کل بھی ڈسکس کی اور آج اس سمٹ میں بھی ڈسکس ہوئیں. تو آئی تھنک the banking industry is making very good progress. They have been very good partners. لیکن اور اب ایسی اپرچونیٹیز ہیں, پرائیویٹائزیشن کے سلسلے میں اپرچونیٹیز ہیں, اور کچھ ایسے ڈسکشنز ہیں جہاں ہم اس کو آگے لے کر جا سکتے ہیں جس کا میں نے ابھی ذکر کیا ہے. تو دیر از اے لاٹ ٹو ڈو ٹوگیدر ان اے کولیبریٹو اسپرٹ بٹوین دا گورنمنٹ اینڈ دا بینکنگ انڈسٹری.
سر ایک سوال یہ ہے کہ ایران اور پاکستان کے ایران اور امریکہ کی جو کشیدگی کم ہوئی ہے اس میں نو ڈاؤٹ کہ پاکستان نے بہت اچھا کردار رکھا ہے, لیکن سر یہ بتائیں کہ اس کشیدگی کو کم کرنے میں پاکستان کو, اکانومی کو, بزنس کو کیا فائدہ ہوگا؟ دوسری چیز یہ کہ سر ایران کے ساتھ ہم لوگ جو ٹریڈ ہیں وہ کس حد تک کرنے جا رہے ہیں اس کے بعد, اور کیا پاکستان اور ایران گیس پائپ لائن جو پروجیکٹ ہے تو کیا وہ مکمل ہو سکے گا, اس میں جائیں گے ہم لوگ؟
دیکھیں یہ کچھ ڈسکشنز پری میچور ہیں, کچھ ڈسکشنز ایسی ہیں کہ چونکہ جو ایز پارٹ آف دس سیٹلمنٹ جب سینکشنز رجیمز نیچے جاتی ہیں, ابھی آپ نے دیکھا ہے کہ اوفیک کے سلسلے میں آلریڈی اس میں ریلیکسیشن آئی ہے, تو دیر از نو ریزن کہ ہماری جو ٹریڈ ہے, امپورٹ ایکسپورٹ ہے اور جو باقی ساری چیزیں ہیں ہم اس کو آگے نہ لے کر جائیں. لیکن یہ دس از آل پارٹ آف دا اوور آل سیٹلمنٹ ڈسکشن. وی آر ویری ہوپ فل انشاءاللہ کہ دیکھیں کسی بھی ملک کے لیے اپنے برادر ملک اور خاص طور پہ نیبرنگ کنٹری کے ساتھ ٹریڈ بڑھانا یہ تو ایک بڑی نیچرل چیز ہے. تو انشاءاللہ ایز وی میں نے وہاں بھی مینشن کیا جو پرائم منسٹر صاحب اور فیلڈ مارشل صاحب کی جو کاوشیں ہیں, اور جس طرح ناؤ انشاءاللہ وی ول ہوپفلی وی کین موو ٹورڈز اے پرماننٹ سولوشن, اور جیسے ہی پرماننٹ سولوشن آتا ہے تو یہ سب جو آپ نے باتیں کی ہیں دیز آر آل ریئل اپرچونیٹیز اینڈ اپ سائڈس. میں صرف اس وقت آپ کو یہ کہہ سکتا ہوں کہ وی آر ورکنگ آن دس quite strongly at this point in time.
اس وقت بھی جو ہے بہت زیادہ فلیکچویٹ کرتا نظر آ رہا ہے, لیکن جو ڈاؤن ہونے کی بات ہو رہی ہے وہ نظر نہیں آ رہا. دوسرا اسٹیٹ بینک نے ایکسچینج کمپنیز کو ریسٹرکٹ کر دیا اور کم کر دیا اور بینک سائڈ پر ایکسچینج کا کام دے دیا. پچھلی دفعہ ہم نے دیکھا تھا کہ جب ایکسپورٹرز کی طرف سے بڑی شکایت آ رہی تھی کہ بینک کی طرف سے بینکوں کی طرف سے ڈالرز نہیں دیے جاتے تھے.
یہ زیادہ سے زیادہ میں تھوڑے سے کیونکہ میں جلدی میں ہوں, زیادہ سے زیادہ یہ کام ایکسچینج کمپنی سے ریگولیٹڈ more and more regulated environment into the banking sector یہ جائے گا. This is a permanent shift that we are making. The banks have to step up to ensure کہ یہ جو foreign exchange کی availability ہے اپنے counters کھولیں, اپنی branches کھولیں. تو this is a permanent shift. It is going to continue to move from exchange companies into the regulated banking environment. سر یہ بتائیے آخری سوال کہ یہ جو NFC والا جو معاملہ تھا اس بجٹ سے قبل حکومت کے درمیان آیا وہ جو ہے اس پہ کیا ڈیڈ لاک ختم ہو گیا یا نہیں؟ دوسرا جو صوبوں کے جو ترقیاتی بجٹ انہوں نے کہا تھا ہم اس کی قربانی دیں گے فار دا ڈیفینس, وہ معاملہ کہاں تک پہنچا؟ نہیں دیکھیں وہ تو اب بجٹ کے سلسلے میں ایک چیز کلوز ہو چکی ہے نا. دیکھیں وی آر ویری گریٹفل ٹو دا پروونسز کہ یہ جو انہوں نے ایک ارینجمنٹ کی اور یہ اسٹریٹجک ریزنس کے لیے, اور اس لیے ہم بہت مشکور ہیں سب وزرائے اعلیٰ کے اور دا پروونسز. سو دس از اے ون آف سولوشن
The overall NFC discussion is still work in progress. आपका बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much for having me over here. I think it's a great opportunity for all the banking industries, investors, the regulators, everyone in this room talking about things, how we can take this economy forward. As Finance Minister said today, that the economy has stabilized, but the important thing is that how we can take it to grow that and make it more sustainable. So I think everyone sitting in this room shall talk about, how we can take this forward, what are the challenges and what are the ways how to overcome those challenges.
So, being a banker, how do you see the evolution of banking in Pakistan?
I think banking has changed, I would say, in the last few years, especially when it comes to people not going to the branches and doing all their transactions through the different platforms. So now a lot of transactions takes place through the apps. So all the banks who are having their apps which are more meaningful and more efficient, so people have started using that. An important thing is that now we need to focus more is on the digital lending, that how we can lend digitally. And now the new wave of banking which is going to be hit soon is going to be AI and blockchain. But that needs to be looked at in a very different way, that we do use AI, but we do it in a very responsible way. A lot of people say AI is artificial intelligence. I would say it's augmented intelligence. That how we can use the data, how we can use different tools, and how can we embed this with a strategy of access to customers and providing access to capital to them.
And also, how do you see the involvement of generative AI and AI, as you mentioned, in banking sector?
Gen AI is going to play a very critical role going forward. How we're going to see that AI is going to transform is that when we look at the data, how the data can help us in making business decisions. Either it can be either to scale up business or to minimize our risk. Because the quantum of transactions, the quantum of the volumes which we handle, especially at the Mobile Bank Jazz Cash, which is 60 million customers, and we lend usually to roughly around 200,000 loans on daily basis. That cannot be done by human. It has to be a system that is going to look after those, whatever the loans are being given in a manner that it's done in a right way, where all the ethical things, all the credit, everything is followed religiously.
All right, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nazir. I'm the CEO and President for Asa Microfinance Bank. Hats off to the steering committee and PBA for a stellar event once again. Everybody's seen the turnout right now, but for myself and for my teams, and as well as for the extended banking community, I think events like these are great. You've already seen that bankers at times tend to work into their own departments, into their own compartments. What this is giving them is the opportunity to learn a lot more, not only from the macroeconomic perspective, the interaction with the Minister of Finance, looking at PBA's viewpoints, and then the outstanding lineup of panelists as well as speakers that they have contributes to their own capacity building. It gives them a larger view of what's happening in the financial world outside of Pakistan and outside of their departments. So I think that's the biggest takeaway for bankers who are here from consumer, agriculture, SME, retail, digital. It gives them an entire overview of what else also is happening and what the priorities for ourselves should be as bankers as well. So, I think that's my biggest takeaway from the event itself.
AI or human judgment?
Human judgment.
Strategy or execution?
Well, the details are in execution. So strategy, but execution, that's where the devil is, right?
Risk or reward?
Reward.
CEO or entrepreneur?
I would have loved to be an entrepreneur. That's what I advise everybody as well. I think doing it for yourself is key. But at the same time, you should handle your business and your organization as an entrepreneur. It's your own business. So it doesn't really matter किस side के ऊपर आप हो. But at the end of the day, the DNA needs to be the same.
In a world of rapidly shifting risks, geopolitical shocks, and more broadly a shock-prone world, developing resilience is very important, and also adapting to change is critical. And in this context, I would like to thank the PBA for organizing this forum. It's forums like these where one can get a perspective and develop a broad consensus about the path ahead to develop resilience and also to adapt to all these shifting changes. Thank you, PBA.
Period of flux. Global trade relations are being renegotiated. The global economic growth rate has been much more sluggish this decade than in the past, and structural factors are transforming the global economy. Artificial intelligence in particular, but the quest for energy security, The security of trading relationships, the security of supply chains is also becoming much more critical. Meanwhile, migration pressures and demographics are proving to be very challenging. In this world, Pakistan economy, in order to not only survive but to thrive, must build on its most important asset and address its biggest weakness. What is Pakistan's most important asset? It is its people. The growing and already very large youthful population of Pakistan. But that youthful population of Pakistan is not going to be an asset unless it is productive. In order for it to be productive, it must have access to education, ideally the best education available. That's building Pakistan's most important asset. Pakistan's biggest weakness? The lowest level of private investment in the emerging world. That needs to be addressed. Pakistan has to invest not only in its population, but also in the infrastructure needed to adopt AI, in the infrastructure needed to deal with climate change, in the infrastructure needed to cope with security issues worldwide. For that investment to take place, Pakistan must rise among the ranks of global investors.
Alright, so now we have Sidra Iqbal with us at Pakistan Banking Summit, and we're going to understand her thoughts on this summit and what is her expectation of from this.
Well, thank you so much, Aisha. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back at the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, which we now call the PBS2. I think since the last year, the scale and the scope of the summit has grown many-fold. This year, we're expecting, we have in fact 48 plus institutions, 15 plus international speakers, and we're all trying to navigate what is going to be the financial future for not just Pakistan, but the entire world. The world has this major chaos and disruption going on. So, last month I was in Istanbul and also in London, and at both places, the financial leadership, the corporate leadership was trying to understand how to navigate this very turbulent times. I think what I gather so far, people see the glass as half full. They're seeing the disruption there. Some of them see that there is headwinds and tailwinds to it, but how do we all translate that is going to be very interesting. We heard from the finance minister, we're going to hear from the governor of the state bank at the closing, but all in all, I feel that people understand that this is a moment in time for Pakistan where people see a very strong role for us in terms of the geopolitical diplomacy and for, really carving our space as the net stability provider of the world. But how does that translate into economic dividends and better multilateral and bilateral relations for Pakistan is yet to be seen. I love the fact that the summit this year is covering a number of very key areas like digital currencies, like climate response financing, and also, of course, Islamic finance. So all in all, it's truly a place where people need to be and learn from the very best, discuss from the very best. I wish the entire team, the entire executive committee, and all the speakers the very best of luck.
Hello everyone, this is Aisha Ahmed, Senior Manager Bank Al-Falah. Today we welcome you all for PBS2, which is Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, and we look forward to your involvement in the summit for this year.
मैंने अभी जो पाकिस्तान बैंकिंग समिट और ये दूसरी समिट इन्होंने अरेंज की है और मैंने इनको बहुत मुबारकबाद पेश की है बिकॉज इट्स मूव फ्रॉम स्ट्रेंथ टू स्ट्रेंथ क्योंकि जिस किस्म के इन्होंने स्पीकर्स लाइन अप किए हैं और इस तरह ख़ास तौर पे आई थिंक 14 या 15 इंटरनेशनल मोर देन 50 स्पीकर्स जो हैं बाहर से आए हैं एंड देर ऑल थॉट लीडर्स इन देयर ओन फील्ड्स। तो सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि हम यहाँ सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में देख रहे हैं कि हमने या बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री या मईशत को कैसे लेकर जाना है आगे, ये अब हमारे पास पूरे इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आर गोइंग टू बी हियर फॉर द नेक्स्ट couple of days to deliberate, and I look forward to receiving their recommendations and constructive suggestions. लेकिन मेन चीज़ ये है आज चेयरमैन पीबीए ने पूरा एक पेश किया कि पिछले 12 से 18 महीने में इंडस्ट्री हाउ दे हैव स्टेप्ड अप इनटू वेरियस एरियाज, बट हमारी जो बात है कि वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट और बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री की जो पार्टनरशिप है, बिकॉज एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस देखिए एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट पिलर है। हम इसमें और काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं जो हमें गवर्नमेंट को करनी है, कई चीज़ें इन्होंने करनी है, लेकिन इसमें جو آج خاص طور پہ میں نے بات کی ہے کہ ایس ایم ای کی، ایگریکلچر کی، جو ہمارا ایکسپورٹر انڈسٹری ہے، اور ہم نے ان سارے انڈسٹریز کو آگے کیسے لے کر جانا ہے، اور خاص طور پہ دیکھیں جو ایک ڈسکشن بھی ہوتی ہے کہ دا لارج مینوفیکچررز اور لارج فارمرز دے گیٹ دا فائنینس. تو ہماری ان سے جو بات ہو رہی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ دا رول آف ٹیکنالوجی، دا رول دیٹ دا گورنمنٹ از پلئنگ، کہ جہاں ہم ان کو تھوڑا سا تسلی دے سکیں ان ٹرمز آف فرسٹ لاس گارنٹی، ہم تھوڑا سا کریڈٹ ایپیٹائٹ ان کی بڑھائیں، ان کو جو ہم سبسڈی دے سکیں تاکہ جو ایکسپورٹرز کو 4.5% پہ یہ فائنینسنگ دے رہے ہیں اس کو اس میں کیسے بڑھاوا آ سکتا ہے. تو یہ ساری چیزیں ہیں جس کی میں نے آج ذکر کیا، اور اس میں ٹیکنالوجی کا جو رول ہے از گوئنگ ٹو بی ویری امپورٹنٹ. اور جو رسک ایپیٹائٹ ہے آف دا بینکنگ انڈسٹری، کیونکہ دیکھیں یہ ایک جو چیز میں نے بات کی ہے، کل بھی ہم گورنر اسٹیٹ بینک کے ساتھ سارے بینکنگ سی اوز کو ملے تھے، یہ 3 4 5 6 بینکوں کے ساتھ چل کے ہم آگے ایز وی موو فرام اسٹیبلائزیشن ٹو سسٹینیبل گروتھ، وی آر ویری گریٹفل ٹو دوز انسٹیٹیوشنز جنہوں نے they have stepped up, whether it's housing, whether it's agriculture, whether it's SMEs. لیکن یہ تو ساری انڈسٹری کو آگے بڑھنا ہے. تو ہم نے جو ان کے ساتھ ابھی بات کی ہے، گورنر اسٹیٹ بینک کے ساتھ بات کی ہے کہ ہاؤ وی کین ہیلپ، سپورٹ، اسسٹ اینی وے وی کین، تاکہ ہم پوری انڈسٹری کو ایکسیس ٹو فائنینس کی طرف لے کے جا سکیں، اور پرائیویٹ سیکٹر لینڈنگ، اور خاص طور پہ ان سیکٹرز میں. اچھا، دوسری اس کا یہ بات ہے کہ جی یہ چونکہ گورنمنٹ بورو کرتی ہے تو اس کی وجہ سے ایک کراؤڈنگ آؤٹ ایفیکٹ ہوتا ہے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کا. تو اس میں بھی جیسے آپ نے دیکھا کہ ہم نے ابھی چھوٹے چھوٹے قدم لیے ہیں، بٹ دیز آر امپورٹنٹ اسٹیپس ٹو موو ان دا رائٹ ڈائریکشن، کہ ہم یہ ڈائیورسفائی کیسے کریں. یہ جو ہماری گورنمنٹ کی بورنگ ہے، ایک تو ہم نے اپنا فسکل ڈسپلن بہتر کرنا ہے، اور تاکہ وہ بورنگ کی، اور 15 سال کی مدت میں یہ سب سے لوسٹ ڈیٹ گروتھ ہوئی ہے، لیکن پھر بھی دیر از اے سرٹن اماؤنٹ دیٹ وی ہیو ٹو بورو. تو اس میں یہ ہے کہ ہم نے اس کو ڈائیورسفائی کرنا ہے ٹو این بی ایف آئیز، انشورنس انڈسٹری سے میں کہوں گا کہ دے شوڈ اسٹیپ اپ. پھر ہم نے جو جائز کیش کے ساتھ 18 جون کو کیا کہ جو چھوٹے سے چھوٹا انویسٹر بھی ہے وہ بھی 5,000 روپے سے شروع ہو کر وہ گورنمنٹ کے پیپر کو بائی کر سکتا ہے، as part of the savings, part of what I would call and the governor called democratizing investment profile. تو کل جو انویسٹ پارک کا پورٹل ہوا وہ بھی اسی پارٹ کی کڑی ہے کہ ہم کارپوریٹس اور ریٹیل سیکٹر کے پاس ڈائریکٹلی جائیں ان ٹرمز آف گورنمنٹ پیپر، and over a period of time reduce the borrowing from the banking sector. تو یہ 3 4 مین چیزیں تھیں جو ہم نے کل بھی ڈسکس کی اور آج اس سمٹ میں بھی ڈسکس ہوئیں. تو آئی تھنک the banking industry is making very good progress. They have been very good partners. لیکن اور اب ایسی اپرچونیٹیز ہیں، پرائیویٹائزیشن کے سلسلے میں اپرچونیٹیز ہیں، اور کچھ ایسے ڈسکشنز ہیں جہاں ہم اس کو آگے لے کر جا سکتے ہیں، جس کا میں نے ابھی ذکر کیا ہے. تو there is a lot to do together in a collaborative spirit between the government and the banking industry.
سر ایک سوال یہ ہے کہ ایران اور پاکستان کے ایران اور امریکہ کی جو کشیدگی کم ہوئی ہے، اس میں نو ڈاؤٹ کہ پاکستان نے بہت اچھا کردار رکھا ہے، لیکن سر یہ بتائیں کہ اس کشیدگی کو کم کرنے میں پاکستان کو، اکانومی کو، بزنس کو کیا فائدہ ہوگا؟ دوسری چیز یہ کہ سر ایران کے ساتھ ہم لوگ جو ٹریڈ ہیں وہ کس حد تک کرنے جا رہے ہیں اس کے بعد، اور کیا پاکستان اور ایران گیس پائپ لائن جو پروجیکٹ ہے تو کیا وہ مکمل ہو سکے گا، اس میں جائیں گے ہم لوگ؟
دیکھیں یہ کچھ ڈسکشنز پری میچور ہیں، کچھ ڈسکشنز ایسی ہیں کہ چونکہ جو ایز پارٹ آف دس سیٹلمنٹ جب سینکشنز رجیمز نیچے جاتی ہیں، ابھی آپ نے دیکھا ہے کہ اوفیک کے سلسلے میں آلریڈی اس میں ریلیکسیشن آئی ہے. تو دیر از نو ریزن کہ ہماری جو ٹریڈ ہے، امپورٹ ایکسپورٹ ہے، اور جو باقی ساری چیزیں ہیں، ہم اس کو آگے نہ لے کر جائیں. لیکن یہ دس از آل پارٹ آف دا اوور آل سیٹلمنٹ ڈسکشن. وی آر ویری ہوپ فل انشاءاللہ کہ دیکھیں کسی بھی ملک کے لیے اپنے برادر ملک اور خاص طور پہ نیبرنگ کنٹری کے ساتھ ٹریڈ بڑھانا یہ تو ایک بڑی نیچرل چیز ہے. تو انشاءاللہ ایز وی میں نے وہاں بھی مینشن کیا جو پرائم منسٹر صاحب اور فیلڈ مارشل صاحب کی جو کاوشیں ہیں، اور جس طرح ناؤ انشاءاللہ وی ول ہوپ فلی وی کین move towards a permanent solution. और जैसे permanent solution आता है तो ये सब जो आपने बातें की हैं, these are all real opportunities and upsides. मैं सिर्फ इस वक्त आपको ये कह सकता हूँ कि we are working on this quite strongly at this point in time.
डॉलर का रेट जो है इस वक्त भी जो है बहुत ज़्यादा फ्लक्चुएट करता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन जो डाउन होने की बात हो रही है वो नजर नहीं आ रहा। दूसरा, स्टेट बैंक ने एक्सचेंज कंपनीज को रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दिया, उसको कम कर दिया और बैंक साइड को एक्सचेंज का काम दे दिया। पिछली दफ़ा हमने देखा था कि जब एक्सपोर्टर्स की तरफ से बड़ी शिकायत आ रही थी कि बैंकों की तरफ से डॉलर्स नहीं दिए जा रहे थे।
ये ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मैं थोड़े से मैं क्योंकि मैं जल्दी में हूँ, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये काम एक्सचेंज कंपनी से रेगुलेटेड, more and more regulated environment into the banking sector ये जाएगा. This is a permanent shift that we are making. The banks have to step up to ensure कि ये जो foreign exchange की availability है, अपने counters खोलें, अपनी branches खोलें. So this is a permanent shift. It is going to continue to move from exchange companies into the regulated banking environment.
सर ये बताइएगा आखिरी सवाल कि ये जो NFC वाला जो मामला था इस बजट से कबल हुकूमत के दरमियान आया, वो जो है उस पर क्या डेडलॉक खत्म हो गया या नहीं? दूसरा, जो सूबों के जो तरक्याती बजट उन्होंने कहा था हम उसकी कुर्बानी देंगे फॉर द डिफेंस, वो मामला कहाँ तक पहुँचा?
नहीं देखें, वो तो अब बजट के सिलसिले में एक चीज़ क्लोज हो चुकी है ना. देखें, वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू द प्रोविंसेस कि ये जो उन्होंने एक अरेंजमेंट की और ये स्ट्रेटेजिक रीजंस के लिए, और इसलिए हम बहुत मशकूर हैं सब वज़राए आला के और द प्रोविंसेस. So this is a one-off solution. The overall NFC discussion is still work in progress. आपका बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank you so much for having me over here. I think it's a great opportunity for all the banking industries, investors, the regulators, everyone in this room talking about things, how we can take this economy forward. As Finance Minister said today, that the economy has stabilized, but the important thing is that how we can take it to grow that and make it more sustainable. So I think everyone sitting in this room shall talk about, how we can take this forward, what are the challenges and what are the ways how to overcome those challenges.
So being a banker, how do you see the evolution of banking in Pakistan?
I think banking has changed, I would say, in the last few years, especially when it comes to people not going to the branches and doing all their transactions through the different platforms. So now a lot of transactions takes place through the apps. So all the banks who are having their apps which are more meaningful and more efficient, so people have started using that. An important thing is that now we need to focus more is on the digital lending, that how we can lend digitally. And now the new wave of banking which is going to be hit soon is going to be AI and blockchain. But that needs to be looked at in a very different way, that we do use AI, but we do it in a very responsible way. A lot of people say AI is artificial intelligence. I would say it's augmented intelligence. That how we can use the data, how we can use different tools, and how can we embed this with a strategy of access to customers and providing access to capital to them.
And also, how do you see the involvement of generative AI and AI, as you mentioned, in banking sector?
Gen AI is going to play a very critical role going forward. How we're going to see that AI is going to transform is that when we look at the data, how the data can help us in making business decisions. Either it can be either to scale up business or to minimize our risk. Because the quantum of transactions, the quantum of the volumes which we handle, especially at the Mobile Bank Jazz Cash, which is 60 million customers, and we lend usually to roughly around 200,000 loans on daily basis. That cannot be done by human. It has to be a system that is going to look after those, whatever the loans are being given, in a manner that it's done in a right way, where all the ethical things, all the credit, everything is followed religiously.
All right, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nazir. I'm the CEO and President for Asa Microfinance Bank. Hats off to the steering committee and PBA for a stellar event once again. Everybody's seen the turnout right now, but for myself and for my teams, and as well as for the extended banking community, I think events like these are great. You've already seen that bankers at times tend to work into their own departments, into their own compartments. What this is giving them is the opportunity to learn a lot more, not only from the macroeconomic perspective, the interaction with the Minister of Finance, looking at PBA's viewpoints, and then the outstanding lineup of panelists as well as speakers that they have contributes to their own capacity building. It gives them a larger view of what's happening in the financial world outside of Pakistan and outside of their departments. So I think that's the biggest takeaway for bankers who are here from consumer, agriculture, SME, retail, digital. It gives them an entire overview of what else also is happening and what the priorities for ourselves should be as bankers as well. So, I mean, I think that's my biggest takeaway from the event itself.
AI or human judgment?
Human judgment.
Strategy or execution?
Well, the details are in execution. So strategy, but execution, that's where the devil is, right?
Risk or reward?
Reward.
CEO or entrepreneur?
I would have loved to be an entrepreneur. That's what I advise everybody as well. I think doing it for yourself is key. But at the same time, you should handle your business and your organization as an entrepreneur. It's your own business. So it doesn't really matter किस side के ऊपर आप हो. But at the end of the day, the DNA needs to be the same.
In a world of rapidly shifting risks, geopolitical shocks, and more broadly a shock-prone world, developing resilience is very important, and also adapting to change is critical. And in this context, I would like to thank the PBA for organizing this forum. It's forums like these where one can get a perspective and develop a broad consensus about the path ahead to develop resilience and also to adapt to all these shifting changes. Thank you, PBA.
Period of flux. Global trade relations are being renegotiated. The global economic growth rate has been much more sluggish this decade than in the past, and structural factors are transforming the global economy. Artificial intelligence in particular, but the quest for energy security, the security of trading relationships, the security of supply chains is also becoming much more critical. Meanwhile, migration pressures and demographics are proving to be very challenging. In this world, Pakistan economy, in order to not only survive but to thrive, must build on its most important asset and address its biggest weakness. What is Pakistan's most important asset? It is its people. The growing and already very large youthful population of Pakistan. But that youthful population of Pakistan is not going to be an asset unless it is productive. In order for it to be productive, it must have access to education, ideally the best education available. That's building Pakistan's most important asset. Pakistan's biggest weakness, the lowest level of private investment in the emerging world. That needs to be addressed. Pakistan has to invest not only in its population, but also in the infrastructure needed to adopt AI, in the infrastructure needed to deal with climate change, in the infrastructure needed to cope with security issues worldwide. For that investment to take place, Pakistan must rise among the ranks of global investors.
Alright, so now we have Sidra Iqbal with us at Pakistan Banking Summit, and we're going to understand her thoughts on this summit and what is her expectation from this.
Well, thank you so much, Aisha. It's a pleasure and an honor to be back at the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, which we now call the PBS2. I think since the last year, the scale and the scope of the summit has grown many-fold. This year, we're expecting, we have in fact 48 plus institutions, 15 plus international speakers, and we're all trying to navigate what is going to be the financial future for not just Pakistan, but the entire world. The world has this major chaos and disruption going on. So, last month I was in Istanbul and also in London, and at both places the financial leadership, the corporate leadership was trying to understand how to navigate this very turbulent times. I think what I gather so far, people see the glass as half full. They're seeing the disruption there. Some of them see that there is headwinds and tailwinds to it, but how do we all translate that is going to be very interesting. We heard from the finance minister, we're going to hear from the governor of the state bank at the closing, but all in all, I feel that people understand that this is a moment in time for Pakistan where people see a very strong role for us in terms of the geopolitical diplomacy and for, really carving our space as the net stability provider of the world. But how does that translate into economic dividends and better multilateral and bilateral relations for Pakistan is yet to be seen. I love the fact that the summit this year is covering a number of very key areas like digital currencies, like climate response financing, and also, of course, Islamic finance. So all in all, it's truly a place where people need to be and learn from the very best, discuss from the very best. I wish the entire team, the entire executive committee, and all the speakers the very best of luck.
Hello everyone, this is Aisha Ahmed, Senior Manager Bank Alfala. Today we welcome you all for PBS2, which is Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, and we look forward to your involvement in the summit for this year.
मैंने अभी जो पाकिस्तान बैंकिंग समिट और ये दूसरी समिट इन्होंने अरेंज की है और मैंने इनको बहुत मुबारकबाद पेश की है बिकॉज इट्स मूव फ्रॉम स्ट्रेंथ टू स्ट्रेंथ क्योंकि जिस किस्म के इन्होंने स्पीकर्स लाइन अप किए हैं और इस तरह ख़ास तौर पे आई थिंक 14 या 15 इंटरनेशनल मोर देन 50 स्पीकर्स जो हैं बाहर से आए हैं एंड दे आर ऑल थॉट लीडर्स इन देयर ओन फील्ड्स। तो सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि हम यहाँ सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में देख रहे हैं कि हमने या बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री या मईशत को कैसे लेकर जाना है आगे, ये अब हमारे पास पूरे इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आर गोइंग टू बी हियर फॉर द नेक्स्ट couple of days to deliberate and I look forward to receiving their recommendations and constructive suggestions. लेकिन मेन चीज़ ये है आज चेयरमैन पीबीए ने पूरा एक पेश किया कि पिछले 12 से 18 महीने में इंडस्ट्री हाउ दे हैव स्टेप्ड अप इनटू वेरियस एरियाज बट हमारी जो बात है कि वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट और बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री की जो पार्टनरशिप है बिकॉज एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस देखिए एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट पिलर है। हम इसमें और काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं जो हमें गवर्नमेंट को करनी है, कई चीज़ें इन्होंने करनी है, लेकिन इसमें जो आज ख़ास तौर पे मैंने बात की है कि एसएमई की, एग्रीकल्चर की, जो हमारा एक्सपोर्टर इंडस्ट्री है और हमने इन सारे इंडस्ट्रीज़ को आगे कैसे लेकर जाना है और ख़ास तौर पे देखें जो एक डिस्कशन भी होती है कि द लार्ज मैन्युफैक्चरर्स और लार्ज फार्मर्स दे गेट द फाइनेंस। तो हमारी इनसे जो बात हो रही है वो ये है कि द रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, the role that the
outlook and the opportunities that are before us, and of course this is a very important notion, especially for Pakistan. So first and foremost we'd like to preview it with the lens, with the angle of the regulator. It seems that the Pakistan's banking industry as well as our financial outlook is transitioning and going to be more and more adoptive of the Islamic lens and frame. What are some of the opportunities that we can unlock, and what has been the journey so far in this transition? To expand upon all of that and more, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Salimullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahabihi wa barik wa sallim. Let me start with expressing my thanks and gratitude to Pakistan Banking Council for organizing this summit and giving me another opportunity to have interaction with such a great gathering of professional bankers and financial experts. So I'm really grateful to Pakistan Banking Association for giving me this opportunity. By the grace of Almighty, the Islamic banking in Pakistan is growing at a pretty fast pace, alhamdulillah. And by now, the overall share of the Islamic banking in the country's banking system, in terms of deposits, it constitutes 29% of the deposit base. To me, this is a more representative sort of a benchmark in terms of the size of the Islamic banking industry. And then in terms of assets, it constitutes 23% of the asset base, and the primary reason is that the overall borrowings of the Islamic banking industry for the purpose of funding these OMOs, etc., that is on the relatively lower side. Very importantly, 38% of the financing, total financing portfolio of the country, that is being funded by the Islamic banks or the Islamic banking windows. So that is really, really appreciable. More than 40% of the branch network, precisely about 7,400 branches, they are offering the Islamic banking services exclusively. Then we have about 3,500 windows that are providing Islamic banking services in the branches which are the conventional branches. So growth, mashallah, it is pretty fast-paced and gives that confidence that it will continue to grow. And that growth, that growth is continuing without the bulk of clarity with respect to the future of Islamic finance. So now, with the issuance of post-2027 financial system strategy by the government, we strongly believe that the growth momentum would further be expedited, would further take the pace. And that strategy, its strategy gives the much needed clarity that was needed with respect to the post-2027 financial system. And alhamdulillah, now we have that strategy available with us, and that strategy gives that assurance to the market that the transition towards the riba-free system will be smooth and without any major disruptions. That was critically important, in my opinion, that assurance, that confidence should be available to the domestic markets as well as to the international players, that the transition would be smooth and without causing any disruption, without having any question mark on the financial stability and on the stability of the financial system. So that assurance, alhamdulillah, is explicitly provided in that strategy. And then the strategy clearly states that from 1st January 2028, all domestic debt to be issued by the government, that will be based on Sharia compliant instruments. And to me, that is a huge assurance that has been given to the market. And before I would come to this public debt issue, which has been a very, very critical issue towards our journey and transition towards the riba-free system, another very key assurance that has been given in the strategy, it is that all contractual commitments that is entered into based on the conventional system, that will be honored. No issue of not honoring the commitments, be it in the public sector or be it in the private sector, all contractual commitments and obligations, that will be honored. So that again gives that confidence and that clarity to the market. Some people might have been questioning that what would happen in post-2027 scenario to the existing contracts and commitments that the government has been entered into. So all those commitments to all the domestic and the international stakeholders, that will be honored and respected and serviced. Similarly, all the conventional debt that the government would be raising, I'm talking about the domestic conventional debt, all the conventional debt that the government would be raising till 2027, that will continue to be serviced post 2027. So the instruments, be it the T-bills or the PIBs, other instruments that are issued by the government by December 2027, that will continue to be serviced post 2027. Similarly, as I said earlier, that all the commitments that have been made to various stakeholders, that will be honored as per the commitments and contractual obligations. And in that respect, the majority foreign-owned banks, they would continue to offer the Islamic as well as the conventional products. But the majority domestic-owned banks, which constitute about 60% of the banking system and 65% of the financial system, so they would be offering the Sharia-compliant products post-2027. So by December 2027, they could have all those, both the parallel mechanisms. They can offer the conventional products as well as the Islamic products, but post-2027, they will be offering the Sharia-compliant products, be it the investment products or be it the financing products. So that clarity should be there. Similarly, the instruments, conventional instruments, be it the financing instruments or the investment instruments that are available on their balance sheets as of December 2027, they would continue to be serviced, and they would continue to earn income on the investments, etc., that they would have made. So that transition, inshallah, will be smooth and hassle-free. And as you see that, as I said earlier, that post-2027, the government will be issuing the domestic debt through Sharia-compliant means. So that would be the liquidity management instrument available to the industry, be it an Islamic bank or a bank offering both conventional and the Islamic financial services. And you see that this conversion of public debt, that has been a key challenge with respect to our transition journey, our journey towards the riba-free system. So the strategy, alhamdulillah, gives that clarity that how that transition would take place. So here again, as the conventional bonds will be maturing, they will be replaced by the Sharia-compliant instruments, Sukuk, etc. So it would depend. A T-bill is maturing, that will be replaced by a Sharia-compliant instrument. A PIB is maturing, that will be replaced. So it will be a gradual mechanism. And you would have seen that in the last 6 months, there have been some key developments that have been made with respect to the issuance of Sukuk. We have started issuing, the government has started issuing, and that work has been collectively done by the industry, Islamic banking industry, particularly the joint financial advisors, the State Bank, and the government of Pakistan. And let me add the name of Standard Chartered as well, because they also, probably Azhar is sitting somewhere here, so let me pay my gratitude to all the GFAs as well as to Standard Chartered, so that they collaborated with us in developing this hybrid Sukuk, and as of now, 1.2 trillion rupees of hybrid Sukuk has already been issued. We have also recently taken Sharia approval from our Sharia Advisory Committee, which is the apex Sharia body in the country, for the short-term Sukuk structures, 3 months and 6 months Sukuk structures that have also been approved by the Sharia Advisory Committee. What I'm trying to emphasize here, that the central bank, the government, it would provide an enabling and conducive environment. An environment that attracts transition and attracts transformation at a good pace, rather than it is more of a transition that is more based on the overall attraction that is available and the enabling environment that is available, rather than being the enforced one. So with that, we would be able to make sure that that conducive and enabling environment is available. All the building, be it the liquidity management instruments or be it the overall legal and regulatory framework, that enabling environment would be ensured, so that we will not have to push the banks that you need to do this or you need to do that. That automatically attracts that transition towards the riba-free system. And I'm pretty hopeful that, inshallah, although we are allowing that the strategy is allowing that the majority foreign-owned banks would be having that flexibility, that they would be able to offer both conventional and Islamic products post-2027. But the kind of enabling and conducive environment that this strategy envisages, it is expected that bulk of the institutions would opt for a transition. It's not something that 1st January 2028 and every system is changed upside down. It will not be the case. That strategy provides that clarity with respect to the smooth transition. The banks having the conventional instruments on their balance sheet as of 31st December 2027, they will continue to operate in an environment whereby they will be having both conventional products and Islamic products on their balance sheet. Not the case that they would be offering the conventional products, particularly the domestic-owned banks, they would be offering the conventional products post-2027. They will be offering only the Sharia-compliant products post-2027. But we believe that the overall environment will be that conducive that it will attract the transformation at a much faster pace. Now coming to the challenges. To me, the key challenge that has been this conversion of public debt, for which we have developed that solution, and the strategy also envisages, and for which I'm very, very positive, that there will be an asset registry company available in the debt office, in the finance division, and that asset registry company will be having assets of all the federal government-owned entities. These are the non-current assets. All these non-current assets will be assigned to this asset registry company, and this asset registry company will be able to issue scoop on regular intervals. So to me, that challenge would be addressed through the establishment of this ARC. In addition to that, the two key challenges that we must address, one is the capacity building of the banking staff. That is a huge HR base that will have to be trained in Islamic banking. And my request to all the stakeholders, that includes NIBAF, and this NIBAF is not only owned by the central bank, it is owned by the central bank as well as the industry as a whole. NIBAF will have to play its role. The centers of excellence that we have established in IBA, in LUMS, in I think Institute of Management Sciences, Peshawar, they all will have to play their respective role in building the capacity. And here I would like to emphasize that in addition to building the technical know-how and understanding of the staff, that mindset development would also be needed. We would need that interaction of the staff through various forums, whereby the overall mindset could be evolved and could be developed in a way that they could really believe in the utility of Islamic finance. It should not be something that it has been imposed on me. It has, so that reluctantly and unwillingly I have to do and undertake these activities. It will not. We would like that these people are provided training in such a manner that they believe in the utility of Islamic finance. They believe in the value proposition of the Islamic finance. And second challenge to me, that again relates to the awareness part. We'll have to make collective efforts, extensive efforts, to create awareness amongst the masses at large, generally, and the business community particularly, so that the business community could also be guided and given that understanding that there is no compromise on the financial system stability. 2, they will be getting the financial services which are in conformity with the Sharia principles. And 3, these services would be adding value. It is not something that it is Islamic finance for the purpose of Islamic finance. Islamic finance should be able to add that value so that the business community, the investors, the depositors should be able to see the value of this transformation and see the value of this journey towards the riba-free system. And lastly, let me say this, while inshallah, this, as I said earlier, that this transition will be smooth and without any major disruptions, without any compromise on our financial system stability, but the real impact would come slowly and gradually when the returns of the financial system would become the derivative of the real system. When our portfolios in कल मैं बात कर रहा था SME और agriculture पर, when our portfolios in the real sector, right now the credit to GDP ratio is 8%, one of the lowest in the world. So when the real impact would come when our returns, the returns of our financial system, the returns of our banking system are the derivative of the real sector. Our real sector is growing, our credit to GDP ratio is improving, our investment in agriculture, our investment in SMEs, our investment in industry and trade, that is flourishing. That will create a real value for the economy. And let me close with this statement, that the real value of transformation would come when we are able to develop a financial system, an economic system, which is based on the principles of equity and justice and fairness. The system that ensures that each and every stakeholder is extracting value from this financial and economic system, be it the investors, shareholders, be it the depositors, be it the borrowers, or be it the economy and the country and the community at large. That will give the internal satisfaction that yes, we have been able to develop a financial system and an economic system that is really adding value. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salimullah Saab. You've really set the stage and spotlighted the Islamic financing models. Ladies and gentlemen, no longer is Islamic finance or Islamic banking just banking to a niche market. It is increasingly growing in its scale and scope as an important pillar in the global financial markets, and that is where all that that possibility of it being a real catalyst, a real driver for Pakistan unfolds. If you look at the international market, the numbers are something to write home about, of course. It is a global Islamic financial assets are now exceeding $5 trillion US. So if you look at Pakistan, there's so much more ground that we can cover. Our next speaker is going to perhaps be covering this in more detail. But I must say that this particular summit, for a lot of us, including me, has redefined a number of things that we often talk about, but perhaps we're not truly grasping the essence of it. For example, the cashless economy is about programmable, intelligent money. Likewise, Islamic financing is a shift in frame where you're just not looking at how much capital and how much value is created, but rather how much value is distributed in terms of opportunities and prosperity for all. Therefore, bringing in fairness, justice, and an equitable growth to a much larger population, and hopefully everyone in it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next topic for this particular Islamic banking theme is very interesting. This is titled as Islamic Banking as a Catalyst for Inclusive Economic Growth, exactly what we've been discussing. How do we put it in action? Our next speaker, of course, is the Secretary General of the General Council for Islamic Banks and the Financial Institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hamza Bawazir.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Distinguished leaders, regulators, bankers, scholars, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join you at the second Pakistan Banking Summit and to represent SIBAFI in this important session. My message today is simple. Islamic banking has a very strong future, but that future cannot be measured only by the growth of assets, branches, products, or profitability. These are important, but they are not sufficient. The real promise of Islamic banking is that it connects finance to people's real lives. Businesses, homes, farms, trades, employment, trust, dignity, and shared prosperity. That is why I have framed the presentation as a journey from Sharia compliance to real economy impact. I will focus on practical actions, how Islamic banks can measure impact, rebalance portfolios, strengthen governance, build customer trust, train their people, and work with governments and regulators to make Islamic finance a genuine catalyst for inclusive growth. Let me begin with the core question. What should Islamic banking really serve? The first point I want to establish is that Islamic banking succeeds when it serves the real economy, not merely when it grows balance sheets. A bank can grow its assets and still have limited developmental impact if most of that growth circulates within financial markets, short-term debt, speculative activities, or consumption that does not create lasting economic value. For Islamic banking growth, that means something is growth linked to production, jobs, trades, SMEs, agriculture, housing, and public benefit. These are areas where influence touches society directly. Therefore, inclusion should not be reduced to opening more accounts or increasing access to credit. Inclusion, properly understood, means giving people, the businesses, access to useful, ethical, and productive finance. finance that improves their lives rather than merely increasing their obligations. This distinction is very important because Islamic banking is not supposed to be cosmetic alternative to conventional finance. It is supposed to offer a different orientation, finance connected to real assets, real services, real trade, and real human benefit. So the first practical test is to ask, how strongly is Islamic banking linked to the real economy? I propose that one of the most important tests for Islamic banking is this: how strongly it is linked to the real economy. When Islamic banking is linked to real assets, trade, production, employment, services, housing, and enterprise, it becomes meaningful. It channels liquidity into activities that society can see and benefit from. But when Islamic banking becomes too far from real economy, when it relies excessively on debt circulation, refinancing, short-term liquidity structures, or transactions that do not create new value, then the meaning of Islamic finance is diluted, even if the legal form is compliant. That is why I suggest a practical KPI, the real economy financing ratio. This would measure the share of Islamic bank financing that flows into productive asset-backed, employment-generating, or socially useful activity. Such a KPI would not replace financial KPIs, prudential ratios, or Sharia review. Rather, it would complement them by asking, what is the economic substance for our balance sheet? What part of our growth is actually building the economy? Once finance is linked to the real economy, the path toward inclusion becomes clearer. So the inclusion chain is straightforward but powerful. First, finance must flow to the real economy, to businesses, farms, homes, trade, services, infrastructure, and productive assets. This is where Islamic finance has a natural advantage because its contracts are designed to be linked to assets, usufruct, trade, partnerships, and services. Second, when finance reaches productive activity, output expands. Businesses buy inventory. Farmers improve production. Manufacturers acquire equipment. Traders increase distribution. And families acquire homes. This contributes to GDP and economic resilience. Third, output creates employment. Jobs are the most durable form of financial inclusion because they give people income, dignity, purchasing power, and the ability to participate in the financial system without being trapped in unnecessary debt. This is why I believe Islamic banking should speak about inclusion through employment, productivity, and enterprise, not only through account ownership or retail lending. The question is not only how many people enter the banking system, but whether their entry made them stronger economically. This leads to a very practical portfolio question. Should Islamic banks prioritize consumption finance or productive finance? So Islamic banks need to rebalance their portfolios with a clear strategic preference for productive finance over consumption finance. I am not saying that all consumer finance is bad. Housing, education, essential family needs, and responsible personal finance can be important. But aggressive promotion of unnecessary consumer debt is not aligned with the higher objectives of Islamic finance. Islamic banks should encourage SME finance, agriculture, manufacturing, trade finance, affordable housing, waqf-linked financing, and value chain financing. These areas create output, jobs, and social benefit. At the same time, banks should reduce incentives that reward staff only for sales volume, regardless of whether the consumer truly needs the product or whether the product adds real value. A practical reform is to redesign relationship manager incentives. Instead of measuring only disbursements and revenue, we can include economic impact indicators: SME growth, jobs supported, customer suitability, repayment sustainability, and sectoral contribution. This would move Islamic banking from a sales culture to a development-oriented, customer-oriented, and maqasid-oriented culture. So where should Islamic banks focus if they want immediate impact? So there are practical portfolio priorities where Islamic banking can make an immediate impact. First, SME and micro-enterprise finance. These businesses are often the largest source of employment and local economic activity. Islamic banks should serve them through cash flow sensitive, asset-backed, and relationship-based models. Second, agriculture and food security. In countries like Pakistan and across the OIC, agriculture is not only an economic sector, it is a social stability sector. Islamic finance can support inputs, equipment, storage, logistics, and value chains. Third, affordable housing. Properly structured Islamic home finance can create asset ownership and family stability, provided it remains affordable and transparent. Fourth, export and trade finance. Islamic banking should help producers and traders reach broader markets and improve competitiveness. Fifth, green sukuk and waqf-linked structures can finance social infrastructure, climate resilience, education, health, and community assets. Sixth, digital Islamic finance can reach underserved populations at lower cost, but it must remain ethical, transparent, and Sharia sound. However, portfolio change will not happen without governance that looks beyond form. So Islamic banking governance must go beyond asking whether the legal form of a product is Sharia compliant. Of course, legal Sharia compliance is essential. Without it, the product cannot be Islamic. But the industry should also ask deeper questions. First, is the product legally Sharia compliant? Second, is it economically meaningful? Third, does it serve a genuine consumer need? Fourth, does it avoid harm, exploitation, and unnecessary debt? These questions are not theoretical. They can be built into product approval processes. Before launching any product, a bank can run a combined Sharia and economic impact review. This review would look at the structure, the documentation, the consumer segment, the suitability of the product, the economic purpose, and the likely social consequences. If the product is compliant in form but weak in substance, the bank should redesign it. This is how Islamic governance becomes a driver of quality and trust, not just a final approval stamp. And governance must be supported by an ethical culture inside the bank. So Islamic banking must not copy the materialistic sales culture of conventional finance and simply place Islamic contracts around it. Ethics is not a constraint on growth. Ethics is a competitive advantage because it builds trust, loyalty, reputation, and long-term sustainability. Practically, this means we should not sell debt to people who do not need it. We should not aggressively promote credit cards or expensive financing or vulnerable low-income consumers or customers. We should not promote high-risk investments without explaining the risks clearly and honestly. It also means that staff should treat customers with care, transparency, fairness, dignity, and even joy. A customer should feel that the Islamic Bank is not trying to exploit his need, confusion, or lack of knowledge. In Islamic finance training, we often focus on contracts, finance, time value of money, pricing, risk, and accounting. These are important, but we should also train staff in amana, responsible selling, suitability, transparency, and moral purpose of the industry. If customers experience Islamic banking as more honest, more caring, and more responsible, trust will increase, and trust is the foundation of inclusion. This brings us to the bridge between access and the real participation, customer trust. So customer trust is the bridge between Islamic banking and true inclusion. A person may have access to a bank, but if he does not trust the bank, he will not participate deeply. A business may have access to financing, but if the contracts are unclear, pricing is not transparent, complaints are ignored, or Sharia explanations are weak, the relationship will remain fragile. Trust is built through practical behaviors. Transparent contracts, clear and honest pricing, fair compliant handling, simple Sharia explanations, and ethical sales conduct. Islamic banks should therefore measure trust, not only customer acquisition. I suggest a practical KPI, a customer trust and complaint resolution index. This can track how clearly products are explained, how quickly complaints are resolved, whether customers understand their obligations, whether vulnerable customers are protected, and whether Sharia-related questions are answered in simple language. When customers trust the system, they join it willingly. They also become informal supervisors of the system because they understand what Islamic banking should represent. To build this trust, we need to invest seriously in human capital. So human capital is one of the decisive factors for the future of Islamic banking. We need people who understand Sharia contracts, product structures, finance, risk, accounting, regulatory requirements, pricing, and operational discipline. Without technical mastery, Islamic banking will remain dependent on a small group of specialists and will struggle to scale with quality. But technical mastery alone is not enough. Islamic banking also requires ethical formation. Amana, fairness, transparency, customer suitability, responsible selling, and care for the long-term interest of the client. A relationship manager should not simply ask, can I sell this product? He should ask, should I sell this product to this customer in this situation for this purpose? This is a major cultural difference. If staff internalize it, Islamic banking will become more trusted, more resilient, and more aligned with maqasid al-Sharia. Therefore, capacity building should include both the mind and the character, knowledge, skills, and ethical judgment. Beyond bank staff, the public also needs to understand Islamic finance. So, public education should be treated as market infrastructure, not as public relations. Banks, regulators, scholars, universities, and industry bodies should work together to educate the public on Islamic finance from both the Sharia perspective and the practical perspective. The public needs to understand that Islamic finance is its purpose, principles, and distinction from conventional finance. They also need to understand how products work in real life, what murabaha means, what ijara means, what musharaka means, what risks and obligations exist, and what customers should expect from the bank. They should also know how to identify diversions from Islamic principles, unclear pricing, unjust treatment, excessive debt pushing, weak disclosure, or products that appear Islamic but do not serve a genuine economic purpose. When the public is educated, they become partners in protecting the system. They ask better questions, demand better quality, and strengthen accountability. This will raise trust in Islamic banking and encourage people to join the system willingly, not only because it is available, but because they believe in it and understand it. Let me now translate these ideas into a practical action agenda for the ecosystem. I have only 20 seconds. All right. So to move from ideas to implementation, we need an ecosystem. Action agenda for banks, the priority is to shift KPIs toward productive finance and ethical sales. Growth should be rewarded when it creates real economy value and serves genuine customer need. I will be stopping on this slide because my time ended, okay? For regulators, the priority is to encourage the reward real economy linked Islamic finance. Prudential regulation is necessary, but Islamic finance also needs policy support that recognizes its developmental purpose. For Sharia boards, the priority is to review substance, not only form. The question should include, does this structure serve the objective of Sharia or merely reproduce conventional economics through Islamic documentation? For governments, the priority is to connect Islamic finance with national development priorities, SMEs, agriculture, housing, infrastructure, exports, climate resilience, and financial inclusion. For SIBAFI, our role is to support the industry through standards advocacy, capacity building, research member collaboration, and cross-border dialogue among Islamic financial institutions. No single institution can do this alone. The opportunity requires cooperation across the full ecosystem. So my time is up. Thank you for listening. Jazakumullah khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Hamza Bawazir. I think a lot of the recommendations that you had have really clarified the entire perspective for us. Ladies and gentlemen, as some of you may also be aware, we were really looking forward to having Dr. Marjan speak on the subject of from principles to impact, the future of Islamic finance. And she, of course, is the Deputy President Research at the International Center for Education of Islamic Finance. Unfortunately, Dr. Marjan will not be able to join us. She's, her family, her husband was accompanying her to this visit for the summit, and he was met with an unfortunate cardiac arrest yesterday. He's in good care, doing very well, and we request you all to please remember Dr. Marjan and her family in your prayers. We'd like to take this conversation forward with the panel discussion. We have, of course, the speakers who have just spoken and alluded on these very important Islamic principles, Islamic financial outlook. We have many wonderful success stories in Pakistan where Islamic finance, both in terms of the expertise available, the human capital available, and the institutional backing, has been flourishing. Now, when we take it as the objective of where we are leading and heading towards, you all have seen that even the government loans hope to transition into an Islamic financing model by the year 2028. How do we make it happen? There's a huge potential, but how do we convert this potential into real performance? There'll be so many areas that this wonderful conversation will now cover, because from experts to practitioners to regulators are all going to be represented on this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, may I take this opportunity of inviting our moderator for this conversation. Please welcome the Executive Committee member at the PBA and also the President and CEO of Mizan Bank, Dr. Syed Amir Ali, who will be moderating this panel. Joining him, of course, on this panel, ladies and gentlemen, please once again welcome Mr. Salimullah, the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. May I once again request Mr. Hamza Bawazir, the Secretary General at the General Council for Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions. Joining us in this panel, we also have Mr. Farooq Raza, the founder and chairman of the Islamic Finance Advisory and Assurance Services, and a member of IOFI Sharia Board. We also have with us Mr. Sheikh Isam Muhammad Ishaq. Please welcome him. We'd now like to hand over our final session to Dr. Amir. So you'll have 20 minutes, and hope that it will do justice to this very deep and insightful topic.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum to the worthy panelists and all the participants. I think we had some very interesting presentations relating to Islamic finance by our colleagues here, specifically the keynote by Deputy Governor Salimullah, and followed by a very interesting presentation which gave very new concepts of Islamic finance by Brother Hamza Bawazir. This is a very interesting panel. We have representation from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have representation from Turkey, we have representation from Bahrain, and of course Pakistan, and one rep who was here from Malaysia. Unfortunately, due to a family medical emergency, she is unable to join us today. So we should pray for her family. Now, to set the stage, you know, Pakistan is a country with 250 million people. Interestingly, 95% of our population is Muslim. So there is an inherent demand of Islamic finance in Pakistan. And interestingly, the journey of Islamic finance in Pakistan is very deep. It actually started in 1948, when the founding Governor General, the founder of Pakistan, the then Governor General Muhammad Ali Jinnah, inaugurated State Bank of Pakistan, and in speech said, "We must work our destiny in our own way and present to the world an economic system based on true Islamic concepts of equality, manhood, and social justice." So the history is so deep. And then there was a significant effort made in 1981 when State Bank of Pakistan issued a circular on Islamization. And interestingly, very few would know that the effort on Islamic finance started in two other countries simultaneously. One was Malaysia, another one was Sudan. And as a part of a joint collaborative effort then, they also set up International Islamic University, one in Islamabad, in Karachi, another one is in Malaysia, and third one in Sudan. If we look at this journey, today Sudan has a 100% Islamic financial system, followed by Malaysia, which has roughly 48% market share of Islamic banks operating there. And you have to keep in mind that the population mix of Malaysia is only 63% Islamic, then there are other minorities who live in Malaysia. In Pakistan, although we experienced some difficulties in our journey initially, but it was restarted. Mizan, I'm happy to say that Mizan took the lead in the restart of journey together with State Bank. But today, alhamdulillah, we have a market share of 29%. And now Pakistan is into a phase where we are working to completely eliminate riba from the society. So this is, I would say, the very right time to have this discussion about Islamic banking and finance at this very important summit. So I will request Sheikh Hissam, because of his experience across the globe dealing with Sharia. So Sheikh, in your view, what is the most important Sharia governance practice that Islamic banks should adopt to strengthen the overall governance, to meet the regulators' expectations and expectations of the overall consumers in the market?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you, Brother Amil, for this question, and thank you for the PBA for giving me the privilege to be a co-panelist on this panel and participate in this august and esteemed event. As we heard from the presentation of Brother Bawazir, actually I was very impressed by it. Focusing on the areas where Islamic banking has not been so present. Let's just say not present. In terms of form, alhamdulillah, it's been very compliant, but in substance, it's still lacking. This is due to a number of reasons. The Sharia standards that the Islamic banks abide by, that have been issued by the global body of IOFI, which is headed by Maulana Sheikh Taqi Al-Uthmani, His Eminence, Hafidhullah, to facilitate the practicalities of the real market. The Sharia standards overall have promoted minority opinions in mainstream fiqh. The instruments that have been allowed are mainly concessionary opinions adopted or held by minority opinions. They are not the majority opinions. Beginning with something as important and as vanilla as constructive possession. We know about actual physical possession and constructive possession. In Islamic finance, of course, you are not entitled to make any income by lending money. You are only entitled to make income either by selling an asset or by giving a real service. And you can only sell an asset if you have the title of it, but additional to that, you must have actual possession. Alhamdulillah, due to the opinion of the Hanafi school, and of course the Hanafi opinion is the mainstream opinion in Central Asia, Pakistan and India and Bangladesh and Central Asia as a whole. Alhamdulillah, we have this concession that we don't need actual physical possession. It's enough to have constructive possession. But this constructive possession must actually fulfill the requirements of constructive possession. The governance requirements ensuring constructive possession are still lacking. When we come to the fintech area that even our brother Bawazir was talking about, fintech is something which, of course, we are all for it, because the general principle in Islam as a whole, not only in Islamic finance, is that everything is permissible. You can be as innovative and creative as you like to be, as long as you avoid the checklist of the impermissible, we have a very limited, concrete checklist of the impermissible. Everything outside that checklist is permissible. Having said this, innovation and fintech is not an objective in itself. It's not an end in itself. It should be a means. It should be a means to facilitate what increase the substance of Islamic finance, leading to Islamic economics, Islamic economy, as Brother Bawazir was saying. We want the meat of the Islamic economy. We have to pass the stage of being in the state of infancy, just living on milk. We started by adopting concessionary opinions because we were in the infancy phase. But this infancy phase has taken a long time. We are now beginning our 6th decade. So when are we going to wean ourselves and move out of the milk and go into the real meal, which actually produces results on the ground, in the marketplace, in the housing, in eradicating poverty, in proper distribution, equitable distribution of wealth. And these must be through maintaining that the underlying contracts of our finances are proper, but the propriety of the contracts are not only in the form area, but also in the substance area. How much can I continue? How much? Okay.
Thank you, Sheikh Issam. I think a very, very relevant point which has been touched upon by respected Sheikh Issam in his discussion, which relates to the Maqasid Sharia and substance of Islamic finance, also in addition to the form which we have to comply with. Brother Farooq, now taking a lead, I like to ask you that you have an experience in multiple international markets and right now you operate out of Turkey. How Islamic banks can contribute more effectively, maybe through product innovation, use of technology, to enhance financial inclusion and access to finance, specifically to the underserved segments like SME, agriculture, and minorities, and of course, microfinance.
Sure. Thank you, Brother Amir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to share my joy with you. I'm always very happy being here in Karachi and in Pakistan, being my country of origin. I would also like to thank Pakistan Banks Association for this kind invitation, and it's really heartening to see the discussions that have been on since yesterday. Now, coming to your question, Brother Amir, it's my 3rd day in Karachi in this trip, and for the last 3 years, the conversations I've had with the regulators, with the market players, with the academia, I'm hearing some buzzwords repeatedly, including access to finance, supply chain finance, agriculture finance. All this is great. This is music to my ears. What I still have to hear, and I'm still curious, that how all of this is going to happen. So everybody talks about, SME financing. We need to, engage with the real economy. But how is that going to effectively happen? So I think, Brother Amir, we have seen. I've been in the industry for the last 23 years. And I have seen, across the board, in almost every country where Islamic finance is operating, we have the same problem that the Islamic banks, they are expected to do everything for everyone. And this is just not, possible, and this is not fair as well on Islamic banks. So Islamic banks are certain types of institutions. They are meant to be doing certain things, and certain things that are expected from them may not be directly, within their reach. Now, you're mentioning technology, you're mentioning, innovation and so on. I think there is already a good use of technology and, innovation. What is required actually is something different. And what I mean here is I have, a sort of, I would say, a humble suggestion for the regulators and also for the market players in Pakistan. And I think this is something that will probably help tremendously if this model can be, implemented here in Pakistan. This is creating linkage between Islamic banks and the non-banking, institutions. So, that come in the purview of SECP. So, non-banking financial companies, including the Mudarbas or including finance investment companies and so on and so forth. And how this linkage will be created. This is, creating a linkage through technology, disseminating some funds. This is nothing new. This is nothing exciting. What can be exciting is actually a policy intervention where the government actually makes it mandatory, the regulator makes it mandatory for Islamic banks and all banks actually to allocate some of their deposits, to these, new breed of, NBCIs that shall be created, that shall be, licensed in order to focus on specific areas. For example, supply chain finance. Supply chain finance, the Islamic banks are already doing in this country, mashallah, running Musharaka, a very good product, and so on. But that's limited to corporate, and going down to the SME, I think will be very difficult from them. So it will be unfair to ask them to go down to that grassroots level and deal with the, the everyday challenges and also the risk of moral hazard because of, the cost factor, because of so many other limitations that they face. So instead, if this job of distribution of funds, underwriting, those, financing, contracts, and taking care of the recovery from, the market, if that is outsourced actually to smaller institutions that are more local, that are more specialized in specific areas of agriculture finance or supply chain finance and, the others, then I think it may be actually a much better combination and a much better model that will probably work. It will help what Brother Hamza was mentioning, the dissemination of, the funds into the real economy and bringing some real value, creating jobs from there, promoting entrepreneurship and so on. Now this, of course, is not going to be as easy as I'm saying, because there are, a number of concerns that, the regulators will have, that the market players will have, and this is where, first of all, the regulators, State Bank of Pakistan and SECP, they will need to work hand in hand, and there will be, some regulatory overlap here, and they need to address that overlap, and they have to find a way actually how to do it together. And then maybe in a gradual way, for example, starting with 3% annual, allocation of deposits, then increasing it, to further, whatever you want to do. So that will create a supply line of funds for these, specialized, institutions that will be engaging in real economy on the grassroots level, and that will probably help, tremendously in creating the outreach, in including the segments that have been, undertapped so far, and creating real value for everyone. And then, of course, there can other things as well. There may be other things that may be added as well. So there may be a de-risking factor that can be also brought into picture by having some DFIs and MDBs also, providing some funds and, creating, sort of mechanism where the risk of default of the SMEs is covered, to a fair degree through, those funds or, that mechanism. And of course, in this case, what will happen is that the Islamic banks, they, instead of underwriting micro level, credit, risk, they will be actually, underwriting the collective risk with the institutions, and that will help hopefully everyone, in taking that forward. So I would say this is probably the way forward.
Thank you, Farooq. I think you have rightly touched the need for an ecosystem which is well connected, well oiled, and well functioning. Thank you for that. And I can vouch that central bank at this point in time, industry at this point in time, is really working towards it. And I think Salimullah Saab really likes to add on this point, but side by side, I will also like Salimullah Saab to cover one more point that we heard your talk and we heard certain deadlines, but please also share your vision about the banking industry and specifically Islamic banking industry overall, which is going to through a transformation over the next decade, how it will look like to you as a regulator.
Thank you, thank you, Amir. And thank you, Farooq Saab, for the suggestion. As I discussed yesterday in my remarks regarding the priority sector financing, we have approached the market-driven approach. We have adopted the market-driven mechanism, whereby the overall strategy and approach is to make things and to make the environment conducive and enabling for investment in these sectors. And we have allowed various options to the industry. They can undertake the financing to these priority sectors, particularly the SMEs, through their own retail network or through collaborations either with the NBFCs, as just suggested by Brother Farooq, or in collaboration with the fintechs. So you see that we should have our aim on serving these markets, serving these underserved segments, and should come up with innovative mechanisms whereby they can be served with efficiency, with convenience, and with least cost. Similarly, minimizing the risks. So that should be an environment, rather than just focusing on that it can only be possible through the NBFC's mechanism. I would say that all options needs to be available, and that would enable the banks to adopt the approach that best suits them, depending on their respective business strategies. They can adopt that. But one thing should be clear, that these sectors has to be served. And we must see that what kind of innovative mechanisms, be it the products, be it the distribution mechanisms, or the retail wholesale mechanism, that options will be available in the system. I'm pretty hopeful of the digital platforms, because the digital platforms, not necessarily each and every bank would itself be developing that digital platform. There are numerous fintechs available, and they have the outreach at the grassroots level. And through those partnerships, I'm pretty hopeful that we would be able to reach out to these people. We have done a lot in the last 2 years. And with these partnerships, we can do much better. And now the time is just finishing. So the overall vision, as I earlier said, that inshallah, we will be moving towards a system that is creating a real value for the economy. I'm extremely impressed by the presentation given by Brother Hamza. This is what is expected from an Islamic financial system, that it is facilitating the real economy, the trade, the industry, the agriculture, to grow. It is providing that, and to grow in a manner that is fair and equitable and just. It is not something, it should not be something that either the bank or the entrepreneur having that undue influence to exploit the transactions in their own favor. It can be on either side, be it the banking side or on the entrepreneur side. So the system should ensure that it is providing value to all the stakeholders. And I am pretty hopeful. And today I was having that interaction with someone, that I am hopeful that in our lifetimes, inshallah, we will see that system emerging. Although it's not something that you will switch the button and everything would change, but slowly and gradually that culture will be nurtured, whereby the financial system is supporting, is facilitating the growth of the real economy, and in a way that is ensuring broad-based prosperity for every segment of the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Governor Saab. Brother Hamza, you made a very detailed presentation, and you presented very different perspective. But if just in few lines you like to give one advice or one lesson to the industry which is transforming to a full Islamic banking based, one advice you like to give?
Yeah, so my advice is the link to the real economy. Make the purpose of your banking is to be linked to the real economy because it's the real juice. This is what will enhance the lives of the Pakistanis. It will transform this country to, inshallah, one of the major players in the world. This is what I believe, and I think Islamic banking is all about real economy, about ethics, about what benefits people, the community in general, not a certain, just a few people that get wealthier and the poor get poorer, like the capitalism is how, like how the capitalism is operating. The Islamic banking is based on mutual benefit for everyone. It's based on ethics. It's based on thriving for the whole society. Everyone benefits.
Thank you so much. So our time is up, but we will still take one question from the audience. So one question. So we have one question here from Sadur Rahman. Can we have mic for Saad?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. So my question is essentially for our international guests, right? And what I would like to understand or get your perspective on is where you see Pakistan today, because it's been like 2.5 decades for Mizan Bank, maybe a little earlier. So in like a span of 3 decades, I'd really like to understand where you think Pakistan has got to, and particularly when you compare with other players in the, or other regions or other markets that you guys have access to. So if you could just tell us, are you satisfied with the pace of Islamic development? Is there more work that needs to be done? Are we ahead? Are we behind? I'd love your perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great question, and actually this point has been discussed over the last 2 days at individual level many times. So as I just happen to have, alhamdulillah, the blessing of working on Islamic finance related projects in 66 different jurisdictions around the world, I have seen a lot. And over the last 2.5 decades, I can tell you that Pakistan actually is doing very well. And I'm not telling this because I'm Pakistani, I'm telling you honest truth, and this is across the board. Pakistan is doing very well. Where Pakistan is lacking, and this is something that I have mentioned to many people here as well, is communication of what you are doing in Pakistan with the rest of the world. So a lot of good things are happening here. There are some very good examples. I give you one of them, and that's, having the Mudarba companies here in Pakistan is a unique type of financial institution that actually never exists, anywhere else in the world. Similarly, there are other good products, like, for example, revolving musharka that Mizan and other banks are doing are also very unique. And, many countries, they envy that they can have these products. So there's a lot of good work in Pakistan, but unfortunately, it's very introvert. It's in a very discreet manner, and it's not communicated to the outside world. So as a result, a lot of people outside Pakistan, they actually don't know what's going on in Pakistan. And this creates two things. The perception that Pakistan is probably left behind. And second, it creates also, a deficiency in sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience, and also claiming your rightful position on the landscape, the international landscape. So I will very strongly urge all the market players here and the PBA and also the regulators to engage more with the international industry and share your experiences, because that will give you the opportunity to improve your perception, also measure yourself against other countries to have more confidence that you are doing well, and you continue with this, on this journey with conviction. And third, you will also inspire many other people on the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Farooq. And luckily, Hafsa in Sidra has kindly allowed us to take a few more questions. So any question from the audience, please. So we can see one question. Can we have a mic delivered? Please ensure it's working.
Thank
theCUBE. This is Moeen Bartley. So, as I understand the Malaysian model, I think there was flexibility, or the choice was given to citizens. Do you want to go for Islamic banking, or do you want to go for conventional banking? The choice is there. And then, of course, there was some incentives, perhaps, to promote Islamic banking. So I believe that's how Islamic banking grew. So what do you think about that model as compared to going towards a full conversion to Islamic banking? Is that a better idea? Or is the so the choice a better idea, with perhaps incentives to support or promote Islamic banking, but then still leaving the choice open? So I would be great to get the views of our international visitors on this. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To tell you the truth, the Pakistani model is unique, and I totally admire it. Now, giving the choice is tricky, because the conventional banking is mature and very heavily regulated, and they always have the cheaper liquidity. They always have the advantage when it comes to banking products, when it comes to funding. International banks also, when they come in the country. But Pakistan is a Muslim country, and a conservative Muslim country. And I think that the demand in Pakistan is to have a fully Islamic banks. And your experience, inshallah, will be taught to every other country. Why I believe that this experience will succeed? Because it's coming from the head of the state. As long as the head of the state, the government, the central bank itself, all the important people are supporting this decision, it will succeed. And the Pakistani people wants this Islamic banking. And inshallah, it will become a model for all other Muslim countries to imitate, bi'idhnillah ta'ala.
So just to add Brother Hamza's comments, let me say this, that it is the responsibility of the regulator and the policy makers that they should ensure the consumer protection. And the consumers should be protected, they should be given the fair deal. And in case of Islamic finance, as we have just heard in various remarks and presentation, that it is an ethical finance. It is a finance that is ensuring transparency, that is ensuring equity and justice. So that is more consumer-oriented, that is ensuring that consumer protection. The Islamic finance doesn't mean that the banks or the institutions would be allowed to exploit the consumers. So that it is an ethical finance, and there are Sharia principles, there are ethical principles, and then there is regulatory oversight. And that regulatory oversight ensures that the consumers, the depositors, the borrowers, the entrepreneurs, they are given a fair deal. So I don't see any reason that people would not. We have been witnessing huge demand toward Islamic finance. We have recently conducted a survey where overwhelmingly more than 82% of the respondents, they opted for that. If we are given a choice, we will opt for an Islamic finance. So this is something, the transition, as I discussed earlier, it's a smooth one. It is something that is not enforcing certain deadlines, but giving that smooth transition and ensuring the consumer protection as well as the financial system stability.
I would just like to add one more perspective here. Having had the practical experience of Islamic finance in non-Muslim countries, many non-Muslim countries, I can tell you that an increasing number of non-Muslims are actually reaching out to Islamic financial products, right? I'm quoting the UK, where Islamic finance, and I've been part of that industry, is very mainstream now. If you look at the, the customer composition of, the Islamic banks, you will be surprised actually that in the, the depositors are primarily non-Muslims than Muslims, right? That shows you that there are people who are actually not Muslim, but still they care about ethics, they care about morality, and they consider Islamic financial products as ethically superior products. Same goes with the Philippines. I'm quoting another hands-on example of my own, where for the last 7 years, we have worked very closely with the government and with the stakeholders in order to implement Islamic finance in the country. Then mind you, that Philippines is a staunch Catholic Christian country, right? And they have a very small Muslim minority, yet for whatever reason, the government decided to go down the Islamic finance route, and they have put all the efforts and all the resources in a very concerted way to make sure that Islamic finance becomes a part of their mainstream. And exactly same as the UK, we are observing in Philippines as well, that a big number of non-Muslims, they are actually also approaching the Islamic financial institutions. So this, I can tell you that Pakistan is doing the right thing. Please continue with this, work on it wholeheartedly. All eyes are on Pakistan right now, okay? Some, with a little bit worry as well, a lot with curiosity, and many, I can tell you, with envy. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, when we talk about Islamic finance, there is nothing that discriminates against non-Muslims, whether we're talking about individuals or corporations. In Malaysia, we know that the population distribution is about 60-40, whereas in Pakistan, it's more than 99% Muslim. The fact is that, additionally, as Brother Farooq just said, in Philippines, by the way, I think many of us don't know this, Philippines issued a license for an Islamic bank before the current Islamic banking began about 50 years ago. The license was issued in 1973, but then because of the civil war and some other internal domestic concerns, it wasn't developed. It wasn't repealed, the license was not repealed, but they couldn't build on it. However, it issued, it was a presidential decree by President Marcos. And Islamic finance, in essence, is ethical finance, and the whole world is now talking about green finance and green sukuk and ethical sukuk. This in its core is Islamic finance. Wallahu alam.
I like to thank all the panelists. I think bringing in an international experience and perspective and blending it with the local needs, I think it was mind-boggling for me, frankly, sharing experiences out of Philippines and UK, and of course, the Middle Eastern countries. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and making us more wise. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, gentlemen. And may I request you all to come together for a group photograph. Thank you, Mr. Farooq, for reiterating that all eyes on Pakistan, some with worry, some with envy, and of course with a lot of hope as well. That's our key takeaway, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, rethinking the model of value creation to value distribution. That is the core purpose of Islamic financing that drives it forward and takes it forward. So truly, we are envisioning a frame, an outlook to economy and to financial matters and to public good by making sure that this progress is equitable. Thank you, gentlemen, for your contributions and for presenting to us a worldview, a regional perspective, and celebrating the success that is here in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are inching closer to the closing of these 2 days of wonderful, invigorating, stimulating, innovative conversations around the entire financial architecture of Pakistan. We're very honored that for the closing ceremony, we're also joined by the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Jameel Ahmed. Thank you, sir, for your presence once again and for your endorsement. It truly means a lot to us, both as PBA as well as the fraternity of the financial architecture of Pakistan. And as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the policy matters, indeed, having that role of leadership is indeed very important, that outlook. The leader's perspective is to somehow envision of what actually, at this point in time, in this present moment in history, does not exist. But to be able to show the people that not only is it possible, but it is a worthy pursuit. Because sometimes for it to become a reality takes many days, many months, many decades. And therefore the true asset of any economy, of any society, are the dreamers, are the idealists, and are the institution makers. People who make sure that these thoughts are not just merely thoughts and ideas, but they actually take shape and become success stories. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very interesting juncture in the program. And while I'm surrounded by leaders, both legacy as well as trailblazers and leaders in the making, our next segment is truly going to inspire you. Leadership is not only about responding to today's challenges, but it is also about inspiring generations that will shape tomorrow. To introduce a very special message from one of Pakistan's most respected business leaders, educationists, and institution creators, may I now invite Mr. Munir Kamal, the CEO and Secretary General of the Pakistan Banks Association, to share and introduce this wonderful video message from Sayyid Babar Ali.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. What a privilege and an honor to introduce someone whose life has demonstrated that lasting success is not just measured by the business successes, but also by the institution one builds and the opportunity one creates for the others. Sayyid Babar Ali Shah, who completed his 100th birthday, mashallah, last month, we requested him through Atif Bajwa, and I'll tell you how Atif Bajwa is now associated with him. And he graciously accepted to give a video message for our conference. And I'm very happy that Governor Sahab is present here while we are going to play his message. By the way, Atif Bajwa was handpicked about 15 days, 20 days back by Sayyid Babar Ali Shah to become the chairman of Packages, mashallah. So congratulations. और सैयद बाबर अली साहब के साथ मैं क्या कह सकता हूँ एक्सेप्ट कि जिनसे मिलकर ज़िंदगी से इश्क हो जाए वो लोग, जिनसे मिलकर ज़िंदगी से इश्क हो जाए वो लोग, आपने शायद न देखे हों मगर ऐसे भी हैं.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to talk to the leaders of the banks in Pakistan and also the financial sector who have gathered in Karachi for a seminar. And before I give my own opinions, and I'd like to give you the history of what little I know. I completed my formal education and started joint business, family business in Karachi on 1st of January 1948. The banks at that time were mostly British, with a few banks who had branches from India, including Hyderabad State Bank and Bhopal Bank, owned by the two different states. The British banks emerged, and the then government of Pakistan decided to have a State Bank of Pakistan to monitor and encourage the banking system. And this was done in the middle of 1948. Quaid-e-Azam, who had been convalescing in Ziyarat, especially came down to Karachi to inaugurate the State Bank of Pakistan with Mr. Zahid Hussain as the first governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. He had previously been Minister of Finance in Hyderabad, Deccan. The government established National Bank of Pakistan with Mr. Muhajir, who had come also from Hyderabad, to be the first general manager. Later on, they encouraged private sector to set up banks. The Adamji set up Muslim Commercial Bank. The Habib family already had a bank in India, and they put up their bank in Karachi. And Agha Hassan Abdi, who had worked for Habib Bank in Faisalabad, persuaded the Fiscal family to establish United Bank. BCCI came out of United Bank with financial support from Sheikh of Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately, the BCCI became too ambitious and had a sad ending. Later on, around 1971-72, Mr. Bhutto, when he became the President of Pakistan and the Prime Minister, he nationalized the banks, and these were then controlled by a banking commission. Later on, after Mr. Bhutto, General Ziaul Haq privatized the banks in a very transparent manner, and people who had the interests and resources from the private sector in Pakistan went for these banks. Mia Mansha took over the Muslim Commercial Bank. The Aga Khan group took over the Habib Bank. The Ibrahim Industries bid and took over the management of Allied Bank. These banks have done extremely well in the last 40 years. They have taken a lot of initiative in opening up branches, and today we have perhaps over a couple of thousand branches all over Pakistan. Unfortunately, the banking contact with the general public is still low, and they need to make more effort to make the people more interact and use the banking system which they can benefit from. The one area where they have done an very innovative and a very progressive way is the way they have taken the youth, trained them up, given them good training, and they have given them a new opportunity to go into a new area. Today, not only are the youth of Pakistan managing banks within the country, these hundreds of branches, but many of these people have had the opportunity to now work in foreign countries in banks under the most competitive conditions. The business schools of Pakistan have collaborated with the banking system to train the youth suitable to go into banking as a career. And I am very happy to see this whole development, but much more needs to be done. The area where they are also emphasizing is ethics and proper attitude towards customers, so that banking becomes a very popular way of people building up their business. I wish them well and thank you for this opportunity to be able to talk to you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm very happy.
What an inspiring message, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a hero, and not all heroes wear capes, but definitely putting institutions together and inspiring a number of generations of leaders to come definitely is the credit of Syed Babar Ali.
Yeah, I've actually, we'd like to show the video, I think, for the first 2 days.
Absolutely, Ali. Now we are formally into the closing session of the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the highlights of the summit, and of course, when these moments are going by, these conversations are happening, you hardly realize, but it has been a whirlwind, these 2 days of wonderful conversations. Let's see it packed as the highlights of the summit. I think kudos to the entire Pakistan Banking Association for pulling off a wonderful summit. Ali, I think the camera saw you. It caught you. We caught you on camera, making note of an aha moment. What's your biggest takeaway?
No, the last 2 days, when I think about that, it's a fantastic 2 days actually. And I was actually educated over the last 2 days by the high-level dialogue on Pakistan's financial and banking sector, and the policies and the partnerships and innovations required to strengthen the financial sector and support the economic growth of the country. I was also startled by the local and global trends and how fast they are merging. I was amazed by the speed at which the financial landscape is changing, and digital currencies being only one manifestation of that. I was motivated by the presence of international speakers in person and local thought leaders who together collaborated to create this startling discussion, this creative discussion that we had. And I was, at the end, I was inspired just now by the words of the living legend Syed Babar Ali on the bedrock of the future, the human capital, and what it needs to be done, in the words of our brother Bawazir, in terms of mind and character of the human capital that needs to be there. So when you look at all of these things combined, this to me is the crux of the last 2 days of this second Pakistan Bank Summit. So for me, at the end, it was literally a wow experience. Yeah.
I think coming from an industry insider, that goes a long way. But I can tell you, even as a journalist and, watching this entire journey move forward, there's such big questions. A lot of times when we are trying to create content around the financial temperatures and the financial landscape of Pakistan, we often get the feedback that it doesn't interest the public. It doesn't interest the general viewer. But the kind of interest and the detailed conversation and the commitment that I have witnessed in the last 2 days, it shows that every everyone is keen on taking the next leap forward. And I think one of the greatest contributions of PBS and of the Pakistan Banking Association is strengthening of the people-to-people corridor. These conversations, I'm sure, do not end at this platform, but they will continue, and they will continue evolving for days to come. But ladies and gentlemen, I think congratulations to the steering committee and for excellent curation of the content and the subjects that had been put forward. I'm sure that we'd love to hear from our next speaker how much blood and sweat has gone into actually in designing all of this, and what are some of the key takeaways for the PBA themselves. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the chairman of the PBS Steering Committee and the president and the CEO of Bank Al Falah. Please welcome Mr. Atif Bajwa for his address.
Thank you, Sidras, and thank you, Ali. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be standing here and starting the closing ceremonies of this two-day function. Governors, State Bank of Pakistan, Jameel Ahmed Saab, Deputy Governor Salimullah Saab, all our banking colleagues, our guests, our speakers, our panelists. It's been a wonderful 2 days, and as Ali had mentioned, and Sidra mentioned as well, it was the result of a lot of hard work by the team at PBA, hard work led by the chairman, Zafar Masood, the CEO, Munir Kamal, Najib, as the secretary, Hafsa and Ramla. All of them deserve accolades for the show that they've put up over the last 2 days. As you can imagine, that the topics that we eventually chose were difficult ones to choose because we have a lot to discuss in the banking sector. But we chose them very carefully through a lot of debate, but with consensus, so that they're relevant, they're impactful, they're progressive, and they're future conscious. And I hope that you got that feeling that we are really grappling with not only issues of today, but we are looking at what comes in the future. I had initially thought that I would stand here and try to summarize and encapsulate all the different things that have been said. However, I decided that, the flow of information that came from the start, from Zafar, from the minister, and all the speakers, was like a river that cannot be captured in a cup. So I decided I'm not going to go down that path. इस दरिया को कूज़े में बंद करना आसान नहीं. And fortunately, our fearless leader, Mr. Zafar Masood, did a great job starting off by sharing all the achievements and contributions of the banking sector, but also the challenges that we face and the ambitions that we have for the future. His energy and delivery and his passion, I think, left very little to be left unsaid. And so he's a tough act to follow. And I always tell him that I'd like to grow up and be like him. He was followed by the Minister of Finance, who talked about the direction of journey. And as we know, that the journey in the short run, in the last few years, has been a good one in terms of stabilization. But that journey is still to be continued. And it must follow with the reforms. And so it was important to also bring in academia to discuss from a slightly more dispassionate view of how we're doing as a country, as an economy, and as a society. And for that intellectual input, you'd be glad to know that over the last 2 days, you've heard from at least 10 PhDs who are obviously experts in their own fields. But on the economic side, we particularly heard this morning from Dr. Ali Chima, from Dr. Salman, Dr. Asim yesterday, and there were others as well. But the one common thread that we saw was that if they look at it from a research point of view and data point of view, a comparative point of view, Pakistan continues to stay at the bottom of most graphs. And so while the direction of journey is being talked about as a positive direction, it is not really making a dent on all the other longer-term criteria that we want to aspire to. So I was talking to Munir and I said, that kind of sends a message of despondency. That with all this, there was a time when we used to compare ourselves to the Koreas and the stars of East Asia. And now we end up in most of our graphs comparing ourselves to the bottom of the rung. We compare ourselves, we're doing better than Sri Lanka, or we're doing as good as Ghana or Rwanda. So we've fallen. We've fallen even in our comparisons. But the one thing I think we have is hope. And so the words of Faz, and with due apologies to Munir because he's the resident owner of all things poetic, Dil na umeed to nahi, naakaam hi to hai. Lambi hai gham ki shaam, magar shaam hi to hai. So ये शाम भी ख़त्म होगी. सवाल ये है कि ये शाम कितनी लंबी होगी. So there is a lot for the banking sector to do, and as we've heard over the last couple of years, इस लंबी शाम में हमें क्या करना है? What we need to do is to understand the imperatives for the banking industry. And I'd like to just summarize those as we've understood them from the last 2 days. But I'll first just remind Governor Saab, last year when we spoke, there was a plea for treating us as partners, the banking industry as partners of the government. And I know that the State Bank of Pakistan always makes an effort, but there is perhaps a lack of full understanding still in Islamabad. But we have witnessed an improving engagement with the government, and thanks to the State Bank of Pakistan. We have, of course, with the State Bank, taken on many challenging conversations and discussions because of the evolving circumstances that we've all been experiencing over the last certainly over the last 6 months or so. And in that, I think we have found common ground. Even if we sometimes don't agree, we find a way to work together to solve problems. But of course, there's always this view, the banks need to do more. So what are those areas where we need to do more? First, a little bit of self-reflection on where we fall short. And clearly, I think there needs to be better alignment with the priorities of the government of Pakistan and of the State Bank. And the foremost in that, as you've heard many times, is to provide access to finance to all sectors of the economy. That's a role that is expected of us by the government. That is a priority. And it would be foolhardy of us not to recognize that that alignment is necessary for us and for our country to move forward. So the sectors that are generally talked about where that alignment has been discussed and progress has been made is agriculture, SMEs, housing, environment. These are where I think our lending practices certainly need to improve. Then particular emphasis needs to be given to women in the workforce and in the business world to help them come out, because I remember one of the most impactful slides I saw, one of the most powerful ones, was that Pakistan completely ignores, or to a large extent ignores, its women workforce. So half of our population is disenfranchised from working, and if they were to be brought in, the estimate was that we could increase our GDP from between 5 to 28%, depending on how far we go. So I think it's a no-brainer that all of us together should work towards women empowerment. I think it's important to recognize that the seriousness on these priority sectors is getting stronger. And while as a sector we may be growing, but the expectation is that everybody has to carry their own burden. And I'm sure that Governor Saab will talk about that, but we can sense that this level of seriousness is growing in the government and in the state bank, and we've got to step up as a banking community. The other priority is the digital migration towards a cashless economy. And that's why it was very good to hear from the Minister of State for Finance, Mr. Bilal Kiani, who is leading this effort for the Prime Minister, to talk about what the government is doing. For the first time, the government of Pakistan has a plan. They have a digital infrastructure design that they want to take forward. And of course, the private sector has to step forward and work with them. But as you would recognize that without the government moving forward, the dream of a cashless economy is going to remain a dream. So there's a lot to be done on that front by all banks. The other area that we have to, the second broad area, I think that we have to take seriously is preparing for the future. And there are two key elements that were highlighted in these discussions. The first was technology is fundamentally changing the way we do business, the way we serve our customers, what our customers expect of us. And whether it's AI or tokenization or generally the digital trend, all of these things need investment. And if I remember, one of Dr. Asim's slide said that we hardly invest. We're probably one of the lowest countries in terms of investments. So if the future is technology, and we're not investing in technology as a country, where is that going to lead us? But of course, investment in technology is expensive. And individually, all of us banks are not able to take that risk of putting in significant investment with perhaps an unknown result. This is where the banking community needs to come together and find ways where we can collaborate to make sure that investments in technology are made collectively. The other area under preparing for the future is what Sayyid Babar Ali talked about, and it's been close to my heart and all the leadership of the banks, is human capital. I think we all recognize that while we're growing in size, we're also growing in complexity. The challenges of managing this complexity and size are multiplying every year. So we need leaders and we need people who can take on this challenge beyond our working lives. What are we doing about it? Are we spending enough time, effort, and investment in creating the leaders of the future? And I would say not. And this is, again, an initiative that we should take up collectively and spend a lot of time on ensuring that whatever we're running today is sustainable into the future. One other area which perhaps wasn't touched upon here, but I'd like to put on the table, is also that we need to change our behaviors to represent and reflect the values that we all espouse to. All of us have values listed on the wall somewhere or the other, and they always talk about customer first. But do we really do that? As we chase period-end balances for the sake of our balance sheet and looking good for the analyst, are we really doing justice to our customers? I think we have to really ask that question. Because that chasing balances does not necessarily add customer value. It may add bank value in one way or the other. But that's not fair. That's not true to our values. We should be chasing flows, money flow that comes through banking channels. We should be encouraging as many flows that can happen through official channels and banking channels. And if deposits happen as a consequence of that, fantastic. So that's one thing I'm leaving on the table. I know it's going to be something that not everyone may agree, but I think that there's also time we talk about ethics in Islamic banking. If that's what Islamic banking is asking us to do, then why don't we apply ethics also in our behavior? I think it requires discussion. So there are others that I could talk about, but I just now talk about some things that perhaps are asks for the government or the State Bank of Pakistan. The first one is not really for the State Bank, it's for the government. I think if the economy has to grow, we need regulators as strong as the State Bank of Pakistan. We are fortunate, and the reason why the banking sector is strong is because we have a strong regulator. But when we look around and we talk about economic reforms, we don't hear much about regulatory reforms in the other sectors. And whether it's DRAP or whether it's any of the regulators that you may choose, they're driven by not necessarily letting the sector flourish, but they're maximizing tax dollars. They're ensuring bureaucracy, and that needs to change. So regulatory reform, where you have competent people with independence who are given KPIs, which would be, is the GDP's contribution from that sector growing? Is new investment coming in? Is new employment being generated? Is new technology being invested in? And are new products and services being produced for the benefit of people? those are the KPIs that we need to see in the regulators so that then the whole economy can pick up. And we as a banking sector would benefit from that because our customers would be benefiting. We also spoke a lot about capital markets and capital formation. I think it's absolutely essential. A fundamental problem of our economy is that we have fragmented assets. We have small companies, they may be successful, but they're too small for international scale. So they're not able to be competitive for exports or otherwise. So how do you get scale? You have to invest in scale. And where does that investment come from? From capital formation. So capital formation, Governor Saab, is something that I think the State Bank can certainly play an important role. The banks need to step out of their comfort zone and not only talk about debt capital, but talk about, bilateral debt is what we do mostly. But we need to develop the capital markets. We need to do equity markets. We need to create platforms that can accumulate capital and then provide growth capital to the underlying companies. I think that's something that I think we should all, again, collectively work on. Perhaps the last thing I'd like to suggest also is that we are proponents of the market mechanism. Where market mechanisms are allowed to function freely, those sectors and those industries, they progress well. Unfortunately, in our country, we have distortions created in a lot of different markets. And so my request through you, Governor Saab, to the government as well, would be that we should work towards removing distortions as much as we can, whether they're through pricing caps or through special incentives. I know the government is already trying to remove subsidies on some sectors. I think that direction is important to see in a lot of different areas. Also, I think, again, our perception as a banking community certainly needs improvement. And this exercise of starting the Pakistan Banking Summit has been meant to address that issue. And I think these kind of conversations, this kind of discourse is something that we have to elevate constantly, year on year. But not only rely on annual events, but also have follow-up events on specific subjects, where we also involve the government sector as much as possible, so that they understand some of the issues that we face, and perhaps we can together come up with solutions for the benefit of Pakistan. I think one of the things that we need to remember is that we have to stop being fearful. Sometimes we are very fearful of taking risk. The State Bank has helped us in taking some of that fear away by providing us first loss guarantee in lending to SMEs or to agriculture, but still not sufficient. I think if you look at the performance of those sectors over the last couple of years, it's been very good. And yet, we're not taking sufficient risk. So take more risk, work on the things that we need to work inside. Absolutely important, and that fear has to go. And so again, with Munir, Parveen Shakir का एक वो याद आया कि बाहर की धूप से ना डर, घर के अंधेरों से लड़. I think we all need to take that on and start fighting our own demons and then progress as a sector to the level that is not only expected of us, but to a level that would make us feel more proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bajwa Sahab. Contrary to your protestation that you will not be able to capture a river in a teacup, I think, Bajwa Sahab, you did exactly that. और आपने दरिया को कूजे में ज़रूर बंद किया. Not only that, I think you also added your perspective as a banking practitioner to really say what this conference has added, what this summit has added, and what we can do more about it. I think something that was not noticed was, as the chairman of the steering committee of the Pakistan Banking Summit for the second year in a row, you have left an indelible impression on this summit itself, and nowhere more visible than the Pakistan Banking Summit identity, the logo. I recall you encouraging us to think differently, to think us better, bigger, beyond the box. And I think what has come out as that logo of the PBS identity owes a lot to your clarity and exhortation to us, sir. Thank you so much for that.
And indeed, Ali, as you pointed out, in the past many months and decades, we've seen a number of tips and turns for the Pakistani economic and financial journey. But every economy is shaped by these defining moments. It's the strength of its institutions and the quality of its leadership that propels us forward. You very rightly also congratulated and acknowledged the role of our regulator, the State Bank of Pakistan, because over the past many years, Pakistan's financial sector has indeed faced significant challenges, and through all of it, the State Bank of Pakistan has really shone through. At the helm of this affair, of course, we find Mr. Jameel Ahmed, the governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. As a career central banker with more than 3 decades of experience, Mr. Ahmed has been instrumental in strengthening Pakistan's banking architecture, from introducing risk-based bank supervision and establishing the Deposit Protection Corporation, advancing digital banking frameworks, and helping launch RAST, Pakistan's instant retail payment system. His work has consistently reflected a vision of a financial system that is resilient, innovative, and accessible to all. Under his leadership as a governor, the State Bank has steered Pakistan through one of its most demanding economic periods while reinforcing price stability, strengthening financial sector resilience, expanding digital payments and financial inclusion, and maintaining confidence in the country's monetary and banking system. As we conclude the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, there could be no fitting voice to reflect on the road ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to now invite the Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Jameel Ahmed, to deliver his closing keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Zafar Masood Saab, Chairman Pakistan Banks Association and CEO of Bank of Punjab. Atif Bajwa Saab, Chairman Pakistan Banking Summit and CEO Bank Al-Falah. Our Deputy Governor Salimullah Saab, Presidents and CEOs of banks and financial institutions, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It is my pleasure to join you today at this Pakistan Banking Summit. In a short span of time, this summit has become an important platform for Pakistan's financial industry. It brings together policymakers, bankers, researchers, and industry leaders and provides an opportunity to reflect on key developments, exchange ideas, and shape the way forward. I am particularly pleased that this year's summit is focused on structural forces reshaping the global economy. Geopolitical tensions, persistent inflationary pressures, rapid technological changes, climate-related risks and rising debt burdens are redefining the landscape in which the financial institutions operate. These developments present significant challenges, but they also create new opportunities for innovation and growth of the financial sector. Against this backdrop, SBP's policy priorities remain firmly anchored in preserving macroeconomic and financial stability. At the same time, we are working to strengthen the financial sector's role in supporting resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. Accordingly, the SBP is pursuing a forward-looking reform agenda. Our focus is on accelerating digital transformation, harnessing emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, promoting customer-centric financial services, expanding financing for the priority sectors, and integrating climate and sustainable finance into the financial system. I am pleased to note that these priorities are also reflected in the agenda of this summit. I am confident that the discussions over the past 2 days will generate valuable insights. They will help us build a more resilient, competitive, and future-ready banking sector, which is essential for Pakistan's long-term economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to mainly focus on two key areas that are central for Pakistan's financial future. The first is digital transformation. The second is expanding financing for priority sectors. Let me begin with digital transformation. The banking industry is undergoing a profound transformation. Rapid advances in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, open banking, fintechs, advanced analytics, and real-time payments are reshaping financial services. These technologies are improving efficiency, lowering costs, anchoring customer experience, enhancing customers' experience, and expanding financial inclusion. They are also changing how financial institutions compete, innovate, and manage their risks. Recognizing these trends, the State Bank has placed digital transformation at the heart of its Vision 2028. Our objective is clear. We want to build a financial system that is modern, inclusive, secure, and innovation-driven. Accordingly, we are promoting digital banking and digital payments, strengthening supervisory technology, enhancing cyber resilience, and encouraging responsible innovation through initiatives such as our regulatory sandbox. We have complemented this vision with a broad set of regulatory reforms. These include frameworks for digital banks, electronic money institutions, digital onboarding, open banking, and shared eKYC. We are also advancing the use of machine learning to strengthen fraud detection and risk management. Together, these reforms are creating an enabling environment for innovation while preserving financial stability and consumer confidence. The results are encouraging. Today, more than 92% of retail financial transactions are processed digitally, compared with only 50% a few years ago. This growing digital ecosystem is supported by 268 million financial accounts and more than 49 million unique registered IDs for RAS. We have also reached an important milestone by mandating the digitalization of all federal, provincial, and local government disbursements through secure digital wallets in line with the Prime Minister's Cashless Economy initiative. These achievements provide a strong foundation. The next phase, however, will depend on the banking industry's commitment to innovation. And here, I would like to make the following recommendations. Banks need to view digital transformation as a long-term strategic investment rather than a technology project. This requires sustained investment in digital infrastructure, data collection, analytics, and most importantly, human capital. It also requires developing products and services that respond to the evolving needs of customers, particularly women, youth, SMEs, and other underserved segments of the society. Collaboration will also become increasingly important. Around the world, fintechs, digital banks, and technology firms are complementing, not replacing traditional banks. They are helping banks in expanding outreach, closing market gaps, and accelerating innovation. Pakistan should follow the same path. Stronger partnerships between banks and technology providers can improve efficiency, expand financial inclusion, and create better customer experiences. As we expand access, we must also improve the quality of financial services. Digital transformation should make banking simpler, faster, and more convenient for every customer. This means easier account opening, paperless banking, faster payments, better complaints resolution, and clearer communication. Banks should make greater use of data analytics and artificial intelligence to personalize services, improve risk management, and strengthen customer support. At the same time, greater investment in financial and digital literacy will also help customers use these services with greater confidence. Ultimately, the success of digital finance depends on trust. Without trust, digital adoption will remain limited. This makes cyber resilience, data governance, and operational risk management more important than ever. As financial services become increasingly digital, cyber threats continue to grow in both frequency and sophistication. Financial institutions must therefore strengthen their cybersecurity capabilities, protect customer data, and continuously enhance their operational resilience. Maintaining public confidence in digital financial services is not only a business imperative, it is also essential for preserving financial stability and realizing the full benefits of digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to the second key area for our financial sector, expanding financing to priority sectors. And I think Atif Bajwa Saab has rightly pointed out that this is an area where government as well as state bank expect banks to do more. This remains one of the most important challenges for Pakistan's financial sector. Sustainable economic growth requires a banking system that supports productive investment. Agriculture, SMEs, and affordable housing are critical drivers of employment, exports, and economic resilience. Yet they continue to face significant financing gaps. Addressing these gaps is therefore both a policy priority for the government and SPP and also a business opportunity for private sector financial institutions. At the same time, in State Bank of Pakistan, our approach has been clear. Rather than relying primarily on directed lending targets, we have focused on creating an enabling ecosystem. Our strategy combines regulatory reforms, digital innovation, risk-sharing mechanisms, and capacity building. The objective is to encourage banks to expand lending in a prudent, sustainable, and commercially viable manner. In agriculture, our objective is to modernize agricultural finance beyond traditional seasonal crop lending. We are promoting value chain financing, warehouse receipt financing, and investment in storage infrastructure to reduce post-harvest losses. We are also working with banks to use digital technologies, land information systems, and alternate delivery channels to improve access to finance, particularly for small farmers. At the same time, we are encouraging greater investment in climate-resilient agriculture. The recently launched Digital Asan Zari Karza Zarkhezi scheme is another important step. It makes agriculture credit faster, simpler, and more accessible for smallholder farmers. We have adopted a similar approach for the SMEs sector. In collaboration with the government, State Bank of Pakistan has strengthened refinance, guarantee, and risk-sharing arrangements through initiatives such as the SME Asan Finance Scheme, the Risk Coverage Scheme for SMEs, and the Prime Minister's Youth Business and Agriculture Loan Scheme. At the same time, we have removed key regulatory barriers by enhancing financing limits, expanding clean financing, and the regulatory retail portfolio, simplifying loan application procedures, and revising the prudential regulations for SME financing. These reforms provide banks with greater flexibility to leverage technology, strengthen partnerships with fintechs, and develop innovative products such as digital supply chain financing. Together, they provide a stronger foundation for expanding SMEs finance in a sustainable and commercially viable manner. These reforms are delivering encouraging results. Outstanding SME financing more than doubled between 2021 and December 2025. During the same period, the number of SME borrowers increased by around 75%. This reflects meaningful progress in expanding access to farmers' finance. However, more remains to be done. Together with the government, we have set a target of increasing outstanding SME financing to rupees 1.5 trillion by June 2028. We also aim to expand the number of SME borrowers to 750,000. These targets are ambitious, but they are achievable. Of course, with the full support from the banks, we will be able to achieve them within this defined timeline. Their success will depend on the banking industry's willingness to innovate and scale up financing models. This is where I see the next phase of reform. Banks should make greater use of technology, data, and partnership with fintechs and other service providers. Digital supply chain finance, cash flow-based lending, and credit scoring models that use alternate data can significantly expand access to finance while strengthening risk management. The revised regulatory framework provides banks with greater flexibility to design products that reflect the diverse needs and risk profile of different sectors of the economy. I also encourage banks to move beyond traditional lending approaches and reduce reliance on government-supported schemes. Sustainable financial inclusion requires commercially viable business models. Banks should develop sector-specific products that match the cash flow cycles of agriculture, SMEs, and other productive sectors. They should strengthen credit assessment through alternate data, expand outreach to underserved businesses, and make greater use of digital platforms to reduce transaction costs. Ultimately, expanding financing to priority sectors is not simply about achieving lending targets. It is about supporting entrepreneurship, creating jobs, raising productivity, and strengthening Pakistan's long-term growth potential. The policy framework is now firmly in place. The next step is to translate these opportunities into scale through innovation, partnerships, and sustained commitment from the banking industry. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of other areas in addition to the two priority areas which I have discussed, and Ataf Bajwa Saab has alluded to some of those areas. I think we discussed with the Pakistan Banks Association about the importance of developing human capital and investing in their enhancing skills. This is an area which is very close to my heart. And we have agreed that will come out in near future with plans to do more initiatives in enhancing the skill set of banking industry professionals and also providing them opportunities to develop their leadership skills. And for that, the banks will allocate certain amount of their, based on some benchmarks, certain amounts of investment for achieving the targets which we will agree on. At the same time, consumer protection is another area which Bajwa Saab touched upon, and I think this is also a very important area. And we should take necessary measures to protect the consumers and to provide more cost-effective services and solutions to address their banking needs. In addition, capital formation, obviously we are collaborating with the government and the SECP on capital formation, but banking industry can also play an important role. So Bajwa Saab fully agreed what you said about the importance of creating more opportunities and taking more initiatives for capital formation and promoting investment in the country. Now, Pakistan's financial sector stands at an important point in its evolution. The foundations are stronger than ever. We have preserved stability, but modern digital infrastructure and have also introduced reforms, built modern digital infrastructure and have also introduced reforms to support innovation and expand access to finance. At this point, I want to emphasize that the macroeconomic environment remains conducive for our financial sector to undergo the necessary transformation. Fiscal year 2026 was another challenging year for Pakistan's economy in the wake of Middle Eastern conflict and the earlier floods. However, despite strong headwinds, our economy displayed exceptional resilience and most economic indicators recorded substantial improvement. Average inflation in fiscal year 2026 turned out to be 7.05%, very exactly 7.05%, which was close to the upper band of the target which we set, which is 5 to 7% for inflation. It would have remained well within the target in the absence of the two significant supply shocks. And the inflation outlook for fiscal year 2027 has improved significantly due to the recent ease in global fuel prices. Unfortunately, today we have seen again a spike in the fuel prices. So we have to see the impact for those. So far, our assessment till yesterday was that the fiscal year 2027 will be much better year than fiscal year 2026. But we have to see how the things will evolve going forward. Real GDP was growing at a robust pace of 4% during July 2025 to June 2026. On average, the growth was 4%, reflecting acceleration in all three sectors, particularly industry and services. However, with anticipated slowdown in Q4 of fiscal year 2026 due to geopolitical developments and temporary austerity measures introduced by the government, full-year GDP growth is provisionally estimated at around 3.7%, which is the estimate which has recently been published by the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. State Bank still feels that growth for the fiscal year 2026 will be slightly on higher side, but we have to see the final numbers which will be notified by the PBS in due course of time. Going forward, we are expecting growth momentum to pick up in fiscal year 2027 and real GDP growth to turn out on higher side as compared to the fiscal year 26. The current account balance remained in surplus last year. The surplus was close to 0.5% of our GDP. For the fiscal year which is just ended, fiscal year 2026, the data has been published up to May 2026. And as per the July to May published data, we are in surplus by $255 million. And I'm quite confident that June number will also be good. So overall, we are expecting maybe a balanced or slight surplus for the fiscal year 26 as well. The State Bank has been able to increase its foreign exchange reserves to US $18.4 billion. Despite large debt repayments, besides reducing its forward and swap liabilities to less than $1 billion. If you recall, our total foreign exchange reserves in early 2023 went down to less than $3 billion, which was hardly equal to 2 weeks of imports. And since then, we have been making concerted efforts to increase our reserves to a more appreciable level. And we have been able to increase them to above $18 billion by the end of June, which is almost more than 6 times increase within a short span of 3 years. And we are expecting that this momentum will continue and will continue to build up reserves during the next fiscal year. So our target for end of December 2026 is above $20 billion, $20.2 billion. So as I say, it will be a 2020 target which we will be achieving by the end of December. And in addition, I think since you are all professionals sitting here, so you should also keep a track of these SBP's forward liabilities, because forward liabilities are an important data point. If there is a spike in our forward liabilities, it means that our capacity to meet our obligations will be eroded, because in addition to the debt repayments, we will also be settling our forward liabilities. So if you recall, in early 2023, our forward liabilities, SBP's forward liabilities, were close to $6 billion, almost $5.8 billion. And since then, we have been reduced them to less than $1 billion. In fact, yesterday it was $902 million. So this more than or close to $5 billion increase in reduction in our liabilities means that if we had not done that, then our reserves would have been higher by $5 billion. Instead of $18 billion, then we would have been at $23 billion. So going forward, since we will not be under pressure of further reduction in our liabilities, so we'll be able to build up our reserves at a more faster pace. These economic achievements are important to highlight because we cannot expect the private sector to undertake long-term investments and banks to play their role of effective financial intermediaries without providing a sustainable growth environment. So ladies and gentlemen, the task before us now is to build on this foundation with greater speed, scale, and collaboration. At the same time, we must continue to uphold the principle that underpin public confidence, financial stability, sound governance, consumer protection, and resilience. The State Bank remains committed to providing an enabling environment and regulatory providing an enabling policy and regulatory environment. We count on the banking industry to match this commitment with innovation, investment, and a strong focus on customer needs. Together, we can build a financial system that is more inclusive, more competitive, and better prepared for the challenges and opportunities of the future. In the end, I would like to thank the organizers, including the chairman of PBA, chairman of the summit, and all other office holders of Pakistan Banks Association for inviting me, and more importantly for arranging this conference in order to provide an opportunity for the banking professionals to learn from internationally renowned speakers. So thank you very much for this invitation, and I wish you all the continued success and look forward to our continued collaboration in shaping a stronger financial system and a more prosperous Pakistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Governor Saab. Thank you for that very comprehensive way forward and setting the vision for how you see the financial sector and the economy taking shape. So thank you very much for that, sir.
Absolutely, and thank you for putting your faith in the banking fraternity to match the speed, the scale, and collaboration, and of course to take this forward for larger public good and for the larger good of the population. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards the closing of this summit, there are so many things that need to be said, but who better to sum it up, to present a formal vote of thanks to all stakeholders. May we now invite the Secretary General and the CEO of the Pakistan Banking Association, Mr. Munir Kamal.
Once again, Assalamu alaikum. Governor Saab, I've been asked to do the vote of thanks, and I thought in your presence, I would like to thank a lot of people who are responsible for this. आपकी मौजूदगी का फ़ायदा उठाते हुए आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि कौन-कौन लोग थे. But let me tell you the background of the summit, the first series that we had in February of 2025. When I joined, both myself and Zafar, we were fresh. Zafar was new as chairman, I was new as secretary general. And I was asked by the current finance minister to join, but I knew by the time I will join, my first meeting will take place with him at Q Block, and that's exactly what happened. So both the chairman and SC, the chief executive, were new. And I was told by a lot of people and the stakeholders that PBA does not carry good reputation, or there are misgivings about the banking industry, not necessarily PBA, in the corridors of power, in the media, everywhere. And I was asked to, and I'm sure Zafar was asked, to do something to improve the image of the banking industry. Now, we both took the stock of where we are. Of course, there were a lot of things that banking sector needed to improve. PBA certainly needed to improve. But there were a lot of things that we thought that the market or the stakeholders don't know, and we need to explain to them. In fact, I remember the same message was given to improve the image by the State Bank of Pakistan also. So in addition to other things, we realized that if we do a summit, and in that summit, if we show the reach of the banking sector, and explain to them what all we are doing. And we are able to get the speakers from outside Pakistan, that our image and the branding will improve. And certainly it helped us, because the other option was to go everywhere, talk to the media and everything. So we thought we'll do us, and we decided tentatively. And the reason, and it worked out brilliantly for us, उस पे एक शेर में गवर्नर साहब आपके सामने, वो ये है कि चलो अच्छा हुआ काम आ गई दीवानगी अपनी, वगरना हम ज़माने भर को समझाने कहाँ जाते. So the first series of Pakistan Bank, and we established a branding of that. And the other reason for doing the way we are doing it, and again this year, and my vote of thanks will start from there, we realized that one of the reasons is to showcase PBA or Pakistan banking industry, but the other one, we saw Babar Ali Shah. Babar Ali Shah wrote an autobiography. And imagine the title of that immensely successful man was Learning from the Others. So we thought also that we should take this opportunity to learn from others, and we started inviting, and graciously so many of you accepted again. So Governor Sahab, I'll briefly take names of the people, and so many of them, because we wanted to learn. And yes, each one of you who came as speaker, we learned from you. We had Mr. Shamir Khalik from New York. Samiullah Sahab came twice in Islamic banking as well as priority areas. We had Simon Andrews, our IFC head in Islamabad. We had Ms. Campbell from Belgium, Buhok from Malaysia, Mr. Bawazir from Saudi Arabia, Maximilian Biswanger, I think from Germany, Jumai Muhammad from Nigeria, I think, Naman Kapoor from Dubai, Salman Ahmed from London, Asif Hussain from Washington, Dr. Hassan Abbas from Washington, Dr. Marjan Muhammad from Malaysia, Imran Saeed from Boston, Kamran Khan from Singapore, Naseem Beg Saab Hamare, Dr. Chima, Vice Chancellor, Mr. Imam Muhammad Ishaq from Bahrain, Fan Young, Chinese, based in Dubai, Saad Siddiqui from Washington, Farooq Raza Saab from London, Javed Qureshi, our own CEO of Pakistan Business Council, Farooq Sabzwari, Chief Executive Officer PSX, Dr. Rashid Bajwa Saab, everybody knows him, Dr. Aftab Rizvi, all the way down under from Australia, Kazim Saeed Saab, our expert from on agriculture, Bilal Anwar Saab, who's also going to be outside Pakistan, and Ali Khan from the Silicon Valley, and Muhammad Jamil Sia Saab, Islamabad from digital. So we had this incredible, and thanks a lot for all of you for graciously accepting our invitation. And we really, really learned from you. PBS Steering Committee, it's an incredible, Bajwa Saab chairs it, और हम उनके साथ हैं. Zafar is part member, I am a member, Basir is a member, Sadia from Standard Chartered is a member, and Amir, of course, and of course the entire Islamic thing was engineered, Basir, of course, Nasir Salim Saab, of course, HBL, and Humayun from Digital Bank. And of course, Yusuf Faisal Bank, who's not here. So, and it was incredible. The most time we spend in the steering committee is the choice, who should we invite as speaker or a panelist. So it's an absolute pleasure working with these guys. Executive committee, solid support that you've given. In fact, the entire banking industry, first one and the second series, total support, and that emboldens us to plan. Mizan Bank particularly, because of Amir, he really helped us in Farhan Usmani. Bank of Punjab, Asad Zia and Zain Bukhari really helped us on the media side. HBL on providing event management support. Ali Habib, hamare samne hai. I must thank Sidra Iqbal again. She's the second time she joined us. Inko to mere khayal PBM mein hum le lenge ab. And British International Investment. Rima Ghani is very close to my heart. She's my daughter's friend, and she really, really helped us in getting some good speaker, Maximilian Biswanger and Jamai Muhammad from British. The other people I'd like to take knowledge of, with this, the dignity provided by Pricewaterhouse is incredible. And what help, support, guidance that comes from Faraz, and his compatriot Nasha Tengra is superb. Thank you very much. Ali Habib साहब का नाम ले लिया, काशिफ साहब का. Then Rahil Yusuf, Chief Marketing Officer, Bank Al-Falah. Really, in fact, the entire marketing subcommittee of the bank did exceptionally good job for us. And along with Rahil, Aisha Ahmed Chaudhry, Digital Marketing Manager of Al-Falah. Adil Sami, Head of Marketing, Mizan. Muhammad Farhanullah Kusmani, Head of Sharia Audit, Mizan. Asad Zia, मैंने नाम ले दिया इनका. Zain Bukhari साहब, इनका भी नाम. नबीहा करीम हुडानी हमारे अपने हैं, बहुत काम किया. Ali Akbar Gangro, माशाल्लाह excellent. And how can I? ये सारा जो गवर्नर साहब जो है, ये हमारी हफ्सा खतीब, ज़रा खड़े हो जाइए आप. रमला भी हैं, but Hafsa incredible energy, माशाल्लाह. अगर ये ना हो तो ये summit नहीं हो सकता. So God bless you. बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका. That's all from my side. We will give all of the people that we have taken. Yeah, अब last आपका हमने बड़ा time लिया. आपके मोमेंटो देने के लिए गवर्नर साहब, आप और सलीमुल्लाह साहब. Oh, how can I forget Najib? ये है कहाँ Najib? How can I forget Najib in love? Najib is a bedrock. He's incredible support. Yeah, he, mashallah. Without him, we are, and there are certain things. अगर कोई पाकिस्तान में priority area में governor साहब improvement है, तो इसमें इसका बहुत हिस्सा है. Because ये 24 घंटे वो उसमें he's done mashallah, and continues to do a lot of work on the priority projects. Thanks a lot, Najib. And of course for our summit. So, Governor साहब, आपको एक दफ़ा बस last time आपको मंगाएंगे, आपको और सलीमुल्लाह साहब को एक मोमेंटो देना है हमने. I want Atif, in fact सारे जितने भी steering committee के हैं यहाँ हमारे और CEOs हैं, all the CEOs I'd like, please come and join us in the. सर ये आप आएँ, भूलना साथ आप आइए, फिर ना भूलने भाई आप.
May we request Najib Sahab to please join them up on stage as well for the group picture? We'd like to present a memento to the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Jameel Ahmed, as a token of our appreciation and gratitude for his unwavering support and patronage to our summit. And we would also like to present a memento to Mr. Salimullah, the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. Once again, sir, thank you for your presence, for your participation, and for your unwavering support to the Pakistan business Pakistan Banks Association. Thank you, Governor Saab. Thank you, Salimullah Saab. And now may I request the heads of the banks to please stay on stage, as we'd now like to present to our stakeholders, to the group members, to the team members without whom this summit would not have been possible. May I once again request the Honorable CEO and Secretary General of the Pakistan Banking Association, Mr. Munir Kamal, to take the stage, as we'd now like to present mementos to all those who made this summit possible. May I once again request the Honorable Secretary General and CEO of the Pakistan Banking Association, Mr. Munir Kamal, to please take the podium, as we'd now like to present mementos to the entire team that made the PBS2, the Pakistan Banking Summit 2026, possible.
Hello. We are going to give memento to people who have worked very hard. So I would request CEOs to just come last time on the stage. आपकी presence में उनको मिलेगा तो they will feel good about it. सादी आप भी आ जाएं. जितने आ सकते हैं आ जाएं. ये मंसूर भाई, आप आइए. आ जाए एक लास्ट टाइम आ जाए भैया. हाँ जी. So we'll start with the, where are the plaques, by the way? Where? Who's bringing them? Okay, the first one to go is Nasha Tengra. Yeah, what a solid. Rima Ghani. Ali Habib. Kashif Siddiqui. Raheel Yusuf. Aisha Ahmed Chaudhary. Aisha है? नहीं? Adil Sami. मोहम्मद फरहानुल हक उस्मानी. नहीं. असद जिया. जैन बुखारी. असद आदिल. नबीहा रहमान. Oh, Zen. नबीहा रहमान है. करीम हुडानी. Ramla Alvi. Shabash, well done. Ali Akbar. And of course, last but certainly not the least, Hafsa Khatib.